This is the Nations Cup, where the best are recruited to represent their home countries. Everything is on the line. Which also includes a $500,000 prize pool. We're going to be showcasing FaZe Clan and their journey to this global tournament.
Tonight, the group stages kick off for PUBG Continental Series 7 for Europe. My name is Tekel. I'm going to be your host. And joining me on the desk, two OGs for PUBG broadcast. Look at them waving, getting excited. Kylaris and Avenger are with us, and we hope that you're going to enjoy the show. Avenger, hyped to be back in the virtual PCS studio.
Yeah, and it's a bigger one this time, and I can't wait to get things started here for the new and refreshing format here with 32 teams. It's going to be insane, honestly. And again, it's the last chance to dance here. It's the last chance to get to PGC, and there's teams here that have never played at such a big stage before, and they're going to be super excited to be playing, of course, and also we're pretty excited to see them play.
Last chance to dance. I'm trying to say it without my South African accent. I was actually going to steal that line from Avenger because he dropped it earlier, but he used it, so that's out the window. Kylaris, welcome to the analyst desk. Are you ready for the action?
I am indeed. I'm excited, as Martin says, with 32 teams here and some teams that I'm not as familiar really with on this big kind of stage. I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to perform. There is a chance for a potential upset, but it will be difficult for some of these teams going up against those huge dogs at the top of the board. But I love overall that there's been many routes to be able to get here, and that's kind of really opened things up for the scene as a whole here in Europe.
So you mentioned that before we get into breaking down the teams, chatting a little bit more about what you can expect, we're going to have story time with Kylaris because he is going to explain exactly how the tournament is going to work. Take a look at this.
Welcome to the PUBG Continental Series 7 Europe. There's been a few exciting updates for this edition of PCS. Here's a rundown of everything you're going to need to know. PCS7 will be divided into 3 main stages: Open Qualifiers, Playoffs, which consist of 3 sub-stages: Group Stage, Elimination Stage, Last Chance Stage, and the Grand Finals. The first part of the playoffs is the Group Stage, which is made up of the top 19 teams from the Open Qualifiers and 13 invited teams. That makes up 32 rosters in total. The teams are separated into 2 groups, where each group plays 12 matches from September the 1st to September the 4th. The top 4 teams in each group will progress to the Grand Finals. The remaining 24 teams will then enter the Elimination Stage. Here, they'll be split into 3 groups and play 18 matches from September the 8th to September the 10th. The top 6 squads from the overall leaderboard will advance to the Grand Finals, with the bottom 2 eliminated from the tournament. The remaining 16 teams will then enter the Last Chance Stage on September the 11th, where they will play 6 matches. The top 2 teams will secure the final spots at the PCS7 Europe Grand Finals, whilst the remaining 14 teams will be eliminated. Those eliminated squads won't go home empty-handed though. They will take home their share of a $20,000 prize pool. The 16 remaining PCS7 Europe rosters will battle it out over 2 weeks, from the 30th of September to the 2nd of October, and then from the 7th of October to the 9th of October. They will fight for a trophy and a share of the $250,000 prize pool. So buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be an exciting and action-packed couple of months. Join in on the live streams and cheer for your favorite rosters and see who comes out on top at the PUBG Continental Series 7 Europe. Bye for now.
Thank you for that fantastic explanation, Carlos. I can't wait till you're desk hosting and you have to introduce yourself explaining the tournaments.
No.
But I'm spoiling all the fun that's coming. Avenger, what do you think of this specific format, though? Is it a help or a hindrance to some of the more experienced teams who have a lot of game time and competition time?
So first of all, I love that we're kind of reintroducing this double elimination format where you have multiple chances of going into the grand finals. Now with 3 chances here, the top 4 from each of the groups, and of course the overall leaderboard the next time is going to be super good to follow. And I would say at this point it's not going to be a hinder. I definitely think that the teams that have been playing throughout the year still have a huge advantage. You can definitely tell throughout the scrims that we've been watching as well that the teams that are here at the PCS7 playoffs, they are not as strong as our top dogs that have already played in multiple grand finals throughout the year.
Carlos, do you agree with Avenger? I mean, I know during G-Loot we saw some upsets with some of those top dogs struggling a little bit when they had to go up against teams that we maybe underestimated when they were going into the competition.
Yeah, I sort of agree with Avenger in the sense that, you know, a lot of these top dogs, they come away from other tournaments with huge wealths of international experience. And also one thing that benefits them, I feel, is like it's not a case of constant rotating lobbies throughout a day or something like that. It's a set group here, especially in this first stage, that they can focus down on, and it kind of deletes some of that variance. Even if they're not super used to playing against some of these guys, they're not having to worry about another team coming in and causing some chaos on rotations or fights or locations they're going to pick up. So they can assess nicely how they're going to approach the group properly.
So we'll take a look at our group in a bit, but first let's take a look at the schedule for tonight. This is what you can expect: 6 games. I hope that you are ready. We're going to be bringing you all the PUBG fun throughout the night, and you'll have a chance to see these teams perform. Of course, we're here for the next 4 days for this week, so you'll get to see them as well as we continue through the course of the weekend. But this is how we plan to start the show. And then, how do the points work? You know the rules already, but we'll break it down for you one more time. Avenger, this is how it goes: placement points, but obviously if you finish 9th or below, you're going home with nothing after that game.
Yeah, but still very kill point heavy. It's the same forward we've been knowing for some time now here. 65 to 70% of the total points available from each game is going to be coming from the kills. So still going to be a very kill focused game throughout here at PCS7.
Let's take a look now at the teams that you were going to see in Group A. And Kylaris, there's a few names here that I'm excited to see. I'm sure there's a couple of teams that you're excited to see as well, which is the standout one for you.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, you can't ignore teams like Na'Vi and Entropic being up there. Obviously, very excited to see how they're going to be performing. I think they're going to crush the competition in these group stages. Let's see how that goes, of course. But aside from that, quite honestly, I'm really excited to see Ascend here because this is a team full of veterans that we get to see on this big stage. You know, get to see It's Chris, Brexico here along for the ride as well. The dynamic duo. I really want to see how they're going to fare in this lobby and maybe push towards the later stages of this tournament.
Avenger, how about you?
Oh yeah, this is super exciting. We can't deny that Entropic is here. They're here to dominate. They are already guaranteed to go to PGC no matter what. Na'Vi is looking extremely good, almost guaranteed to go as well. But I gotta say, the one I'm looking the most at is actually Fellas, a newly formed lineup here with very well-known faces. Multiple of the guys went to Nations Cup, and yeah, that's gonna be an interesting roster here. Newly formed for PCS7, but they were looking extremely strong in the qualifiers, and I think that they can come here and really show what they're made of.
And what do you think about the slight roster shuffle over at Foot Esports? I like to bring them up because they always tend to be a topic of conversation. So what are we thinking of that little swap out that they did?
I'm hoping that this is their opportunity to strike at those top spots because I feel like this roster can eventually gain the momentum, especially with Ira kind of now lingering there as the ever-present threat available for this team to be able to push on forwards. We'll see how it progresses, though. This is a perfect opportunity for them to really kind of get their foot in the door here in not as powerful a lobby as like the top 16 guaranteed of Europe and MEA as a whole. So yeah, we'll see.
Avenger, are they going to get their foot in the door?
Yeah, I do love that we are bringing some of the toughies pun to the desk as well. Although I also love being here in the in a host sandwich in between you guys. But I'll say with Foot, there is a situation where they can do really great. But unfortunately for them, BBL have done extremely good throughout the year. So in terms of PGC points, they are sitting really strong at that guaranteed MEA spot. So Foot will practically have to win to go to PGC, or BBL not qualify to the grand finals, and then Foot getting second place. I think that's the only other chance for Foot to make it and take that MEA spot away from BBL. So let's see if they're able to. But I gotta say, we've given them some hard time throughout the tournaments throughout the year, and the roster changes that they have progressively made throughout the year have made the roster better. And now here for PCS7, I definitely think that they're gonna be the best looking Foot roster that we've seen so far this year.
You mentioned PGC points, so let's take a look at them now, because of course there's lots of points up for grabs, and if you win PCS7, you get a guaranteed spot at PGC as well. So this is what the points currently look like. However, Kylaris, there's a couple of teams that are pretty much guaranteed qualification already.
I mean, of course, you're looking at your Northern Lights, as Martin has also said, Entropic looking very, very solid as well. Likewise, FaZe Clan also in a really, really good spot. But I'll do my quick voice for you. First place, qualified to PGC. Second place, 300. Well, I'll stop for now. Yeah, so there's a real opportunity here for, technically a great upset. But I think still that first place qualified to PGC, I'm still looking at the big dogs to probably take that spot. And then kind of things slightly change, right, in terms of teams that have already potentially been locked in. So we'll see how it goes down the line.
Right.
Let's take a look now. These are the teams so far. You can see exactly what Kylaris was talking about. Some of them have pretty much secured their spots, Avenger, but there are some teams that are going to have to work really hard, and the pressure is going to be on them slightly more because they know that this is their last shot. Yeah,
so there's two things that I want to take away from this. Is I really hope that it's not any of the current top 6 that wins PCS7, just for the sake of, shaking up the leaderboard in general, because that would be lovely to see a team like Bystanders, and Foot win the whole thing, just so they're gonna push it up. But I will say this: NLT and Tropic FaZe Clan, they are guaranteed to go to PGC. Like, I don't see 5-6 teams passing FaZe Clan at this point, so the top 3 is pretty much cemented. Really interesting with obviously Na'Vi with the current form. There's no way I don't see them going to PGC as well. For me, the big one is who of ENCE, Polish Power, Heroic, those teams that are currently on 6th, 7th, 8th place is going to be going on. Are they going to be able to lock in their spot for the grand finals here for PCS7? Because that is really, really important. That is the only way for them to either defend their current top 8 spot and their road to PGC, or for them to potentially deny some other teams that are chasing them. So that's potentially something that we're going to see develop throughout this weekend here, to see some of those teams being denied if they're in a rough spot.
So I saw that a light bulb went off. Kylaris wanted to chat, but we can't do that. So we'll have to chat later because we are jumping into the first game. Jarasar, Toby, where are we dropping?
We are hopefully not dropping on top of one another. It is game one. As we've said, there are 32 teams in this tournament. Some of these teams might not have played against one another in this specific combination of 16 before. But regardless, Joro, this is going to be absolutely phenomenal.
Exactly right, Toby. The playoff stage now happening for real. 4 o'clock to 10 o'clock playing path to get us started. Millie Island circles, as much as we love them in esports, a little bit less likely here in game number one. Most of these teams, of course, all of these teams will know the drop patterns of everybody else. The coaches will have even been discussing them. So I'm not expecting anything too drastic in terms of drop locations. Maybe the odd vehicle being stolen, but that's about it. A lot of new faces in this lobby and a lot of familiar faces on different teams as well, Zoe. That's going to be fun.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good time all around. I am seeing 63 on the server, and as far as my eye can see, it's the fellas up towards Georgia Paul who are only dropping in with 3. So, well, I mean, you know how it is. Martin hyped them up in the pre-show, and there you go. Analyst curse to start things off with. Unfortunate circle, though, as center as can be to kick this one off. So despite them only being 3 up, they should have, alongside with, well, everyone else really, a pretty straightforward rotation to the first one.
Yeah, rotation itself shouldn't be too difficult. Starting without Michael, though, who's a world champion, let's not forget. I'm looking forward to seeing how the fellas do in the tournament as a whole. And I think they will be one of the teams that impresses. Time will tell, though. We've got plenty of games to decide that. Group A and Group B over the next 4 days as well. There's going to be a lot of PUBG to cover. I'm a little bit glad we're starting with a pretty chill central circle and we're not going full 11 out of 10 from game one. You know what I mean?
We have lately been getting a lot of that where, you know, it's not, it's you would think at least it's tough enough to start off this new stage of the tournament where you get kind of bunched up against teams you don't have the most playing experience against. You've barely even figured out where do these teams land and whatnot. And then you have an absurd first set of circles to kick things off. It doesn't exactly make things any easier. But Joel, one thing that you and I talked about in the while waiting to get today's game started, and one thing that I think is pretty interesting to mention here is because we now have so many different stages before the grand final of this tournament. There are so many teams, and this goes for both Group A and Group B, that are what we like to call feast or famine teams that can go out in one day and absolutely butcher everyone else to then follow it up with a 5-point total day. And I think those teams are going to be the ones to really look out for here in, especially in the group stages for eliminations as well. But for especially here, a team like Polish Power, a team like really, I mean, we heard them. Kylaris mentioned them as well. Ascent, a team that could go out, absolutely frag out the first day and then do nothing. But will that first frag day be enough? That's what I'm worried about.
And then you also have the teams that, you know, reset in the middle of a day where a team gets 2 or 3 points on Miramar Erangel and then suddenly wins 2 out of 3 chicken dinners on the other map. Like, we've seen that happen before as well, right? And with so many... not necessarily fresh faces, but with so many different teams and different combinations of players in the lobby, it makes it that much harder for us to work out which combinations of players are more likely to pop off. And the honest answer is we don't know, but luckily we've got an analyst desk to sort all that out for us.
that's we just go, oh, someone shot someone, and that's what we do. The whole analytical aspect, they've
got the host sandwich. They can deal with that sort of stuff. We're just the disembodied voices in your head while this beautiful scene plays out.
So now we talked fellas, we talked Ascent. We just mentioned Polish Power, all teams that have, I mean, especially for Polish Power as of late, proven their worth and their capabilities against the higher echelons of PUBG teams. So one team to mention as well, to me, is Austrian Force. Oh, let's hold that thought for a second as Chris spots a rotation on by. That is your PUC team making their way on through. But to me, Austrian Force, despite the fact that they don't actually have any Austrian players,
They're the mercenaries.
they are the rental soldiers for Austria. Soccer, Vasco, Silas, and Pains. I'm curious to see what they can get done here as well. Vasco, Silas, we know, I mean, have
Amazing.
played absolutely phenomenal for, well, forever. Soccer, Pains still, I feel like, has somewhat of a proving ground to go through before they're up there to the same extent. But I want to see what
Sure.
this bunch of four can do.
We don't talk about Nations Cup here. That's not what we do. Definitely not. But they are good enough to be there for a reason. They're some of the best players in the world, and it's. I get the feeling that in these games, as we see Silas take a couple of pot shots, maybe hollow, not ideal on that DMR, but we'll sort that out in a sec. I think we're going to see a lot of good teams with really good players, Toby, be less familiar with rotation patterns. Because different teams are in the lobby, and because of that, there'll be two top teams that face each other in phase 1 or phase 2. One of them will die and will go, oh, but that top team finished in 16th place. Yeah, but it's only because they encountered one of the strongest teams in the lobby in the first 10 minutes of the game. So I reckon we're going to see a couple of those today.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You can see here BBL trying to find a foothold somewhere, but all we're looking at right now is Austrian Force, and you go, wait, what is that? We just saw Silas on the other side of Rostock. What is... Okay, Vasco is down there. Then we have Soccer currently leaving shooting range. I mean, Austrian Force are all over the place, and I hope they get to group up. There should be a pretty simple rotation coming in from Soccer up from the north side. But Vasco right now, I mean, the further or the longer time, I should say, that they maintain split, the harder that rotation across is going to be. The only hope really is, since they have control of both the north and the south side of the river, that they will have some sort of connection point. But it's already now. I mean, there's plenty of place in between them.
But, you know, based on what we've seen in very recent PUBG past, you know who desperately needs level 3 gear and an AWM in the early game before they've had to fight anyone? Navi.
Yeah.
Oh my god, this I can see this slowly snowballing into a bloodbath in their favor if they rotate right.
Oh, the bait worked out perfectly. Thendalos pulling up alongside Quetpan. While doing so, Verbiton was, oh, there's a free kill on a team pulling up on me, but nope.
No.
Marco and Smash on the other side, ready and waiting. That is very, very well coordinated on the side of BBL.
Super sneaky play there. I absolutely love it as well. You see in scrims all the time, if you spot an opportunity for a cheeky free point, you take it, right? So if you're emulating that for an enemy and they're not used to playing against you that much and they instantly grab that was just really well set up. I have to be honest, that was delightful. Good start.
They stopped early, they scouted, they checked it out, they saw that there were people about, and then they set up a good trap, and well, I mean, I should say they pulled it off perfectly. A lot of teams trying to maintain their splits at least for a little while longer until we see the next circle. Entropic coming in from the southeast here, looking forward. They have caught Ascent in a split. Question is whether they're aware of it. Now shots are being fired, so Ascent is, well, if they weren't already, then well aware that they have players sitting up on the U-Hill Forest.
Yeah, I think Ascend are in a decent place at the moment, and Tropic are unlikely. I mean, never say never, but I think they're unlikely to want to crash that compound in phase 1. They're just sort of checking out, are they shooting at anyone else? Are there any other teams nearby that we need to be aware of? Just get a little bit of a lay of the land and listen to where they're shooting and who's shooting back at them to get a bit more info, and they'll continue their rotation. The big question on a lot of lips of these teams right now is whether the circle is going to be going north or south of the river. And I'm actually a little surprised that we don't see maybe a second team on the outskirts of Rozhok waiting to insta-rotate north or south. I think there's only one player in Rozhok at the moment, and everyone's sort of staying out of the center of this zone. So phase 2 here will give us a lot of information about how this game will unfold.
I think issue in that regard becomes that the plane was so center, right? It flew right over the middle of the map, and if you don't land center, you're just not gonna opt to go in there early on. I mean, you have no clue what's happening in and around there, and there's really, I mean, if you look at the kind of terrain around Rozhok, unless if you already have a state on the north or the south side, to which you would already be fine, there is not really a way to scout it without, well, very much risking your life to try and obtain that info, and that's, I think that's just too early. So sit out, play on the edge, wait for that next circle to pop, and then once you see where that one heads, you're playing accordingly.
you don't exactly want to be somewhere like Water Tower Hill either, because even though you've got the high ground on everyone around you and you've got that scouting information, there's about 15 different directions that can shoot you back. And when everyone's trying to get a decent position in circle and scouting for information, you can be sure that there'll be 5 different teams with DMRs looking to snipe you if you end up there. So it is definitely a tricky place to play.
A lot of teams split right now, and I'm loving it. The fact that all these teams have managed to not only get a foot in, but also dare in a game 1 to go out and split the way they do. The circle centers up. This oftentimes mean that eventually we will go south. Just play the odds, go south of that river. There is, of course, the oddball that could send us north twice in a row now, but I would assume that we're going south, and I'm looking down towards school and apartments. There is room for plenty of teams, and I think a lot of teams, as we see right here, are headed in that direction.
Yeah, I think everyone is piling in now. They realize that it's more likely to go south than far more likely, to be fair, although the river is still in, and we are fighting tooth and nail for this position. Na'Vi, First Blood, Iceboy, and Notwaf going down. I think GDE are going to have to reconsider this. Killstill is still so far away alongside Zamel. There has to be a plan B here. They can't go back.
Yeah, nope, there's no way they get to stake around. Na'Vi full speed pull up is what they go for, and it works out perfectly. They now have full control of school and apps. Not only is Melman sitting center circle, but he's doing it with an Orm. That's gonna be shooting a lot in moments to come. Brexco, down he goes, unfortunately, out in the open. We saw there was a knock on a teammate player from Ascent before, fortunately. They did manage to get that player back up, but Brexco, a little worried here that he is not going to get back up on his feet.
It's an awkward position, unfortunately, for someone to go down in, and Lucarux will be able to aim true, I suspect, and that should be that. Watertown is an interesting play here because it's notoriously difficult if you get further in to get vehicles and move out, right? Like, there are only so many places you can hide a car, and that means the number of angles that someone has to watch to stop you from getting out of Watertown safely, it's not that many. A team can have you on lockdown. The whole point, though, is that everyone is so focused on gaining position, hopefully no one's going to be camping them out just yet. If this was phase 4 or 5, I'd be super worried. But as it stands, this should be okay.
Oh, there's the Orm. Fortunately, it's not QB who gets knocked, because as you can see on the minimap in your bottom right corner, he has opted to go up to what some like to call the doghouses on the hill just south of the apartments. So Grooks, though, should be pretty straightforward rest. I mean, for Ascent, they are well aware who they're sharing these apartments with. Issue is they can't fully commit to try and get the kills, and look at that instantly again. Alio with the Orm. I said it, get him in the middle of the whole thing, and he will start shooting, and he has done exactly that.
Yeah, Na'Vi were not afraid to hit the ground running. You saw the way that they came into school. One of the things that makes Na'Vi such a terrifying team is that you often, if everyone's running into the same location at once, right, you end up having a whole bunch of 1v1s. And if you win more than one of those 1v1s, your team gets a big advantage. Na'Vi are just great at recognizing those clutch moments and winning those 1v1s. Very, very seldom do we see them not survive as a team of 3 or 4 when they take an engagement like that. They know how to crash these compounds in a way that they keep each other covered, and they're so good at maintaining themselves through to the end game. Jeez.
There you go.
Elliot
finds 1, finds 2. This is huge. Not only, of course, I mean, yes, you get some damage. Yes, you will probably be more favored by the analyst when we see the total damage dealers come the end of the game. But for Na'Vi, they just, while they didn't get any kills off of it, they find knocks on 2 separate teams in 2 locations that could potentially be their next go-to spot, depending on where the circle goes in just about 10 seconds time. So if they see those teams now fighting on the kill feed, they know where to go because they know where they were. Let's see what happens. How spicy are we? And we do. Oh my Lord.
I'm not sorry. I'm absolutely not sorry.
The worst thing is, I can't tell you whether this is going to go south or north next circle, but no one was expecting this. There were 2 teams that were hoping for it, and they got it.
Oh, and this is absolutely beautiful. BBL. Did you see how Code Marco against the second player?
Wow.
He did damage to extent. I think it was extent. He did damage to extent and then unpeaked, trusting his teammate to finish the knock on the drive-by, and he did. That was beautiful coordination from BBL, and they are getting some decent points on the board here. But all of these teams who a minute ago were all running south, they're having to backtrack on themselves now. This is about to get mega chaotic.
Yeah, this is not good at Oh, let's see. Na'Vi, well, again, they saw the shot early. They knew who they were shooting at, but are they ready for the pull-out coming through? Example, shoots through, not gonna connect anything, at least not initially. Kasu still alive and kicking now, though. The peek comes around the side, does get him second time around, but Jeeves is there to find Uber.
So Na'Vi suffering their first casualties of the game so far, trying to go into that East Rozhok position. We were talking about Rozhok being a staging base for whether teams wanted to go north or south. They weren't ready to commit in that previous circle, but it looks like it's more of a strategic option for teams now. Uber down, 3 members of Na'Vi still to go, and they will be sharing this position with at least 3 other teams.
And of course, for those of you guys who may be confused to see James Clip, Art and Company playing under different colors, that is the state of their current situation. So the Overpeakers are your former Team Liquid lineup, in case people haven't been following the PUBG Esports news as of late.
They don't overpeak that often though. Don't let the team name fool you there.
But now
they're
they have
pretty good,
to.
guys.
Now they have
know
to.
what
Now
they're
they gotta
doing.
commit to the name, you know.
They have to peak like the same angle 5 times.
Now it's just part of the rules. Ali peeks on over. Damage done towards one of the SM players, and Mecha will fall down. Frag able to get him. Chris full speed into the water he goes, but will be safe at least for the time being.
Just having a little bit of a dip. Kill Yakai and It's Chris, the only 2 players left, unfortunately, for Ascend Club in this first game. This is a team where the pedigree of all the players is not being questioned at all. They are all phenomenal players in their own right. The question has always been, what do we think in terms of the way they play together and the way they rotate relative to other teams? Because if they get it just right, they can easily be top 3. But they do have to get it all right. They have to line everything up, and that is so difficult to do in a game of PUBG.
I feel like that's a storyline for quite a few of these teams. There are so many like kind of on the cusp teams playing in the... Oh my god, we actually went north. Back-to-back north. We said it could happen. We said there was a small chance that we would indeed go up here, but not only are we going north, but we are headed into no man's land. That entire ridge line had got limited to no cover whatsoever. And the fact that BPL, if they want to, get to stay in Rozhok and look north, no one can play the entire southern ridge north of the water. We're limiting play space by such a big margin now.
This is rough for all of the teams that committed to any position south of Rozhok, if I'm being perfectly honest. And even the teams that are in Rozhok right now, they're going to be looking at this river here. There you go. We can see Austrian Force trying to move their way through, and they're struggling because it's low ground. It's low ground either side of the river. It kind of has to be. Geography sort of works like that. So how are you going to get down across the river and back up the other side without every man and his dog shooting you in this lobby? You can't. This is the struggle that 3 or 4 teams are going to be dealing with right now.
GDE thought they were safe to make a rotation on forward, but they did not account for Kiliakai still being left behind on the southern side. Let's see Friendship. Spots 1, spots 2, goes for the second. Damage done, but not enough to find the knock. QBE, as a matter of fact, from within the car, is going to be the one to find the knock. Uno goes down as well. Just Heaviness left alive. And Ungrind in trouble here to kick things off.
Yeah, and Ungrind not really in a position to revive their teammates, unfortunately. Here we go. Molotov and Arctics pushing into the house that Ketpa is on top of. Molotov going down to try and buy himself a little bit of time, but the rest of BBL not yet in a position to adequately defend. Ketpa goes down to 1 HP, using the first aid to get up onto the roof. Needs to avoid the follow-up frag grenade.
I like this timing from Navi as well, trying to utilize the fight going on to make the play on forward. Kilikai will go down. Heaviness will die too, so Ungrind out in 15th now. Fight started to pop off everywhere on the map. Code Marco trying to come down to help, but shot from behind by James once against Overpeakers. Always there to be a nuisance to the teams trying to take the fight inside of Rozhok.
Oh, and this is what we were talking about, having to swim across the river. Austrian Force have basically camped out Navi here, but because they made noise, it means that another team is now camping them out, and they're underneath one of the bridges. They've got the troll maneuver, the troll position, and they're going to be fine where they are now, but they're not going to be fine phase 5 or phase 6 unless it goes hard south.
Yeah, I complimented Navi for the timing, and the rotation seems to be like they didn't exactly work the way they would have wanted it to. Thought they were going to be safe in the crossing, but Austrian Force there, ready and waiting. And there you go, Alia falls down as well. Silas able to find him. Navi out in 14.
We're doing a good job of circle cursing and caster cursing basically everyone in this lobby this game, and I am loving it. Just when you thought a center circle meant a nice quiet game, folks, think again. PCS7 is delivering us an absolute firecracker to start, and then we go back to nice chill donut circles, because we're gonna pretend this has been nice and calm.
Worst thing is, nice chill donut circle ain't really that nice and chill when you're in this area of the map. We still got the water, and we still got the south side in to some extent, and we have, again, this big open hillside leading up towards the north. It is such a tough area to have to fight your way through. Pink up on the north side will have to make the way in. Football is now making a play. Iro the first to make that play himself. We saw video as of late. It seemed to me like there was a hand injury on one of the players, and now Iro stepping up to the plate. Was initially only going to be here as a coach, but now here's a player as well.
I mean, I have some scary memories of Iro. I just imagine, send him in 1v4, don't worry about it, see you later. That was Killstill, by the way, coming in on the edge of the circle in the southeast, so Clib from the Overpeakers will be able to put that one to bed. It was just a solo player, and now we look and see who is going to come into what is basically a large open area for Phase 5. Only 12 teams left alive, and I think by the time this circle closes, Toby, it's going to be a couple fewer as well.
You would have to think so. Let's see. Ali, nope, doesn't even go forward. The worst thing being he hits the car trying to get away from there. Ivers, the one to find the kill, so that one's stolen. Keep track of those along the tournament as well, because so many points in these tournaments come from teams managing to steal away kills from others. Let's see, Entropic, you see them over the hilltop. Once they realize where they are, nades are going to be flying on in. Smoke's being popped now just to try and grant you some sort of cover where there's none. But this is the hill that I was talking about before. So scarce with cover.
This is this is borderline ridiculous. You're gonna have to have about 25,000 smokes to survive to the end of the game here. It's only the 21-minute mark. Pink Venom, they're getting a couple of decent hits onto Riz, and actually a really nice follow-up nade as well means that he almost certainly can't be res without massive risk. Anonym, the last player left alive, and that personalized red zone means that Project Underdog are out of the game.
Yep, out they go. Smash trying to stay put with a dual barrel shotgun, finds one, swaps over to the AR, headshot return though, speaks over second time around and gets Molo. What a great play from Smash, stays afloat, but look at this, the circle is coming in Phase 5, it's gonna tank like hell. Marco staying alive as well, finding the final player. So Exalt out of this one. BBL gets stay alive.
10 kills for Big Boss Life Esports right now as well. Remember when Smash and Code Marco were competing to see who could get the most kills in a tournament? It looks like that version of BBL has shown up here as well. On board with the Overpeakers, trying to push together into this Wizard Tower. Unfortunately, Clip, the only one alive after the initial crash. He's safely in the ground floor, but I'm not sure Vard and Mixie are in positions to be revived.
Nope, Ivers, they're already pushing forward to this position. Now Clip gets spotted inside. Clear cut execution from Ivers. They knew what they were dealing with, and they do so in style. Second team eliminated as well. That's Pink Venom out in Entropic. Starting off strong here as well. They're wounded. They're down to 2, but they've got 11 kills already.
I want to give so much credit to oh wow,
Chris
instant kill. And that was 2 shots, by the way. Both of them headshots from It's Chris, immediately taking Entropic out. But I want to give Entropic huge props. I'm going to finish that thought because they were great. Think about how many teams were on that massive side of the hill, Toby, where there was basically no cover. And Entropic out-survived God knows how many teams. And that's why they got double-digit kills before they were eliminated. They seriously made the most of that situation.
Sure did. BBL, 3 alive into the water. We go, not really too much else you can do. Get underwater, try and swim your way across.
No.
And I mean, they're well aware that Austrian Force are here. They didn't want to take the fight in the open because you can see how much other teams would be able to see them. They have 1 rock to go to, and you're not going to get there. Not in time, that's for sure. Austrian Force, they're ready and waiting.
And this is going to be rough. Code Marco out. Oh, hang on a second. Iro. Of course we're going to trust Iro to third party this. Will Smash be able to get behind cover in time? Just about. Fender lost. Half drowned as well. It looks like BBL survived. I don't know for how much longer, but that was a timely intervention from Foot.
Yeah, 1 Turkish player helping out the others. That's just the way it's gonna be. Austrian Force in trouble now, realizing that multiple teams are here, and every second they spend trying to get back up together is time BBL is spending to try and push further forward.
So Phase 6, only the tiniest sliver of land on the south side still here. It doesn't matter what kind of crazy southern shift we get, we know we're eventually going to be on the north side now. Austrian Force have the most versatile position on the bridge, but at the same time, they need to get themselves north as well. Otherwise, Pink Pony just get into a better and better position in terms of camping that, and that's why they need to eliminate BBL. They want to play back spree.
Ibro comes up initially and goes, oh guys, I'll help you out. As soon as they peek in, yeah, nope, never mind, scratch that. I'm going to take you out as well. And he's continuing exactly where he left off. This guy has been out of the PUBG scene for a while, and he comes back in swinging. Football is looking stronger than ever. And again, take into consideration that Ibro, not even the supposed player on the team, fragging out from the northwest side of the circle.
Godrow is Godrow for a reason, and yeah, coming back, reminding us all of the glorious days when he was absolutely stomping face in these lobbies. It looks like he's just picking up where he left off, like he stopped playing yesterday is what it looked like here, and I'm hoping to see a lot more. Final 4 teams now, by the way. Yep. This is going to be a very exciting finish. Really unusual place to end the game as well.
I mean, phase 6, and we only have 15 alive. It is unheard of, especially for that first game where you think people are slowing things down, playing it careful, but they just haven't been spaced. To Pink Pony and Team Elite were the only 2 teams really up on the north side when they initially headed up towards the north. That's why we only see Team Elite with 1 kill so far. They haven't really had a chance to aggress because all the fighting has been happening on the south side. Now Dead peeks on over spots too, but is he ready for the fight? No, he's not.
Oh, and that is a good trade, though. To be fair, Lyron and Dead both going down there. We'll be getting used to saying that a lot more. Dead was alive, is now down. Foot Esports trying their best to hold on. They have got the low ground here, unfortunately, against Elite, who have the high ground. But 2 of their number are already down, and Weston is struggling to find a good angle to come in on. Still manages to get another knock onto Scream, but that's going to be it. Foot Esports eliminated, and now the Pink Ponies smell a wounded animal.
Yep, nice attempt from Weston to buy some time to stay alive, but not going to happen. Sabila now over the top spots. One's actually going to be Haga to find the first one. Down below him, finds the second, though. Silas from the side finds 1-2, so the third party comes through. Nice knock from Austrian Force. They were sitting underneath the bridge for a long time, but now they know what to deal with. Now they know that there's just 1 more team left to take.
Austrian Force had to be very careful with their position. It's annoying when you're playing under the bridge. You have a great position on anyone crossing, but at the same time, you can't move yourself because everyone on top is watching you. So picking the moment when Pink Pony was third partying to come out means that they have a good shot at winning this fight. The first knock as well, ultra important here. And that second one is massive from Zocker. It's now a 4v2. Austrian Force are in pole position to take this game.
We wanted to see what Austrian Force could do to kick things off today, and I think they're showing it right here. Hagatori down to blue. He goes, they're not even gonna try. Deny. Austrian Force victorious with 6 kills in game number 1.
Absolutely beautiful way to finish that. So much of that game from Austrian Force was patience, waiting for their opportunity from under the bridge. How many minutes did they actually spend above it at the end of the game? Like 1.5? They had to wait for so long, but they seized their chance so well.
And to take into consideration that we saw how they dropped. We saw how split they were with Vasco all the way down south. 1 player in Rostock. They had 1 in Severny and 1 on the north side. They were all over the place. Phase 1, I questioned their ability to regroup, to get going, but then they took the Hail Mary sent underneath the bridge. Amazing play from them start to finish.
That's going to be a fun one for the analyst to piece together. But Austrian Force, the winners in game number 1. Spectacular finish in an unusual part of the map as well. Ladies and gents, back over to you.
Well, that was a fun way to start the group stages for PCS7. The moment that circle shifted north, it was chaos, Kylaris. Absolute chaos.
Yes, it was. There were not many people or teams gambling for that north side. 2 in particular, OG as well as the Elite, trying to go for that, and it did kind of pay off for especially the Elite. But the thing I'm most impressed about is those kind of wide rotates that we see. And actually, obviously, the Austrian Force going for an extreme send towards that bridge location to be able to get themselves this victory eventually. It was definitely kind of the winning play. And I love to see kind of these very decisive moves pay off in the end, like 15 minutes down the line, because they knew exactly what they had to do in that moment.
We're taking a look now at the winning team. Of course, Austrian Force takes the chicken dinner, and Avenger not necessarily the top 4 teams we were expecting to see in this first game.
No, really unusual actually. We didn't see any of the teams that we've been talking about, some of the teams that have been in multiple grand finals throughout the year. So it's nice to see, really happy to see Austrian Force actually being able to pull this off here, obviously with Vasco and Silas, 2 guys that have been in the scene for a long time, and Paints and Soccer that we're able to see at the Nations Cup represent Germany. So them to start here, it's not a huge chicken dinner in terms of kills, but I will say this, them being so focused on trying to make sure that they have as many players as possible alive towards the end, secured them this win here to be able to outman everyone else here. So it's really good, but insane to see how top heavy that end of the leaderboard was.
If you take a look now at the kills from the last match, and this is the thing, right? Entropic, Pick Ponies, as well as BBL, they got massive points there from their kills, and you can see that with Smash and Ivis taking that first and second spot. This is what it's going to come down to. That super aggression plays in their favor, Avenger.
Yeah, for sure. And on top of that, you know, not that much damage. But again, I will say with this end here, how it hard shifted on the north side and have the river still being such a big part of it, it is really hard to plan like that. We saw Circle 2 and 3. The vast majority of the teams were on the south side. It was only, I believe, Foot and Team Elite was on the north side, still kind of trying to figure out how they were going to get on the south side if it shifted away. But then it shifted on the north side, and they were able to put themselves into great spots. But Austrian Force, they outsmarted them. And then you can see all the other teams, they're like, okay, we might not be able to win this game, but let's try to get as many points as possible and just try to eliminate as many players as we can throughout this one.
We're taking a look now at the Austrian Force player up against the BBL one, that head-to-head comparison. But really, it is, of course, this gent that we need to talk about. Smash from BBL Esports, Carlos.
Man, Smash, if you actually kind of put this guy, kind of pin him in a corner, he is gonna bite. And we saw that here throughout this game. I mean, ultimately...
So smart, that one.
Yeah, it was going to be difficult for them to try and deal with the situation they found themselves in Rozhok once that circle shifts north. But Smash is the perfect guy to have in those moments when it's like, okay, this is going to be difficult. Let's try and salvage the situation here. Let's get some kills off the back of that. And as Martin, you were talking about with that engagement that he was taking there, very impressive mechanically.
We're now going to be getting ready to move into the next game. But before we do that, I do want to chat a little bit about what we just saw, because obviously I think the shift played a big role. I wasn't expecting Avenger that much aggression in the first game. I actually thought everyone was going to be a bit passive. Obviously, the circle decided against it. Were you expecting aggression with or without the circle shifts?
Yeah, I think especially the teams that have been playing here and how they've been scrimming, they've been super focused on these skills. And now, as I was saying, we were looking at the points, 65 to 70% of the points from each game come from kills. So the teams are going to be super focused on that. And especially here, the earlier they're able to realize that they're not able to win the game, that they can then turn around and then focus only on kills rather than placement, then that's where we really see these teams excel. And you could definitely tell that some of the teams are only focusing on kills in a game like this when you have a circle that shifts so far away from you. And that's just a part of how this circle kind of ends, where it's practically impossible to get into late game and get into those, you know, top 4, top 5 placement points where it starts racking up a lot higher.
Carlos, do you think that that's a good strategy when you just go for kills? If you're a team like BBL or Entropic, where you know that 9 times out of 10 where you put your crosshair is going to ensure a headshot, or is it a little bit risky?
It ain't too bad, is it? When it comes to being able to kind of soak in those kills wherever you can. For me, it's all about the big macro plays and how people are going to be able to either find themselves the room that they need to work with or not. If we look at Austrian Force from this game, for example, even their initial split, even their initial start on this circle where it's kind of 50-50 on the river where it's going to go, they're in a huge 1-1-2 split. And that split could potentially be exploited down the line. We'll see if that comes to fruition, but getting the win here is a great start for them off placement, never mind anything else that's going on.
It is only the first game. We've already had tons of fun, a few crazy moments. I love it when everything just goes to hell in a handbasket, and that's what happened when the circle shifted. I'm hoping for it in map number 2. Will I get it? I don't know. We'll have to see after this. Welcome back to PCS7 for Europe. The group stages are underway. We've seen the first game. And of course, you're taking a look at the very sleek and stylish desk that we have here. Kylaris and Avenger looking sleek and stylish. You know what else is sleek and stylish? Speedy and a joy to drive as well. It is, of course, your very own McLaren GT, which you can now go make in PUBG Battlegrounds right now. If you do that, though, make sure you keep this tab open because you don't want to miss any of the chaos we just saw. It's going to happen all over again in game number 2. I liked how I tied in the sleek and stylish and compared both of you to a sports car.
Yeah.
I hope I get brownie points for that later. Maybe not. I mean, there was a couple of things in there that I feel like you might twist. So we'll discuss that at another time. And now, as we move into that second game, when you look at these teams, what are some of the teams? What are they going to take away? Someone like Pink Pony, just keep riding, keep going forward with the way they were doing, Kylaris?
I think that technically their first foray into the battlegrounds here was fantastic. They start their campaign all the way down in Novo. They were one of the teams that made that west wide rotate when it came to the circle shifting north. And considering that they found a good, chunk of land to work with and were able to blast out of control towards those very ending moments, I'm pretty impressed with their first start here. So I want to see more controlled rotations, quite like they were. I don't mind the wide rotations at all, and if we continue to see that, yeah, I'm excited for them.
Avenger, anyone else in the lobby, when you look at them, you think, maybe you need to change up what you were doing in game number 1?
It's hard to say with a circle that ends like this, that ends up going on the north side of the river, because it's a small chance. There's the guys are betting on it's going to be like a 20 or 30% chance, so they're playing the statistical chance that it's going to go south. They're trying to set up the game for what is the most likely to happen, right? But it's definitely something you can take away from these teams where, okay, they're actually getting these macro plays where they're able to make a big rotate, get into some good spots, and actually turn it around for them. But I can't really say too much in terms of that, because when you have a kind of spectacular circle ending like this, where it's the lower chance of the circle going in a really rough spot for most of the teams, as I said it before, 14 of the teams when the circle was about to pop was on the south side. 2 of the teams, Foot Esports, Team Elite, they were on the north side, but really, really far out on the edges, basically getting ready to drive down south, depending on where it ended up being, right? And then Joro came into the picture and destroyed the party, saying north, 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 and he summoned it up on the north side. So yeah, unfortunate for that situation to happen. But yeah, it's always a lovely ending to have, where you have this bridge and hard terrain, because again, in 2017, we had this huge nerf to water. It takes 10 seconds to drown. When you're drowning, you're getting 10 damage per second, right? So you can't really hide in the water anymore. So you have to play around the rocks and the bridges. And that's what Austrian Force, they're able to turn out and actually do really well and win the game by doing so.
It's all Jara's fault. That's what we got from that, Avenger. Nice one. Carlos, as much as we spoke about some of the, and this is a conversation that's happening with any PUBG fan, is that this is quite tough for some of the newer, maybe lesser known teams as well. But on the other hand, I think that this is really great for them. The opportunity to go into a lobby with a Na'Vi and play up against them. Do you think that's only going to benefit these newer teams? Because that's an experience they might not have had before.
I think it's a benefit a few tournaments down the line, but I don't think it's a benefit at this moment in time. If Navi's able to set up, get control of situations, they're going to pound you. It's going to be difficult to be able to deal with. So they've got to look out these new teams.
The new teams. I mean, the lesser known team. What?
Yes.
You know what I meant. But now we are moving into game number 2. Joe, Toby, this one's on you.
Thank you so much, Sam. Joro, I'm thinking back over this previous absolute crazy game we just saw, and how we started out the whole thing by going, oh, nice simple plane path. Oh, look at the first circle. Yeah, it's always so tough when the circles in the first game are really bad, because you're already dealing with where the teams land, what the teams do. And well, I guess that last game was just one long curse of everything and everyone on it. Fortunately now 64 people on the server, and yet again, unless if you're a hard to commit Kameshki looting team, then you should have pretty decent opportunities in where you want to loot.
Look, I don't mind if they blame me. Like, blaming me for the circles, that's completely fine. I'll circle whisper these guys to the most interesting possible locations. I want to see a lot more of it, and I think
I've never casted a Sarky ending.
Oh,
I'm just throwing that one in there now.
5 to 10 o'clock here. I think a Zarky ending is pushing it a little bit, Toby.
What do you mean?
I will do my best. I'll do my best to get you one this tournament. It just won't be this game. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I think this is the best chance we're gonna get, though. And Foot already up there. I mean, they came off strong in the previous game. They might as well get themselves a proper in the city of Saki ending. Mega spotting Kazoo. He's all away vehicle. Mega, he's got one of his own. Right, not sure who's trespassing where, but didn't get Saki. Fair enough, we did go west, though. This time around, teams again, plenty of space to maneuver, plenty of space to make their way towards this first circle. Curious to see, though, Joro. You got Entropic down southeast, you got Puck there too, and you got Team Elite, Navi, all having to kind of pearls on a string make their way into this first circle. I know Navi to be a team to not hurry to get into phase one. I wouldn't be surprised to see them, maybe not where they are right now, but just somewhere a bit further ahead, try and set up an ambush for teams coming their way.
I love this screen, by the way. I think it's possibly my favorite screen, the one we were just on. It's like the world's most difficult version of Guess Who.
Yeah. Is it a man?
With PUBG players? Oh, okay, yeah. And it's like, are they clean shaven? Yes. Okay, we eliminate
we have
four people.
4 people. Yeah.
If we did it with casters, it would be great. Right? But I think with the players, that's a hard game to play.
It is, and there's difficult. A lot more people on this board than the one that I've seen in Guess Who games in the past. So it would be pretty difficult. Looking at all the faces now, there aren't a lot of blonde people either. So it's just, if you get, like the blonde person with facial hair, you're probably going to lose pretty fast. But if you have, if you have the dark hair, no facial hair, then you're gonna be good for a while.
Do they look angry?
They probably all. Okay. Yeah. Other than Tix was smiling. I like that. Seems like a happy
he's always smiling.
Yeah.
There are a couple of players where it feels like they've never been angry in their life, and you just want to squeeze their cheeks, and they're great, but they're stone cold killers in game. Don't get us wrong.
You know what? In the commercial or in the ad just before game 2 here, I once again saw the partnership with Assassin's Creed, which I think is phenomenal because Assassin's Creed is, if PUBG is my favorite game, Assassin's Creed the entire series is probably right behind them, while obviously not being competitive to the same extent. I would love to see, and I wouldn't, but this is, I mean, if they had been really smart about advertising this, right? Think about how many hay bells there are in a Rankle and Miramar.
Sure, yeah, okay.
Imagine if only when wearing Assassin's Creed outfit, you can just jump into the hay bells and hide.
No. Oh, dude, that would be. And then you get like a field ending where an entire
and everyone's
squad rocks
sitting
up.
in each their hay bell. That would be a proper whack-a-mole game.
Or someone, we're not going to see it in Esports too soon, but like someone diving off a building Assassin's Creed style on Destin.
That too, yes, that
too.
Hold that thought for a second. Silas spots one and makes it. Trigger happy. Found one. Unfortunately, found James 2, and the issue is they're being shot at, but it seems to me like you should be able to get James to safety. They're all right. They just, they got the jitters. They're. I mean, could you argue that James over-peaked?
We're gonna play that one on James, are we? Yeah, maybe. Just a little bit too much in the peak department, unfortunately.
That's what happened.
It will survive with all 4.
They're all good. They're all set. Austrian Force again. I mean, we heard Calera talk about it during the death segment before. They were splitting wide early on, and potentially it would get punished later on. Well, it only took one game for it to be punished. Silas taken out of the equation, and now for Austrian Force, Vasco alone. We are seeing Pains and Soccer make their way down towards Vasco, but for now, they still remain split.
They do indeed. It's early game. The risk isn't huge, but like you say, the split from some of the teams we saw in the last game, for example, were incredible, especially from Austrian Force, who were so split on the north side. Here we go. It's Chris at the moment, trying to get a little bit of a point on the board. Yes! There we go. That's with the holo as well onto Kasu. Absolutely delightful stuff there. And they've got that point on the board. I don't think that res is coming out.
Yeah, no. The holo SKS simply too strong. Kate now all on his own, trying to stay put. Not gonna be easy though, because as we saw before, Chris noted that there was one more in the car, and Micah is here looking for him as well.
Yep, very smart play. They're not gonna instantly descend on us and just rush in. They need to make sure to cover their angles, figure out where someone is likely to be hiding. And I think Ascend know. They're just being really cautious with the distance that they're keeping.
And they want.
Yeah, they want this player to fire at them first so they can pinpoint the location before moving in, which is so smart.
Yeah, no reason to take anything for granted. We know how skilled all these players are, regardless of whether it's one you know from an established team or if it's a player you might have never heard of coming through from open qualifiers. Everyone on this server can hit their shots when need be. And Katie, well, I'm sure that if he's presented with a freebie, he will take it as well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And this is very much a situation where they know that a member of Pink Venom is isolated right now. They would have heard other vehicles if the teammates were coming in to help Katie, right? Like, and they know this. And because of it, they know that they can afford to wait. There are some situations where if you can't pick off the player in 45 seconds, you have to leave, right? I don't think this is one of them.
You're saying that now, but look at the map. Pink Pony, I mean, they're going to be present on your minimap in just a moment as well. They're coming this way, and if they hear shots being fired,
Sure.
I mean, Brexco is going to be here in the vehicles now. He has to be aware, and I think that's why Micah is leaving to go down and fortify Brexco's position. I think they're going to let Pink Pony through. They know they still have to deal with one here. Issue is Kilyakai and Chris, they're right up by the bridge front. Like, there's nothing they can really do to avoid some sort of engagement in this. Having said that, seems to me like Pink Pony ain't going for the bridge. They're continuing for the rest of the round.
I think this is smart. So Ascend Club basically wanted to ask themselves one question. They want to know, is this teammate?
They saw it in the kill feed. They saw it in the kill feed. They know who was fighting and where the fight was taking place. And for now, Chris is able to stay put, but he's gonna spot one. Dead to rights in front of him coming his way. Hagatori, nothing he can do to stay alive there. Now Subia tries to make a play as well. Chris focusing on staying alive, and also, as you can see, constantly looking around. He knows, they know that there's still one more player from Pink Venom around, and they cannot give up the idea that he should still be nearby just yet.
That's really, really smart. They now know, of course, from the kill feed that it's two different teams. So once Pink Pony are out of the way, they now have the option of sitting here and continuing their wait for the single player that they had before.
Well, they regroup, but for a moment, we'll rotate on back. Kyria waiting on the other side. We should add to it that these, I mean, now 7 players are the only players that are not inside the next circle just yet. Everyone else is settled, split up, you know, got themselves into good positions while we're seeing what's going on down towards the southern bridge. Fade in the meantime. Here's Cobra just on the other side. Unfortunate for Cobra, I say that now. No, his spider senses tingle, forcing him away, but now he's going in the other direction. Spider sense not activated, apparently.
The worry for me is I think Fate will be able to get a knock here. I'm not but what does he do after he gets the knock? That's what I want to know. What's the plan? Flush and run? Flush and call teammates?
Or Art finds it with the bold action.
Stay. So let me know what you think about this, Toby.
I know what
yes. Could he have stayed prone and waited for the teammate to come and res?
That would have been a play, but you don't know where their teammate is coming in from. I think that's the danger of it, right? You're not sure where the player is going to be coming from. Ardo does find it. Good shot coming through. They find the flush as well. And here comes Ascend Club. Full speed forward. Not going to sit around down there any longer. Let's go on the other side. They have to come our way regardless. And now we set up the ambush on the other side. Probably not so much an ambush, more like a, well, there's only really one way you can go, guys. How long are we going to be waiting for this?
Right, yeah. Ascend here. They've decided, okay, phase 1 we can get away with going in late. We don't think anyone's camping us out, but we now want to make sure we're on the front foot. We're able to find a decent position for phase 2, because if we have to go quite far, like it is, then we want to be able to move early. And I think that's the right call. I've got no problem with that.
No. The pixel headshot barely even peeks over, and Cobra butchered with one single bullet. Great shot, Exalt, off to a good start here, finding themselves their first kill of the match. We'll see what more they can find as they start their rotation towards the circle as well. Navi, decent position they've got for themselves. Pretty center circle, still a couple of teams around them, and I think it's going to be this way for a while. But once again, similar to what we saw with them playing on School in the previous game, set up center and do damage to the teams around you so that you can get intel on who's playing from where.
This is interesting from GDE Esports. It looks like they're going to be making Ruins their home. And Project Underdog already had a 2-2 split either side of Ruins. So the fact that a team's just slotted themselves into the middle is going to be a little bit of an unwelcome surprise for them. I don't think they want to move in, but it certainly made Project Underdog's position that much more uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's never easy. I mean, you think you're splitting and you have all the room in the world, but all of a sudden you realize, wait a minute, there's now a team in between us. So what was our ability to regroup before is now not so much. Pink Pony, full speed forward they go. The Pink Venom in the meantime has one player left trying to sneak his way across. Unfortunately, while Gyria is looking for it, he ain't spotting Katie. Issue for Katie could become, where is your vehicle? He has two teammates already inside the circle. You can see them here, sitting ready and waiting on the southern side of the next circle in chopsticks. But Katie,
that's far.
Nowhere near.
Yeah, that's gonna be on them to work out, but that's fine. For a while, we almost had the two pink teams ganging up against Ascend, but Ascend are the ones now who are closest to next phase. They've spotted Dead, and therefore they're being a little bit more careful because the rest of Elite are close by, but they should be able to get into zone fine, I think. Pink Pony, though, Pink Pony need a little bit more thinking to work out what angle they want to approach phase 2.
Yeah, I mean, they have done absolutely zero scouting in regards to what is happening inside the circle. They haven't been able to hear anything either. They've been sitting on the south side all the time. So get up into the forest area and scout on forward from there. Play things slow would be the only right play for them. Dead in the meantime, not dead just yet anyway, trying to make his way through Pachinki, through the sewers, through the gutters. He drives, and well, he's gonna be safe for now, but still not quite regrouped with his team just yet.
So Pink Pony into phase 2, scouting by splitting up in the vehicles and basically waiting to see if they get shot at. They're going to stay relative edge for now because they realize it's a big risk at the moment, right? Moving further in and expecting a team to ambush you at the last second going into a compound. They do need to get themselves a high ground position, do a bit more scouting, and play things sensibly. So I love the way they're approaching this, taking it slow.
Yep. Ali,
oh dear,
peeking on over. They know where they have them. They know that he's gonna have to go for the rest eventually. Can't quite see him on the backside of the smoke there. Tries to shoot through it, not gonna get anything. Entropic split out east, waiting for that next circle to pop here as well. And here we go. Well, it's Ruins time.
Okay, this is gonna be quite fun. We've got two teams already occupying Ruins. If a third team goes in there, it's I reckon all hell is going to break loose. So that's already a tinderbox waiting to explode. So the question then becomes, what compounds outside of Ruins are people going to be rushing for? Gyria is trying to stop Itzchris from getting just there. These two teams have already fought this game, and interestingly, Mike has stopped to fight back. Pink Pony have to get out of there now.
Oh, Micah!
They're so split.
Yeah, Micah prone down, trying to dodge the bullets coming through, and the vehicles coming his way. Unfortunately, manages to do so. Issue is, with him sitting where he is, he's going to be in trouble himself. Everyone now fighting on the southern side of the Ruins area. BBL, full speed forward they go. They find one. They take one casualty, but no flush confirmed just yet. So they might just be able to get all four back up alive. And here comes Sibylla, last pony to try and make a run for it, and just not really anywhere to play from.
Now the just checking in with Katie here. Unfortunately, on that southern road, several teams have already taken the vehicles, and as a result, sadly, the rest of Pink Venom very, very close now to what is nearly a full team. I get the feeling these guys are going to be moving away, though. It doesn't look like they know that Pink Venom is though. Well, if they didn't before, they do now.
Yeah, they have a pretty good indicator that their opponents in the nearby area. Issue becomes now, those I feel like if you're Pink Venom, you don't want to take this fight, especially not now. I mean, on grind, they have to take it. The thing is, they don't know for a fact if that is just 2. If they knew, they would have probably pushed. They have an ult, they have level 3 gear, would have probably made a play. But let's see now, footballers and fellas over on the side of Everest. Miracle is there, ready and waiting on the other side. Shot comes through, Michael finds one, Miracle finds the other. 2 down from footballers instantly. Iro peeks over, can't find the first. Does find one on the second spray, though.
And the fellas are continuing to enjoy high ground advantage over Foot Esports, and I think that's going to be the difference maker here. Fellas, with a res on Miracle, will be able to continue the game with all 4 alive. So they're doing a very, very good job. Foot Esports, once that fight started, they tried to make the best of it, but the high ground advantage was just too much.
Tricky situation to be in, no doubt about it. Frenchie now down as well. Over Peekers joining in the fight here, helping out Pink Venom just a little bit. In the meantime, Ascent trying to push on forward. That's 3 down from Exalted. A second Chris now falls too, but look at the damage coming through from Kilyakai. All of them managed to stay alive, and once again, I mean, Pink Venom 2v4. They are getting a little bit of help from Over Peekers, but they're making this work.
Yeah, on Grind weren't sure how many members of Pink... They're still not sure how many members of Pink Venom there are here. They know that there are multiple players, but they don't know if it's 2, 3, or 4 right now. And maybe they've been a bit more timid in their approach. Getting next is a huge help. There's only one player left standing. But again, how much does On Grind know? Look at them. They're being very, very conservative with their approach. Heavens wondering if there's another angle. There isn't. He just has one player to focus on.
Exactly. Try to go for the flush. Wants to get it, but smart play from Next to really stay down below. Unfortunately, peeks out in the open for but just seconds. Woxy will get it, but at the loss of a player. Good info, though, for the rest of you following Pink Venom. Katie has found a car and is now by Chopsticks.
Yay!
So he will get there eventually.
Let's
Unfortunately, just short of saving Nyx.
Get there maybe in like phase 6 and casually grabs 5 kills. We'll have to wait and see. Oh, Clib. Oh, Clib. Oh, Clib. Clib. Remember, we've seen Clib do that in like moving vehicles going over bumps and hills before. So if you're going to give him like solid ground to stand on, yeah, he's going to get those.
Yeah, it's we're getting more and more bolts in the past couple of seasons, and I'm not against it at all. Kilyakai, well, could go for a shot. Might as well just lob an 8 on over there and call it quits. First shots hit. Nate does the finishing damage. Pink
Beautiful.
Pony out in 13th. Nice assess of the situation, Kilyakai. Exactly, and this is why. Don't shoot. You know you have opponents up top. If we shoot early, if I shoot now, even if I hit the first couple of shots, how long is my run going to be to the tree for cover? I will get peppered before I get to that position. So shoot,
Absolutely.
Get the kill as fast as you can, and get to cover. Really smart play from Kilyakai there.
Couple of lovely clippable moments. First clip, then Kilyakai showing us some top quality PUBG. But phase 4 has popped, and it's a minute and a half before these teams have to be moving out. It's only Kilyakai and Brexco now for Ascend, and their next rotation is rough. They either go north and walk into the overpeakers, and there's really not much ground there, as you guys can see, or they wrap all the way back around south, but they've scouted none of that area of the map. It's not a fun place to be in, sadly.
They really want to get to the position of where they just took out Pink Pony. I think that's the only play they have on the southern side here. I mean, Entropic now making the same kind of rotation in, wrapping south around that we just saw Team Elite do, that we see Team Elite still doing, and here he is. Katie hasn't really fired a single bullet the game, but arguably the players that has traveled the furthest. There you go, first nade perfectly inside the smoke. That goes down, not out just yet. That nade, though, takes him down to 1, and there he goes out. Katie back in the equation.
Katie's had a lot of time to think about getting those kills in, man. Like listening to the mixtape. Oh, actually, is there a CD player in a buggy? I'm not sure, but plenty of time, and that's paying off in spades right now. Gets a point on the board. Lovely stuff, but they still need to focus on rotating in. Getting the point is one thing. Where do you want to be at the end of phase 4? They have to worry about that.
It's gonna be open. It's gonna be hard to play from. Fortunately, everyone's inside the circle already. Issue is, well, inside the circle ain't gonna be enough. You see already Entropic southern side, tricky position for them to be in. As long as these edges are open, as long as Navi has an angle, as long as Pink Venom and Team Elite has an angle, it's difficult to play around. Now, though, circle goes north might allow for Entropic to kind of dodge and weave at least some of the attention, because now both for Navi and Pink Pony, they have to not only, of course, deal with the presence right in front of them, but also how do we wrap into this next circle.
So, it's tricky, right? You've got a couple of small houses, and the next circle is essentially on one big uphill incline. So ideally, you want to be in like a 10 o'clock position where you've got cover and you can look down on everyone else, but it's easier said than done. Once you get there, it's great, but rotating into that position on the high ground, as soon as you have 2 teams contesting it, I think it's virtually impossible for a third to come in and really stick their nose in. And first mover's advantage is going to be big here in phase 5.
Team Elite in trouble, and once again, it's Katie doing all the damage needed to fight the knocks. 5 kills for Pink Venom. I mean, when we saw them getting butchered by a Scent Club on the Millie Bridge of all places early, we did not. At least I didn't. think they were going to amount to this much, but Katie and Vox, they've done everything they could to stay put, and let's see if they're going to continue to do so. Scream, bullets fired now. He's been seen. Still has a little bit of foliage to work with, but Vox, she ain't going to allow for that to happen, and he goes down. Team Elite out in 12th and 6 kills now for Pink Venom.
This is delightful. So I love, by the way, that so many people are egging them on, but Pink Venom's route in game number 2, sadly, is going to come to a dead end here at the hands of Ascend. They're camped out themselves, unfortunately, as Overpeakers are looking around. Brexco getting bolted by Clib, and I'm not sure how much longer they'll survive either.
Yeah, we're running down on very, very low timers here. Yep, finds one over the top. That's Code Marco down and out, so shots fired at a distance, but because of the terrain here, BBL can't really do a whole lot to try and punish them. Forward shots being fired, but even if a knock comes through, I'm not sure they're going to be able to make the push on up. Ascent does go out in the end as well. 9th place for them, and not until now are we making our way into placement points. Phase 5, and only 26 players alive. Is this NA or EU? I'm not sure anymore.
I don't know what's going on here, but I'm loving all of the early game action for sure. Na'Vi and BBL, only one of these teams, based on where they are now, will be able to move into the next circle from Ruins, and they have to fight out. They have to buy time with those knocks, and they have to make their way in order to be that team. Na'Vi have got a bit of a high ground advantage, but if they keep going up the hill they're on right now, the top of that hill, Toby, is really flat, and the third-party potential is huge. So it's a big risk for Na'Vi to do that, which is why I think they're going to go down in the trenches.
Yep. Smart play from Na'Vi to make the wrap around here. They know that Austrian force are busy on the other side, so they can't third party them. Alia lops one on over, finds one with the molly as well. Pain's now down. That's elsewhere. As we see Entropic try and push on through, but once again, Clip, that's gotta be his connected shot with the car number 9 or 10 in this game. So much bolt action damage coming through from Clip in this match, and it has been such a high impact on the team's ability to wrap on forward as well. I mean, every single time Ascent Club tried to make a play, they were taken out. And now, Smash, again, we saw him last game, the amount of impact he would have had, or he had in that match. Here he comes against Na'Vi too.
Na'Vi taking more and more space, and Smash allowing them to take that space until he's in the position they need him to be in. Beautiful Molotov as well, and coupled with that bullet is going to put Smash down. So important for Na'Vi to get that frag, and I think Vendalos is he going for the insta revive? No, he's going to try and re-peek instead. Doesn't work. Na'Vi secure this position, but it looks like with only 2 alive.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation of so many fights having been had on the southern side, whereas up to the north, it's been pretty quiet up until this point. Circle down towards the south we go. We will have to see when Fellas and the remaining GDE players make their way into the circle. GDE, pretty straightforward play for them to go in. I think if they're doing this right, they force Na'Vi to wrap south. If they're forced to take a fight with Na'Vi and it gets extended to too big of a issue for them, that's when Win could push in from behind and really become a nuisance. They want to deal with this fast, and this is the exact way to do it. Peek on over, be aggressive, show Na'Vi that there's nothing to come for towards the north.
And the problem is Na'Vi have to come forward somewhere, right? If you take a look and they go further south here, it's not exactly a lot of cover for them. So they want to just squeeze their way into circle and buy themselves a bit of time. But in order to do that, they leave the comfort of Ruins. And Alia's taking that risk, spots a rock. Is that rock even in? Oh, it looks like he's having second thoughts. Takes a bit of damage, and that looks like it's as close as they're going to get for now. They are in circle, but they're a massive target right now.
Yeah, just try and dodge and weave. And this, I mean, unfortunately not going the way they would have wanted it to. If they see Win or Die getting knocks on GDE, they would probably try and make a play. There comes the first one. Unfortunately, again, Kill still the one to do the damage. Rustan nades on both sides. Eardrums exploded, but fortunately not gone down in health because of it. Spot Scoots over the top, can't find the knock. Does find the knock, sorry. Over the top, extends the single player left alive, but the smoke's just not allowing him to get the angle.
Rustenbar, very ballsy play there. Low health, a low helmet, low vest, and he still goes, can I get that last bullet in? Just want to double check. Yeah, there's really good instincts from him. Just wanting to see, can I finish the fight now? If I can't and it's going to drag on, fine, I'll heal up. But if there's a way for me to get this over with now, that helps the rest of my team as well.
And all of this happens because he had Michael over the hilltop, because he knew as long as Michael is present on the west side uphill, there's no way that we're going to get pushed from above. So I will play on this rock. I will utilize this as best as I can until we have to make a play. Now is the time, though, when they have to make the run on forward. Michael finds Goose, extends single player left alive, but now it's also when we're seeing Overpeakers start headed in this direction.
25 minutes and into the final 5 teams here. 8 kills so far for the fellas in this game, and all 4 of them are alive. That is big news. The rest of Na'Vi now going back up in their rematch against GDE. Better positioning for Na'Vi this time around. Alya manages to get the first spray, but you cannot afford to trade like that in a 2v4, and Na'Vi won't get that extra point on the board, I don't think, as they go out in 5th.
Nice wrap underneath by Iceball there. The help was there from WAF as well in case he'd be taken down, but nice 2-man swing. They kind of bait the attention further up the hill and then wrap underneath. Look at this. Rustin barely a helmet left, no vest, 3 bullets to spare and barely any HP. Fellas have been shooting for a while without really being able to pick up a whole lot in return.
Not using too much of their utility yet. Just a couple of Molotovs, the odd smoke or 2, trying to work out exactly what angles everyone's at. And I think Miracu really is in the best position there to feed information to the rest of the team. Rustamar and Tixu are coming in to be close quarters, but Miracu's going to be able to spot the flags. He's going to see who the anchor is and just suppress those snipers. Unfortunately, though, for them, it's Zamol who manages to get the first knock. This is not going good at all for the fellas.
GDE holding off. Smokes were coming through. Nades were coming in, but the smokes being used, played out perfectly for GDE. I thought this had gotten fellas written all over it, but no.
Yes.
GDE prevails, and most importantly, they don't take a single casualty in all of this. Still 4 up. Miracu now solo player left alive. No lethal utilities. Only 5 bandages to work with. Us, but 1 though. How fast can they return?
He's trying to use the smokes before they give out so that he can pick them off 1 at a time. It's a good strategy, but unfortunately, it won't pay off on this occasion. Killstill will get that final headshot, and that's the fellas out in 4th place. But they have had an excellent game.
I'm seeing 3 on a car. Will Clip join in as well? Yes, he will.
Yes.
1 well-placed nade. It could be all. You can probably not even miss a bullet if you shoot at this car now, but will anyone shoot, or will they get out fast enough? Get down the hillside, jump out instantly.
Okay,
Over
good.
peekers, well, you're inside the circle, but you are now open at least from 2 angles, and well, there's only 2 more teams to deal with, and this is where the smokes come in play.
Yeah, over peekers here, trying to establish themselves as the dominant force in the middle of the circle. They're not trying to close everyone out right this second. If they're given the opportunity, they will, of course, but they want everyone to come to them rather than the other way around and to start putting the pressure onto the other teams. And they've done that beautifully. Next circle, over peekers are in zone. Nobody else is.
We see teams do this so often. Get the smoke line up, get within nade range, and now start lobbing them forward. Unfortunately, no knocks come through. That one close enough. Finds Vasco, doesn't get to heal. Second one, does it find Paints? No! Bounces a bit too far. Jeans out behind the tree, will stay alive, but I'm looking towards GDE. Curious to see them not engaging more. Now he does spot 1 shot coming through, and James goes down.
And GDE here with the third party could turn the tide of this fight. Austrian Force only have 1 left alive. Nope, Killstill is going to stop that as well. Yeah, absolutely stopped that in its tracks. Over peekers GDE. This is going to be a 3v3 fight for the chicken dinner in game number 2.
10 kills for GDE again, and they've been hard fought. They were the team to kind of split in between in Ruins when they came in late. They had to fend off teams from behind. They had to fend off north and south, and now trying to fight for a win here. It's going to be a literal uphill battle, though. Vard, MK in hand, do not want to go up against him with a gun of this caliber.
This is Vard has a habit of making mincemeat out of teams that walk into him with a Mark 14 in his hand. So, but it is still possible for GDE here to come out the victors. They have to move more, and they're more split. So the first knock in this situation is almost all important for GDE. If one of their players gets knocked first, this is such a hard battle to win.
They have the Rich to work with, but only for so much longer. Not WAF peeking on over, seeing what he can find, but there just ain't anything happening. Over Pegas, while their name would say otherwise, they're smart in kind of holding back, knowing that they have to peek on over. No reason to do the aggressive peek as long as the opponents still have cover. Now just a tree to work with. Can't hide from both of them. Vard will see it on the side. Clip peeks on over. Full level 3 gear to work with as well. This has gotten over Pegas written all over it.
Exactly. The Overpeakers comms will be saying they know there's one in the smoke here. Mixie's got him covered, and they should know that the other player isn't with him, so they've got them split. Keep eyes out. No! Killstill could spoil the party. Beautiful turret from Clip. He's been dealing with those bolt actions all game long, and he's done something different here. Lovely spray, and he adds to his kill count.
Ice Boy, solo player trying to keep his team in this one, trying to get the win. 1v2 now versus Vard versus Clip. They know of his approximate position, and in a second they will know exactly where he is, because there's only really one smoke and one tree left for cover. Not gonna happen. They go down, but great performance from GDE. In the end though, Overpeaker's 10 kill win. Solid performance from the former Liquid boys.
Fantastic game from them. They take home the chicken dinner. I get what Ice Boy was trying to do at the end as well, because he got a knock onto Overpeakers, right? He can play it slowly, and if that knock bleeds out, he wants that extra point on the board. They're already double-digit kills from this game, even though they finished in second place. So they've had a tremendous game as well. Some fantastic performances all round.
I'm loving the fact that they stayed on the hillside for as long as they did. So many other teams would be tempted to push down early when they hear Fellas getting pretty much torn apart by GD. It goes, oh, this is going to be our chance. And a lot of times earlier, they could have pushed down to aggress, but they said, no, we value our high ground more than a potential 1 or 2 kills that could in the end get us killed. So smart for them to stay up there for as long as they did, and in the end, getting themselves the win.
So we're 2 games down now on day number 1 of the playoffs here at PCS7. That was a delightful game. Let's go ahead and see what the desk had to think about it.
I mean, what I thought about it, as much as I want to give, oh, look at the puppy. We've got a little floof joining the desk now.
She's being a
look
menace,
like Dr.
sorry.
Evil when you're sitting there stroking Floof. There you go. That was what that looked like. I know Overpeakers wins, right? So technically you should be focusing on them, but I actually want to talk about GDE, because I thought that they just had a cracker of a game. They absolutely popped off Avenger. Really impressive play from them.
Yeah, and it's really unfortunate. I noticed that one of their players, I believe, was either 4th or 5th knock, so they didn't manage to res him after Miracle got the knock on him. So that's super unfortunate, because they could have eventually maybe have turned that around into a win if they weren't 3 guys, but 4 guys instead. But yeah. Overpeakers, former Liquid, they managed to turn this one around and get 10 kills and 10 points for the win. So that's a big 20 kill game here. And when we're just playing 12 games total for top 4, this is massive. They need to have a start like this. And yeah, it's really great to see that these guys are able to do this that early.
Yeah, for sure. Overpeakers had a great spot here. Sorry, Sam, to interrupt you. But as you were saying about GDE, I was also kind of impressed. Kill still even takes this top spot here with the kills overall. And their fights throughout Ruins, what they had to do against what was effectively so many angles onto them, and then they prevailed after all of the knocks happening to them. Very impressive stuff for this kind of lobby.
I enjoyed with GDE where they won up the fellas in the final 4 Avenger. I don't know if you remember that specific fight where they were able to ultimately eliminate fellas, and I was curious as to how they were able to do that.
They shot them. Sam, that's what they did.
I mean,
yeah, no,
in terms of their positioning,
I'll break it down a little bit more.
cheeky.
Yeah, I got you on that one. But I'll say this: I was surprised that Fellas actually pushed aggressively on them, even though that they might have had their upper hand and opportunity in it. GDE had a really, really good ridge to work with and some smokes that worked in well. So I would have preferred to see Fellas maybe like deny them or gatekeep them into the later circle rather than trying to clear them early and take their position. And I would have liked to seen a little bit more utility if they had that available. I'm not sure if they had that, to be in the opening. Some more stun grenades, some more nades, some more openings on that. And obviously Clip here with some fantastic shots. And I really love Clip has been, steadily using the bolt action and actually succeeding with it here. Playing is insane. And that shot as well on Killsil just destroyed him completely there. So he's obviously our focus player.
Look at that, 5 kills for him, 4 knocks as well, Clip. I mean, but this is also a player, you can change the team name, but this is a legendary lineup, right? And Clip is one of those players that when you're coming into an event like this, Kailash, you expect him to pop off, and that's what he did.
Yeah, never mind their team being called Overpeakers. OP really does exemplify someone like Clip. He is very powerful. I mean, even towards the end, as Martin was kind of alluding to just then, that turn on to Killstill when he has got himself this scary angle. I mean, that guy, Killstill, during this game was a huge, huge threat. And if Clib, of all people, isn't the one to shut him down on the left-hand side, I don't know who's going to at that point, because GDE was really feeling it this game. I loved the momentum they were carrying from Ruins, constantly being able to take out the teams, especially Fellas of all teams, as you guys were talking about before. So yeah, very impressed by GDE overall.
Another team, though, that can be happy. I mean, it is only 2 games, but still, consistent performance in 2 games is good. Austrian Force. I mean, this is good for them because they're finishing high up on the leaderboard. And right now, you've got to finish in the top 4 of this group, right? We know that the likes of Navi are going to just warm up and steadily become a bigger and bigger threat. So good for them to get those early points in, Carlos.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not like, I mean, there are moments where you might think to yourself, oh, they're catching circle. I still think actually there are moments where they're putting themselves in the smart central positions and they're able to play from it. You look at this lineup and they are no slouches whatsoever. Tyler's, we keep seeing the picture of him lay out. He is so happy to be here with his big beaming smile, and they're happy to be in the center of these circles, taking pot shots at anybody they can. So yeah, happy to see also Austrian Forces doing well 2 games in a row.
Avenger, when you look at game 2 overall, there was just no pause, really. Constant fights, constantly everyone trying to shoot everyone else. But normally you get a little bit of an ebb and flow in the pace of the game. Are you expecting this throughout, or do you think it is just everyone feeling one another out, or is it going to be these constant non-stop fights going on?
But you can definitely see, if you look at from like a more of a big picture macro, you can definitely tell that some of the guys that have a lot of experience, they are taking advantage of these teams that maybe not have as much experience, because there are so many teams alive towards the late game. You can see teams like Fellas, they are playing the edge, they're trying to make sure that they're, you know, full 4-man roster alive, and then they're pushing into some situations where they know they're going to try to have the upper hand over Pigas, taking some of the compounds they know that they can play basically out from anywhere. That compound that they had on the high ground, no matter where it goes, you can continue from that. If you want to go east, west, south, northwest, anywhere you can go easily from that. So they took that compound early on, knowing that if you have to exit it, you can go anywhere from that. And it's the other case with Austrian Force compound. You can't really get out of it in the end. You end up always being kind of locked in if you don't take control of an angle or try to go out early from it. So they ended up getting a good amount of points there. It's always lovely to see these guys to kind of continue throughout that. But in the end, Overpeakers just had so much control, and staying 4 guys alive just ended up being so perfect for them.
We're going to give you a quick break so you can go and get some refreshments. When we return, we'll start chatting about game number 3. Welcome back. Of course, we've lost Floof, which is a little bit of a pity. Kylaris, I don't know where your dog is, but I think that she should be a permanent feature of the desk from here on.
I agree. In fact, she could just analyze host, and it would probably be better than I think she's scampered off somewhere. I don't know where she is.
Avenger, we need to get you a puppy, and then the entire desk can have
That's a great
puppies.
idea.
I'll get a stuffed one just so we have no sound interruptions, because I play some games with James now and then quite a lot actually.
Okay.
And I do quite often hear the wow, wow, wow in the background, and it's like, oh no, she's going off at something again, and you know that, but it's good. Yeah,
It does happen.
We'll focus on the games now, because I know if you're in chat, you're like, what are you talking about?
Casta, start game.
Start game. Everyone loves puppies. We are going to take a look at the standings in a little bit, because now, obviously, with 2 games done, we'll be able to see which teams are moving up into those top spots for Group A. But in the interim, I mean, this is the thing. It's really difficult, I would say, up until about the 4th, 5th map, Avenger, to really determine which teams are finding their feet, because it does take some of these teams a while to kind of get a feel for the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, but they really have an advantage, though. You know, going into tomorrow, it's going to be the other group playing, so they're going to have a full day to kind of break down, analyze what's going to be happening, and then going into the last 6 games, the last half of their games is going to be good. But obviously, the total leaderboard so far after 2 games, it's still quite close, but it's good to see Austrian Falls up there very steadily with a lot of placement points.
Carlos, that was what I mentioned beforehand, that consistency in game 1 and 2. I think it was like a top 4 finish and then a 5th place. Nice for Austrian Force, because ultimately you want to sit as close to the top and get as many points as you can.
Yeah, absolutely. And with teams like Austrian Force, for example, getting a win, but also not really having too many kills off the back of it as well, that bodes well for other teams in this group, in this format, based on the fact that teams are getting wins, but they're not huge wins. So there's still a very easy opportunity to actually catch up, because teams down towards, the middle of the pack here, Na'Vi and Tropic, can quite easily get themselves wins with yet 12, 11, 13, 14 eliminations, even more sometimes. So there's still potential huge jumps that can occur here in these next games.
Just to highlight what you said, I mean, a BBL Esports, right, hasn't really been finishing in the top 4, top 5, top 6, but they are cracking up the kills, which has put them in that top 4 position. So
yeah,
kind of one of those situations where, I mean, Avenger said it right at the start. We need to start looking at it being relatively kill heavy. You need to get in those big kills if you want to finish in the top 4. That's how it's going to go down, I presume, Avenger.
Yeah, there's no chance. You have to combine both, because we're only talking top 4, right? There's not that many spots, so you're not going to be able to go through without, some really good placement games with the kills. But if you get a lot of kills, if you get double digits, you're likely to be, in your top 4, top 5. So you're going to get those 3, 4, 5 points, depending on where you end up. But I'm really curious to see how these teams are going to continue to kind of take advantage of this being, not as a stacked lobby as we usually see in our grand final. So, our bottom 4, bottom 5 teams, once we're done with this, they're not going to be as quick on the macro rotations. They're not going to be as quick to take these priority compounds. So that's really what I'm keeping my eye on.
We're moving into game number 3. Can Austrian Force continue with that consistency and keep their top spot on the standings? Well, we'll have to find out. What do you think, Jarosol, Toby?
Well, I think, given how they've been playing so far, it wouldn't surprise me to see them once again for the final wrangle of the day here, Jory, come out with a solid result. Though it's for the players to show that to us. Will that happen? We're not quite sure. Will they split? They were punished last game. Silas taken down early, and despite that, really, I mean, they came out in a pretty good point total after that one. So we'll see, Joro, how things are gonna pan on out.
Yeah, I think what you said there about the last game is so important, right? Because, here's the Guess Who screen, my favorite screen of the tournament. But what I was saying just now is that what teams do when the chips are down and when they're having a bad game, in my opinion, is the difference between a good team and a great team. True. And I think Austrian Force made the most of a situation where they lost one of those players in a situation they didn't need to, or didn't want to, I should say, and still made the most of their situation. So I like the fact that they have that level of consistency and still managed to pull that 3rd place out of the bag. Now it's for the other teams to say, look, we're not boom or bust. We're able to do this as well. It's early doors in the tournament, right? Because any team can leap to the top of the standings with a 20-kill chicken dinner right now. It's not exactly the final day or anything like that, but we're starting to see some front runners of what consistent play looks like.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. The issue becomes, and that's, I mean, I was sort of alluding to it as we entered game 1, and I want to mention it again, and I mean, Martin briefly mentioned it during the death segment here as well. It's only top 4 that goes through, and I know that the teams that don't go straight on through will have other chances, but then we're at a repeat, like rinse, repeat, and then rinse, repeat again for elimination stage. It's, I mean, if you have one good game followed by a couple of bad ones, you can't make anything off of that game, because then you're already not qualified. True. Boom, we reset again. You have to have back-to-back solid performances in these stages in order to make it through, and that's the danger really of the multiple resets throughout one qualifier stage, is that it's the teams that play well. Like if you play one great final game of a stage, then you don't go through. Then you play a great first game. Those 2 points don't add up together. It has to be on that one given day. And well, I mean, if it's Force here, it's great for them.
Well, it's tough as well when you're playing, right? Because the mentality, or one of the things people always say is take every game as it comes. Focus on maximizing your points in every game. Don't mess. Oh, Michael.
That is
there
punishment.
We go. That is absolutely punishment there, so that's scream out. But you want to maximize your points in every game. You don't want the leaderboard to dictate how you're going to play, right? But at the same time, you also want to string those games together. It's a frustrating position to be in from a pressure point of view. And I think at least on day one, like at least for the first 6 of these 12 games, everyone just needs to focus on play your game, get the maximum you can out of these games. And if we're in a position to comfortably cement ourselves in the top 4 on day 2, sure, let's have a think about it maybe halfway through day 2. But I don't think now is the right time for these players to let an early leaderboard position get to their heads.
And no, I will agree that you shouldn't let it get to your head a whole lot. I will say, though, that you only have 2 days to make top 4.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't wait until there's 4 games left, having played, 3/4 of them already. It's you gotta come out. I mean, you got true. Okay, if you're planning on winning the last 4 games, fair enough, so be it. But honestly, I mean, as much as I would agree with you, had it been a 30 game or like a 25 or just even 20 plus game stage of a qualifier, then sure you can kind of use the first day to be sort of a feeler, and then really get into it on day 2. But here, the prep you've done coming into the tournament can be as important, if not even more important, than the prep you do from day 1 to day 2, because that's half your total games. And again, it's not top 8, it's not top 10, it's top 4 that goes through. I'm giving, out of the 12 games these teams are playing, I'm giving top 4 2, maybe 3 games with less than 3 points if they want to qualify.
Sure. And that's that almost loops around to what we were talking about there. Oh dear, Code Marco spotted Vard, Keen Eye, and that's them done. Are they going to go back and confirm? Yes, they are.
Yeah.
That goes back to what we were talking about, Toby, at the very beginning of the broadcast. If a team can limit their bad games so that a bad game is still 5 or 6 points for themselves, at the end of 12 games, suddenly you can afford one more bad game because you're squeezing every possible point out of your bad games. True. Whereas if you win a game, but you score 0 for the next couple, it's negated.
Exactly.
Like that average points per game is so important.
Exactly. I mean, we just saw Marco getting taken down, and it's kind of a head scratcher to me. Of course, I mean, you can get caught in the open. That's just feels bad, man, happens. But we're talking BBL and the former Liquid team. I mean, they have had their, with BBL looting Gatka Chopstick Split and Pachinki being looted by now Overpeakers for a long time. They know their timings. They know that Liquid, or sorry, Overpeakers, it's going to take me a little while to get used to, that Overpeakers will come out early on these circles where they rotate out west. They will make that transition early. So the fact that Marco gets caught in the open with the buggy, whether it be him not having a car or maybe not finding the loot to stick around a little while longer, they've seen these rotations from Liquid Overpeakers a billion times at this point. So surprised that they weren't ready for that.
Yeah, I wonder if there was something unusual, if there was like one member of Overpeakers maybe in a different position to they normally would be, because I completely agree with you. These guys have played with each other, for hundreds, if not thousands of games. They know the patterns by now, and they've broadly been looting in exactly the same places too. So very, very interesting to see that early kill. Nonetheless, that is a point on the board, and they do have to move forward from here. So we'll wait and see how our teams get into phase 1. It should be fairly regulation from this point onwards. And it's phase 1. Even I can't cast a curse that into chaos, right?
Well, I mean, we're seeing win or die, full speed, kind of backfill 3 teams. And if just any one of those teams up to stop their motion forward, win or die will become well, here you go. I don't have to talk anymore. They're right there. Fortunately, Ali is turning around, but Win or Die ain't gonna let him have it. He is caught behind a car, and he's taken down.
And that was really nice for Win or Die. It's a strategy that PUBG players use all the time. If you're driving past and you see shots at you, the first piece of information your teammates want to know, assuming you're not dead, is one player or full squad. And if one player only keeps shooting at you, they are liable to turning around and absolutely 4v1ing, and that's exactly what happened there. Well done to Win or Die.
Indeed. Bust him up, seeing what he can find from the team now, trying to make a run for it out of that situation. Nothing comes off it, though, and them able to stay alive on the west coast will be just fine. In the meantime, over on the far east side of the map, Foot Esports making a rotation that I kind of like in this situation. They're coming in the hot east side. And instead of rotating, via Milta over farm and kind of in through there, just the southern main island transition.
Right.
They're going all the way south over military. I really like this play. It's one of those where we haven't scouted forward, coming in as hard east as we were. We haven't had a chance to, and just like we're seeing here with Ascent, there's such a big chance that we're going to be running into threats we had no way of predicting, that now that we go the military side, well, we're limiting our angles to hold to essentially one. We have to worry about the bridge. Once we're through there, we take it from there. But I like this idea of wrapping south around. The issue now could become, with the way Na'Vi, Exalt, and Ascent Club are all posted up,
Sure.
they could be going from, a potential threat into actual death.
I like this because of the plane path. I think that they've correctly ascertained that it's very unlikely that another team is going to be moving across that western bridge and camping them out because of how far north the plane was, and therefore that makes the Melee Island rotate safer, right? But you're right. The question is not whether they'll get across the bridge, it's what they do when they get across. That's the bit I'm worried about.
Exactly. Cobra, well, took a shot, saw if you could hit anything. And God can, well, if Pink Venom didn't know already, now they're well aware that there's a team sitting in the houses just north of them. Silas, in the meantime, full speed forward he goes, drifting his way through the forest as they get ready for the next circle. They've scouted forward. Pain's already on the way there as well. Might as well clear some real estate south of the hillside before we have to go. They're going to leave, I believe, Saga up on the hillside to scout, to see where the next circle is going. And with that, smart play all around. I mean, again, everyone's splitting up, everyone's taking control. Like to see a good, more controlled beginning to a game than the previous two.
Dead making a little bit of noise there to try and dissuade Austrian Force from moving up. You can see there's you can almost hear the discussion amongst Austrian Force right now going, do we think it's worth cresting over the top of this hill to see if there's more than one player? Then circle pops, and I feel like that's actually bought them a little bit of a reprieve. They're in vehicles. They went, no, let's rotate instead. We have a long way to go. This is shifting south. There's still a little bit of water involved as well. And this is tricky. I don't know where it's going from here, actually.
You say a little bit of water. I mean, we're looking at beach, we're looking at fields, we're looking at quarry and swamp. There's so much of this that you can't utilize it here. Well, Ascent Club, they tried it once before. They're going to try it again. Iroh instantly taken down. Here comes Lyron trying to make a run for it. Is going to stay alive for now. No, not going to happen. Chris finds one. Micah finds one. Foot Esports in trouble. Just one player left alive, and he's going to go down too. Odin couldn't make it happen. And 4 easy ones for Ascent Club. They took their time, Foot Esports. They sat around for a while, and that allowed for Ascent to position themselves perfectly.
And Ascent Club weren't actually at the north end of that bridge when we were talking about footballers making their rotation. So they basically came across the bridge at the exact time Ascent finally got in position. That was... there's no way for them to know, of course, but it was almost a little bit of anti-timing there, and Ascend just hit that at the perfect time.
They sure did. Not rough. Well, one found. Uno goes down. Frenchie trying to get back to cover, wanted to get his teammate back up, but if they go for it in the field, I mean, no flushes come through just yet. They have smokes lined up, and now Verbatim goes into... Is he going on foot for the rest? That's bad timing, because here the pull-up comes. They need to do serious damage in order to stay alive through this. Proton down, Sam Olsen goes down, and that's at least something for Frenchie to stay alive through it, at least initially.
So they got the initial... I don't know if GDE's plan was to crash this compound originally. I'm wondering out loud if they got that initial knock and they wanted to push in on the fly. I don't think this is working out the way they wanted it to at all.
And it's a weird commitment too. One on warehouse, kill still in from the hard east side, and then 2 players coming in on the south. That is, if you're going to push in on this, just full speed send all of them into warehouse and try and take the fight to the person you know is there, instead of
they can still win
from
this
all
fight.
sides. And look at the minimap as well. Kilyakai and what I can only assume to be more Ascent players having heard the commotion here. They want to see what they can find in all of this.
I'd be very wary if I was Kilyakai and Kai. I mean, GDE Esports can still win this fight. Don't get me wrong. They're fine as it stands. It was just an interesting set of decisions strung one after the other. Still 3 of them there. Oh my goodness. Timing. So close to spotting Evans. And beautiful game sense. If this nade gets him. Yes! Kill still. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, not a whole lot to do if you're having to snap one. Second one on his feet. goes down as a third, lobs it forward. He's got 6 nades in total. Might as well utilize them while you have them. He knows that there are players inside the warehouse, wants to push on forward. Issue is he's not regrouped with his teammate. This is kind of a solo endeavor for Killstill right now.
If he bounces one more nade off the door of the warehouse, he might actually get Frenchie as well, so they need to be careful. I love that Verbatim is just watching alongside his teammates so that if another nade comes through, it's not a free point. Kill Yakai. Oh, here's where the third party complicates everything.
I was gonna say a freebie. Fortunately, Kill Yakai does get the knock in the end, but close to not happening in the first place. Will get the flush confirmed as well, I can only imagine. Yep, there you go. 5 kills now for Ascent Club. Circle back towards the east we go. Fields galore. We do have Forest on the north side. BBL sitting dead center. Issue with these fields right now is, Joro, as long as the Forest is in on the south and the north really, and you have the hillside on the west side in, you can't utilize them. You can set up in a shack, you can hide for days, go ahead and do that. But playing in the open, utilizing the different positions out there, you can't do it. Because no matter which hay bale you try to hide behind, or a car for that matter, there will be an angle with a high ground position available that will see you.
You got to go into the hay bale, Toby.
Oh, that's right.
That's the way to avoid it. You get into the hay bale,
yes,
and then what happens is overpeakers drive through the field and just run you over while you're in it.
That could happen. That could happen. Well,
oh, this is big, fellas. Big push into Pink Venom. I don't think it's going to work. They've decided to then drive by and keep going elsewhere, which is the right decision. It's unfortunate for them though that they didn't spot Pink Venom to begin with. Coming back for a second pass? What?
Yeah, it's on the side. They were split 2-2. The idea of making the initial push, 3-1, I should say. The idea of making the initial play was good enough. Voxy, though, will find the flush on Miracle to 2 down. Michael, Tixu, single players left alive here, and not exactly the best of positions. Now you can see shots being fired towards Michael as well. Tough position to be in, barely inside the circle, too.
Their rotation away from here is going to be seriously rough indeed. Pink Pony, in the meantime, locking horns with Project Underdog. And Michael is no longer a threat, by the way, up north. He gets taken out, and that's the fellas eliminated there. That was a messy way to end the game for the fellas, I'm going to say. I feel like nothing in the last 75 seconds for the fellas went according to plan, and everything was on the fly.
With the circle going this far east, actually away from the shack or the compound they were initially trying to engage, I'm curious why they folded, or I wanted to take the fight to them to begin with, and not just wrap around. But then again, hindsight knowledge is great knowledge to have. They probably didn't see the lack of threats, I should say, around that position that we did. Unfortunate for them. So they will go down and out. Ascent, in the meantime, haven't really been forced to make a move, therefore haven't made it. They're looking up towards the north. You can see they want to try and see if they can get knocks up towards what I believe to be Austrian force. If they could find one there, there's a play to make. Issue is the distance is still quite far. So even if you get the knock and start moving, whoever from Austrian force would get knocked will probably get back on his feet in time for that up-close fight with Ascent.
I appreciate what Pink Venom are doing right now. Hold that thought for a second, because Zubila might be about to make Project Underdog a hashtag. Yes, they do. That's them out in 14th place. Thank you very much. I like what Pink Venom were doing there. They could have pushed up and tried to eliminate the team south of them, and they knew that other teams were shooting, so they opted to stay on the high ground, keep their vehicles, and wait for next circle to pop. Very calm, mature play from Pink Venom, and we saw some of that in the last game as well.
Chaos about to unfold. This rotation comes through. Win or die goes in. Fortunately, they spot the Dacia on the backside of the shack. I think this was the shack they wanted to go for initially. Spots the car, goes around, opts to not take the fight, but now they go from one fight straight into another. Vasco ready on the other side. Austrian force now well aware there is indeed a full team behind him, and oh my lord, 1 nade, heck, even a molly. That's kills for you. Now Ascent Club sending it forward, but they don't know of GDE.
This is interesting indeed. Here we go. We've got Notwaf with an excellent angle, but Ascend Club choosing to not engage and only take out half the team. I love that they're picking and choosing these angles, not allowing Notwaf to pick someone off on the side. And suddenly Ascend Club are inside the hotel building with 2 members of GDE outside looking in.
Did Ascent know that GDE were still here? I'm not sure. Iceboy trying to make his way back inside the building to help out his teammate, but not really gonna happen. Fortunately, not forced to make moves anywhere. It's a very, very up close fight. Nothing used on the side of Iceboy, and he's gonna go down. First one fall, second one's fall. Great clear, great control play from Ascent. They're holding angles, covering each other as best as they can, and out goes GDE.
And Pink Venom losing someone on rotation there. It's KT actually, and maybe a good reason for why they didn't rotate sooner. Very tricky for them to get into circle from this position. There's a lot more open space in this next circle. Pink Pony, on the other hand, finally get in and out of the vehicles, only to get met by Fate and Molotov. Zubila with an excellent trade, but now they have to finish the fight.
Yeah, Zubila trying to peek on over. They got 2 down already. Giri and a vehicle try to come out and help out. Issue is circles already closing in. We're late enough in the game that circle damage will do a lot to you. Phase 4 is where if you're not inside the circle already, you can wave away. Those reses ain't gonna matter. He will go down before he gets the first aid off. Sabila, though, does find Fade at a distance. Good shot comes through. Hagatori does come up, but has to sprint towards the circle. He cannot stop to rest before he's there.
Yeah, 1 HP essentially. It needs to find some time to heal up. Satisfactory's Fairest for Team Exalt now, finding Zubila as well. This fight is far from over. Hagatori's got a great angle, but unfortunately, he has to choose between finishing the fight and rezzing his teammates. They're quite far apart right now.
Oh, Giri, you gotta land those shots. He's caught wide out in the open, misses them, and now Example from the other side takes him down. Exalt will die in the end, but I'm worried that the rest won't be able to come through on the other side of things. Vard, in the meantime, Austrian Force and Overpeakers trying to take the fight up close. Mexi and Vard working together takes down 2. Silas, Sogger trying to stay put, but they can't make a play here. They have to leave.
Yeah, they know that with 2 players down, the Overpeakers are likely to get into better and better positions with time. So they have to consolidate. They either have to leave or they have to get to their down teammates and fight as a single unit and try and hold that way. So as long as they make one of those 2 decisions, that's cool. They're opting for the revive route. And as you can see, Overpeakers, they hear the lull. Beautiful stuff. There are no bullets flying away right now. They are clearly trying to consolidate, rush up, and that gets them another knock.
Yep, taking the weight off the shoulders, so to speak, of Soccer as he's trying to make his way back to safety with paints on his back. Soccer, the will fall at the hands of James, finds a flush there as well. Silas now single player left alive, trying to stay alive, but nice off angle by James. Took the car off to the side. I like these flex plays that James pull off every now and again. Sometimes they don't pay off, but in times like these, the off angle that he gets to the team is what in the end takes down Austrian Force, and at a crucial time too, because look at who pulled up right after. Ascent are here and they're ready to fight.
Exactly, and Tropic right next door to the Overpeakers, and those kind of plays from Gene, they're so important because they buy the team time. Like that extra 10 seconds that oh Jesus. Well,
stuck?
when a UAZ loves a rock very much, that's going nowhere, mate.
What?
That's done.
What? Area?
Where?
He's forfeiting. He's not winning this game. That's what that looks like.
God, oh man, that is like get the F's out in chat for that.
Yeah,
I feel the hurt from that. Oh man, that's rough. That is rough.
Happens. Unfortunately, happens. Now, I mean, this is what I was waiting to see in Tropic. It's been a quiet game for them, but now they come out and look towards Overpeakers, and the issue now becomes with Ascent being present in the east. I don't think Overpeakers is aware that they pulled up because they were fighting while this was going on and kind of backtracking in the end of it. Na'Vi now full speed, though, up in the middle of all of it. This is going to be painful for all these teams up towards the north. They're going right in between all of them.
Oh, Na'Vi threading the needle. I get so afraid when I see teams make rotations like this. And they just about managed to survive into a bowl in the middle. They were hearing all the chaos and they went, we can either third party or just hope that everyone else is occupied and too busy to take us out. And it was the latter on this occasion as the Overpeakers are overcome by Entropic on the north side.
This is exactly what Ascent wanted off of this as well. Push up, and once they see the fight escalate on the north side, I think they wanted to initially take the fight while Austrian Force was still a factor. They get taken out, but they know there's going to be more teams to the north, so pressure Overpeakers further up to then just backstab, clear, and now they have full control of the east side. Very smart timing on their field rotation. They did it exactly when another team was trying to make that same rotation, so they knew that the teams who were in and around the shacks that could potentially prove to be landmines on their rotation were busy elsewhere. So a heads-up play on their side, and here we're seeing it up around the side. Spots clip, easy peasy for Entropic, who's had a pretty quiet start to the day so far, so good to see them get things going.
Exactly. Entropic in 8th and Na'Vi in 9th at the moment. But obviously this is just out of 2 games and they're very capable of getting 15 plus kill chicken dinners.
Gotta take the shot.
So patient.
What? What?
I thought that connected like 3/4 of a second later and I was like, no, it's a different color.
Unfortunate. We blame the
I love
forwards.
the sound.
We
With
blame
the
the
suppressor, I love the sound the M24 makes as well. It's delicious. But yeah, sad that we didn't see some of those shots connect. But that was a great position he's in, to be fair.
Mika, well, it was gonna happen
Oh,
eventually.
no. Oh,
win
no.
or die. More like win or fry. This is gonna be troublesome if one of these mollies come in, and
no.
there it is. All of them burning alive, trying to make their way or not. They will be alive for now, but here comes the remaining Ascent players. 1 down, 2 down. Extends single player left alive. The smoke is only going to be there for so much longer. You would have to imagine that he falls to Issuers. Look at Na'Vi. They're making pressure over the hilltop. There's nothing Ascent can really do. Try and force them off here. They either get the kill fast or they have to back off again.
They can
can't commit to
absolutely
it.
push in here. Brexco getting up close. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Extents can only hold out for so long. Another Molotov doing beautifully, hitting the deck. He doesn't want to go out of the smoke. And now the third party, Na'Vi coming in. Can Na'Vi be their saviors?
You can't overcommit to that fight downhill. You gotta play it on the back foot. Try to get ready for Na'Vi to make the play. Unfortunately, they weren't. BPL out. That's elsewhere on the map as Entropic deal with them. And Ascent now trying to make the play down the hill, but so many casualties taken already, and there they fall. Na'Vi clean sweep Ascent club as they try to make a play to the shack. And somehow, I should say, Extens is the sole survivor of all of that.
Extens has been slow cooked for 10 hours and he's somehow still in this game. Na'Vi definitely their saviors. They're into the final 4. Entropic, the only team with all 4 members alive and healthy, although Na'Vi should, I think, be able to get the res on example. So this will be an interesting finish.
They saw Na'Vi take casualties. They need to be the sole survivors of the forest, and this is exactly how they're gonna go about doing it. Nailor finds one, Lookarooks finds one as well, and just like that, kills galore going in the way of Entropic. 6 for Nailor already, 9 for Entropic, who again, up until just a minute ago, they only had 2 kills total, but they have been fragging in the forest, and they know exactly when to engage. That is what makes them so deadly. There should be no way that Uber comes away with a flush here. Not probably. Flush, not gonna happen. As I say that, they aren't ready for it, but fortunately runs out of bullets.
Entropic smelling the opportunity. Really? You're gonna throw more mollies at this guy? Like, there's PTSD involved after this game if Extens gets another molly on him. Verbatim trying to stop. It's 2 solos at the moment. And Win or Die are in 2nd place. Extens has survived every Molotov in this game so far, but he cannot survive the bullets that Entropic send his way. Incredible game. Entropic played that so maturely, but Extens has got to be talk of the town right now.
That was the fact that he stayed alive all the way till 2nd. It's not something I saw when we had 7 teams alive and his entire team literally burning alive. That was impressive. But as you're saying, Joro, impressive by Entropic, and I think one of the reasons that I find it the most impressive is that a year ago, this Entropic team would have pushed much earlier, would probably have died because of it. They have become so good at playing, I don't want to say more passive, but waiting until the perfect time to strike. A lot of teams strike just before the perfect time, dying in doing so, but the timing of Entropic time after time after time this game, I think they had 4 separate third-party opportunities, all of them timed perfectly.
Exactly right. They didn't just run in when they heard the bullets flying, right? They were very mature with it. So that is it for game number 3. Extens may be showing us a great example of maximizing points when things go wrong, but Entropic, one of the top dogs, walking away there with the chicken dinner. Let's head back over to the desk.
Thanks, Toby. Thanks, Jorisar. I mean, I was waiting for this. Good morning, Entropic. They've woken up now. This is a problem I think, for almost every other team in the lobby now, because when this team starts firing, it's a scary situation, Avenger.
Yeah, it is. A team that is already guaranteed to go to PGC because of the amount of PGC points they have already. They can do pretty much what they want, right? And the correct strategic move is to get as many good games with good practice in before PGC, and that is to be in the grand finals here for PCS7. So they're obviously focusing on that. And you can tell, these guys had a little bit of a summer break. It's good to take some time off, but they are so talented, and I really love what they've been able to achieve so far this year. Already before PCS7, guaranteeing them themselves a spot for PGC, and now here 12 kills in the third game. We're 25% of the Group A games through here, and now they're going to be sitting at the top, looking at that top 4 and trying to get into the grand finals throughout this first chance to get in there.
The thing is, Kylaris, Entropic themselves had actually been getting some double-digit kills in the other games as well, so they were quite high on the leaderboard. This is just going to push them even further, and this is a team that works on momentum, so once they start going, it's just going to get bigger and bigger. How do you shut down Entropic? And if you tell me to kill them right at the start of the game like Avenger would, I'd be upset.
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be difficult when Entropic does get the ball rolling. I mean, given this game, for example, as an example, I mean, once they were able to take decent portions of the kind of woods north of these fields as OP had kind of moved away from them, that's when they really started flexing out. You saw the 3-1 split from them. Lucarux was holding down towards the south, whilst the other 3 were putting the pressure on against overpeakers of all teams and making it look relatively simple, because Nailup's an absolute monster with 8 kills coming his way. And I mean, of course, we've had moments where in the previous tournament that they were playing, the big high-profile tournament, Ibis was looking phenomenal, but Nailup before that was looking like an absolute beast, and he's back once again, and stopping him is difficult in itself.
This is, I mean, we're taking a look at Micah now, so I kind of want to bring it up. This is a team that, I mean, Kailash, you mentioned them at the start of the show, but I'm really enjoying watching them. Ascend is a really fun team to watch. I mean, that Molly on Win or Die earlier, it's Win or Die or Burn now, but just in general, their gameplay, very, very smart, very clever. I like the way they move around, and I think that as they warm up, this is going to be possibly a team to keep an eye on.
Oh, absolutely. This is a team that, I mean, it's a little bit deceiving actually as Ascend and kind of their entrance to this tournament as a whole, because yes, we haven't seen Ascend too much in the high profile tournaments, but this, as we mentioned at the start of the day, is a team full of veterans. This is a team that, in terms of their individual components or duos, in terms of Brexco and It's Chris, didn't quite find huge amounts of success here and there, maybe, you know, a little bit on Shift W, etc., and things like that, but together I think that this can gel really, really well if they stick with it. I mean, It's Chris and Brexco brought on Kilia Kai quite a while back and really kind of brought him into the fold. Micro, of course, we saw him at PNC. They didn't quite have the success that they wanted there, but we all kind of expected that from the German team, unfortunately, at that point. So I'm hoping for big things for them if they're able to continue it on with it.
But the star of the show, as much as we can talk about Ascend, the star of the show, or this game,
he can't fit into the box. His arms are too big. His profile picture has to be zoomed out even more. He's so big. Like, this man is working out, and he's also working the games. 8 kills here, guys. It's insane. It's really nice. 2 kills off double digits. But then again, they had 12 total. Like, he's just taking everything away from the other guys, and all the focus comes to Nailup's here. It's really nice to see. And I'm really happy that they're able to, you know, they could have just leaned back and say, we don't really care about PCS7, but I'm happy to see them already here in Game 3, step it up and say, we're here to play.
As you said, though, it's the best practice, right? These kinds of lobbies, they're great practice. And then obviously qualifying on into the next stages when you know that the lobby is going to be even more powerful. It's the best opportunity to get the proper games in for PGC down the line that they are qualified for. And yeah, I think that they're going to continue to shine here.
This is quite stressful, though. I mean, there's only 4 spots available in this group. I mean, top 4, because, you know, normally you've got half the lobby to go through. So how much thought is going into your game plan if you're a Na'Vi and an Entropic Avenger when you're coming into this lobby?
Well, Na'Vi needs to make it to guarantee themselves the spot. They are like close to the safe break, but they need to get in there and to be able to get those PGC points. Otherwise, it's going to be on the edge. There's a chance that some teams, if it's a team that's not currently in the top 8, win it, or some that's kind of close on the outside, they could be pushing them down. But they are really, really close to being safe. They just need, you know, top 10 in the final, top 12 in the final, and they're going to be completely fine. It's going to be for anyone else to catch them. But again, as we said before, these top teams, they need the practice because it's the best practice you can get before potentially going into PGC, where you're going to be playing against the best teams in the world.
We're halfway through the show, so because of that, there's some fun stuff that we've put together that you get to enjoy. So take a look at some of the entertainment that we've got for you as we hit the halfway mark. Watch this.
This is the Nations Cup, where the best of the best are recruited to represent their home countries. Everything is on the line. Which also includes a $500,000 prize pool. We're going to be showcasing FaZe Clan and their journey to this global tournament.
What's up, guys? We're here for a short player interview, and I'm joined by no one else than Clip from Overpeakers. How's it going, Clip?
It's going good, thank you. How about you?
Nice, perfect, sweet. I want to talk a bit about last game. You guys made an early rotation. You caught one of the BBL players on your first rotation. BBL loots around Gatka. The circle was around Gatka. Does that influence your decision making at all, knowing that you put BBL down to 3?
I mean, obviously, we knew what split they have, so if next circle goes away and we need to do something, we know what we can abuse per se on the 3, so yeah, it makes a big change.
Nice, cool. The game before that, game 2, we saw you popping off with the bolt. Is that something you run if you find nothing else, or do you think it's worth picking up?
I think it's worth picking up depending on the game. That game exactly, we didn't really find DMR since we left really early, so Vard had a bolt and I had a SLR, so we just swapped and I just played it. But I think it's pretty good.
Worked out pretty well, I think. Nice,
It did, yeah.
Cool. One last question before I let you go play the next game. I think I'm speaking for everyone saying that it feels weird seeing you as Overpeakers now after such a long time. Do you think we're going to see Overpeakers at PGC, or are you guys looking for an org to represent?
We're obviously looking for an org to represent. It's the best we can get, so I hope we don't play PDC under Overpeakers, but let's see what happens.
I have to wait and see. Cool. Thank you so much for your time, Clip. Good luck in the next game.
Thank you.
I do like how I hyped up that segment a lot because I was excited about the baby pictures. We got 2 out of 3 on the desk. I reneged from choosing on 2 of them, so well done. Next time it comes up, Avenger, you hoping to get 3 out of 3? I know you're competitive personality.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I got a little bit debated by the T-Bone one. I think we all did. We were not sure it was him, but T-Bone was cute as a kid. You know, for sure. Very. I mean, he's obviously a very handsome guy, but super blonde, brown eyes. Like it. Yeah, it's really cute guy.
Well, he's British, right? So of course he was cute.
That's not the reason, James. Have you
what
seen
do you
yourself
mean?
in the mirror recently?
What are we talking about?
Okay,
I need to see a baby picture. We need to see a baby picture of you, maybe. You know,
No,
we
you
can do a
don't,
talent one.
I know. Actually,
Try to
I was a
guess.
cute kid. Screw you.
Before this completely derails, let's take a look at the standings so far after 3 games. And while we're looking at that, this is going to be interesting for Over because you heard Clip talking. They're keeping his cards quite close to his chest as well. But no doubt, Kylaris, they're going to be looking for an organization to rep them. This is probably going to be the motivation they need as well.
Absolutely. 30 points on the board for them right now. I think, quite honestly, I think as Team Liquid, this roster was floundering a little bit. I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna lay it out honestly. I think maybe it was, I don't know what was working for them, but this might be the kick in the rear that they need to be able to, you know, move on into PGC and try and accomplish what on Team Liquid they always wanted to accomplish, which was win. Actually just get the win. Because on Team Liquid, yeah, there was that constant string of second places, but then for the last year it felt like a bit of meandering. But this is an excellent roster that can push further, and on another org or over peakers, I think, yeah, this will be a kick in the right direction.
Also, no surprise, Avenger and Tropic sitting in that top spot with 35 points. They're going to be feeling really good. And I do think those double-digit kills that they keep getting in game after game is what's getting them in there. And if they continue like this, they might just run away with that top spot, which isn't nice for the other teams because they've already guaranteed themselves a spot at PGC.
Yeah, you know, they want to be in there because of the practice they can get, as we've been talking about, but it's kind of scary for the other teams because you're kind of expecting a team like Entropic, maybe a team like Na'Vi and OP is also to be up there. So there's only pretty much, 1 or 2 slots maybe up for the grabbing there in the top 4.
We are only halfway through, and of course there is 2 days of play as well, so they've got a day and a half to continue. There is a team that I want to speak about just because I think this is a really strong lineup. They've had some fun moments, but maybe not necessarily finishing where they want to, and that's the fellas. I quite enjoy this lineup. What do you think of them, Kylaris?
Oh, well, do you want me to get my PNC championship shirt out? Because I also appreciate this roster. I want to see Michael, Miraku, and the Finns do well. And I think that they've got the chops to be able to do it moving forwards. I think maybe that second Erangel game, I think a little bit unfortunate about their push on GDE. GDE was coming out hot. And I think maybe they could have played it differently, as Avenger said. But yes, high hopes for them. And Michael, listening to him in interviews, he was having a kind of a hard time and a lot of soul searching going on in terms of when he was moving from rosters and stuff like that. And I think maybe this is the home that can push them on into greater heights.
Fun fact, when I first got into PUBG Esports a couple of years ago, I think Michael was one of the first players I actually spoke to randomly at the event, and he was very sweet. He
was he on TSM at the time?
Yep, and then he was quite cocky after that, so never mind that story. But Michael, in the beginning, you were a lovely lad. Okay, Avenger, we're moving on to Miramar now. Expecting any changes? Some teams obviously stronger on this map than Erangel.
I'm expecting a map change. Sam, what do you think?
Oh my. He's giving you nothing. He is giving
Never.
you nothing.
Obviously,
you know what? I'm done with this. I'm done. We're
Bye.
going into the game. Stop talking, Des, Jorasar, Toby, save me from Avenger.
Oh my god, look, a map change! These guys on the desk are incredible. Match 4 Group A here at PCS7 Europe. We are on Miramar, 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock plane path here. Almost exactly bisecting the map. Just a smidge south of being directly over Picado. Let's see which teams are going to use this as an opportunity to reset and get a huge haul of points in the second half of the day. We always have to talk about that in game number 4, but not everyone gets to pull it off. And Entropic waking up big time now, Toby, and they're such a huge momentum-based team as well.
They sure are once they get that ball rolling. I'm looking at this server, and I don't think there's anything that can stop them. That is, I mean, of course, you have Na'Vi on their strong days. They are... That's a question I'm going to ask you and potentially the desk as well. who is strongest on their strongest days these days? Na'Vi or Entropic?
I have an answer for you. It depends on how you define strongest.
No,
if you said
on their
which
best
of
day,
these,
on their best days, who puts up the best performance?
on their absolute, in terms of highest number of points in one day,
Well, that would be the best performance.
on their absolute best day, I'm gonna say Na'Vi. But the thing is, when Na'Vi have a bad day, I think they're worse than Entropic on a bad day as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like they swing more. I feel like.
True. To some extent, I agree with you. I feel like, yes, the bottom line for Entropic, even on the bad days, is still what some other teams would call mediocre. But having said that, let's hold it for a second. In the meantime, now, Ungrind and Fellas opting to hot drop into El Pozo. And this is kind of interesting. It often so happens that teams hot drop will jump out of the plane early, but all these teams have had a chance to sit through pretty much the entire distance of the plane path to look this one through. Now, first knock does come in. Uno will fall here as well. So 2 knocks, 1 on each side. How this one is going to pan on out, we'll know in just a couple of seconds. We still have players coming in vehicles trying to help their teammates. Take-Two opting to jump out. Hasn't looted anything yet, but I think got fed the info that there's no opponents inside this building other than the crawling one he sees right below him.
So this was really cool. Take-Two got in the vehicle and started moving towards this building, and then and stayed near the building while Uno was looting, to give Ruston, basically to pressure Uno into peeking to see where the vehicle was coming from, and that's how Rustenmar got the knock. So it's nice to see the fellas, even when they don't have guns in hand, working together for that outcome. Really, really good stuff. And oh dear, that is Frenchie returning a bit of a favor there onto Michael.
Yep, Michael will bleed out as well. So once again, in a very quick fashion, we are proven that hot dropping does not pay off, because now both teams have taken casualties. Who would have thought? Even more so in this particular case, when we look at the first circle that popped while this was going on, these guys are headed to quite literally the opposite side of the map. So even though there are threats nearby, I would say if you're on grind, head further west, take those cars. You have the one vehicle like the hard spawn on your side as well. Get those cars. Go north around. I mean, you were the last team alongside Fellas to jump out of this plane. You will know that there should be no team north of you right now. So get those cars, wrap north, and go towards the circle. And for Fellas, same exact thing, but on the other side. Go east, get those cars, get looted up now, and then get out of there. There's nothing more to come from trying to take a city fight 6 kilometers from the circle.
Team Elite making a little bit of noise to demonstrate to whoever that vehicle was that someone's in this compound. Frag has certainly heard them from Project Underdog, but unfortunately, I think Team Elite were trying to scare them away. It has not had that effect. The rest of Project Underdog are now going to be moving up onto this compound early on. Anonym is the player I'm afraid of, because Team Elite, they're going to be focusing on the guys right in front of them. Anonym's going to have a beautiful angle.
Yeah. Fragger trying to set up on this side, unfortunately. Unscopes for a second, and that allows for Det to wrap around the other side. Now Nate comes through. Info has been given across, and Cobra is in the garage. Spots him, but again, timing just off for Fragger. Holds the angle, but at the second he unscopes, that's when the peak comes through.
Unlucky there, but if he stays at it, he should be able to have an opportunity to go face-to-face again. Anonym now repositioning with the vehicle. Team Elite have heard him, though, and they're now going to be able to get the rest of their team in positions on the hills behind this compound as well. So this is turning into a little bit more of a dig your heels in long-term kind of engagement now, as neither team wants to relent.
And it's so stupid, right? I mean, nothing against the players, because they're forcing this fight because they have to, but if we look at the map, there's no one around them. Like, they can pick and choose any other compound within like a 3-kilometer radius and not hit an opponent. Issue is now that they've both set themselves so heavily on this particular compound. Now, dead in a car. You know what? I love this. I've oftentimes said it, and I'll say it again. A good disengage.
Nice.
Being able to do that, knowing where your fire escape is, pulling it off, is oftentimes much more valuable than a good engage. Unfortunately, here they get away. Unfortunately, though, not with Cobra. So they get out of there. Losing a player is unfortunate. But again, they realize this. We're dead center. There's no one around. Why are we forcing a fight in this compound? Now all the opponents are here. Let's try and get away. I like Team Elite's idea of leaving. Unfortunate, though, that they used scope when doing so.
I was going to offer maybe a little bit of consolation that if you're fighting for a compound and there's no one within 3 kilometers of you, it's the only time in these games where you can actually have a full-on fight and not worry about a third party.
True.
That's rare these days. But you don't want to do that in phase 1. If this was phase 5, fine. But yeah, this is tricky.
And you know that Impala has been looted by Entropic. Of all the teams, you want to have third party early on. I mean, they're already, you can see in the cast, they were already headed in this direction. So that's scary. Now, Risk did here again disengage. Unfortunately, Lookarooks might get a shot off. He does! Connects the first one, but can't get more.
Really good initial spray. Has the opportunity to still connect. Teammates also shooting in that direction, but it looks like they will just be able to get away. That was a close call for Project Underdog.
Oh,
it's
you
not
have
over
no
yet.
speed, and that Carnage rolling away from him too. Prone's down, just over the ridge line.
Parking
Tries
brakes,
to be
man.
as small as he possibly can. Fortunately, there's a tree there to stop the car. So
Yeah, you're not getting that though, are you?
yeah, no. At least it's not all. At least they didn't give it to Entropic.
Sure.
You know? So there's that.
Parking brakes, guys. Use them. Spacebar.
That's one of the memes that I feel like has gone out of the global meme game, is that one with the guy saying, so he's got that going for him, which is nice. In the meantime, let's see if Pains opts to try and disengage here as well. If he sticks around, nah, he heard it. He doesn't like what he heard either, so he's going to run up the hillside. Will he get away safely? Yes, he will. Soccer actually going to be the one to be shot at here. But Austrian Force lives with the scare.
I'm worried here for Austrian Force because I don't know where they've all parked their cars, but they're all around the compound in the hills, super split from each other as Zocker goes down. And if they're this split from each other, where are the cars parked? Did they park in the compound and move out, or are they in the hill? I actually don't know how Pains is getting away here.
It's once again, I mean, we saw it in the very first game, which they, in the end, ended up winning, so I'm not going to take that away from them. But initially, a split I looked at and thought, that, my friend, is going to be punished. It wasn't in the first game. I wasn't the only one kind of head scratching when seeing it, though, because we heard on the desk, Kalari said as well that it's going to get punished later, which it was, and now it is again. I feel like some of these splits that they take, I know it's on the north side. I know technically there's quite a decent amount of space while we see these players using cars and bunny hopping with them down the hillside. It's just dangerous split, having 2 PS down the valley the way that they did there. When a team pulls up, like they did here, like teams tend to do in the earlier stages of tournaments, it's just too dangerous, in my opinion. Not worth the risk.
I agree with you, especially in such an early stage of this game as well, right? You win the fight. Let's say you manage to defend that position. You might get 3 or 4 points to your name. That's great. But you might lose 1 or 2 teammates, and you're still in 15th place. It's not exactly the same as a fight between 3rd and 4th place, for instance. It's certainly the kind of thing you want to hold off as long as possible so that you're having that fight when ideally everyone's already in the placement points. So it's unfortunate that it happened there. We don't have any teams out at least, but yeah, they're taking damage from each other for reasons that maybe could have been avoided, shall we say.
What is stronger, Pink Venom or Pink Pony?
They've been next to each other in, I think, every game.
They have been. It's almost as if their names are kind of magnetizing and saying, oh, I think we should go here. And then it's just what it is.
Toby, do you remember there was like a period of about 8 months in PUBG where 4 different teams who were yellow would drop like in and around Snake on Erangel? Like that middle strip was just completely yellow and it was 4 different teams. I feel like this could be the birth of something. We just need a 3rd team to be pink.
Yeah,
we've got something here.
True. More pink teams. It is a very fashionable color these days. Pink is the new black, or so to speak. Miraku, in the meantime, finds Hakatori, 1 taken down. Tries to see if he can get more. Will he? I'm not sure, but Rostamar will get Hakatori down, so kill confirmed. Vart now, ready and waiting. Here comes BBL, full speed forward. We know they like to do these approaches. Issue is Manko runs over Smash. That is an entry fragger. You do not want to lose before you even get to fire a bullet.
How much of that is them competing for those kills? This is not good at all. Thendalos just about making it there in time to revive, but this was supposed to be a smash and grab from them. This shouldn't be them playing defensively. This is not ideal for them at all. He can still res smash. He should have kept going with the revive there. I'm not sure he can continue to survive another one of those. BBL on their knees.
And now Foot Esports are coming in as well. They're picking them apart. This is just bloody. And I feel like it all happens because that team knock comes through. Not that they were guaranteed to win the fight in any way, shape, or form, but it just puts such a force break to them. And here you go.
Man.
Vard with the shotgun.
Sawn
pulls
off.
it out. He was mid-reload, cancels the reload, pulls out the third sidearm. And, well, there you go. Gets himself the kill with a shot.
That is delightful stuff. Unfortunate for BBL there. Like, the start of that engagement had all of the hallmarks of a beautiful BBL smash and grab, right?
Yeah.
It looked like they were going to pull up. They were going to get 2 knocks super quick. It was going to look great. And then about 7 seconds later, ooh, it started going downhill, and that was the final shot. What a rough engagement for BBL.
Sawed-offs. I think I casted my first sawed-off kill at Nations Cup this year. Just goes to show how little. Just goes to show how little sawed-off action we ever see. So thank you, Bart, for having shown us that using that pistol slot sometimes can be worthwhile.
Absolutely, and you want maximum effectiveness in the least amount of time, and the sawn off there, showing its use, showing it has a place. You can see the teams here are broadly towards the coast as opposed to inland in phase 2, by the way. So there's a reason for that. Inland, there are a lot of flat hilltops, and it's a little bit difficult to rotate north or south compared to a lot more of the roads and a lot more of these dips and valleys that you have towards the coast. So even though the circle is going to move away from the water at some point, it still pays to be close but not too close so that your rotations out of there can be a bit easier.
10 players eliminated. I know it was a tough Eastern Circle off of a lot of teams being hard west, so rotation kills would happen. Did I expect to see 10 players eliminated come 13 minutes, though? Not quite the case. We've had Miramar games where the first player gets knocked at around 10-11 minutes, if not even later than that. So the fact that we get this many kills this early on goes to show that this is a lobby that hasn't quite settled. Also, a lobby that is currently playing its first Miramar game. Still, rotation paths have to be figured out. You can do so much prep on what you think teams are going to do, but when push comes to shove, it's what happens in the game that makes the decisions for you. Now, Circle, send this up. Most teams are in already, but what do they have to play with?
So east of Junkyard, south of El Azahar, there's a lot of natural formation here. You can see those sweeping giant valleys where Austrian Force are now, for example. They're great for 1 or 2 teams to be at, but because they run for so long and they're so deep, you can't really have 2 or 3 teams occupying that sort of space close to each other because the sight lines are really, really good. So there should be enough space for our remaining teams in this circle, but they all have to be reasonably far apart. And the moment 2 teams go for the same bit of terrain at the same time, it's getting to a point where they have to fight, because if you disengage and go to the next place, there'll almost certainly be a team already there.
Exalt spotted in the middle of the open. If it wasn't enough that they had to worry about in Tropic, here comes the Scent Club rising to the occasion, peeking on over the hillside. They still have a rotation to make, so even if they don't get knocks here, spotting players is essentially crucial for them to kind of mind sweep of saying, yep, okay, we're not going in that direction. Now we saw a third player over there. Great. We still have about, around 30 seconds until the blue is on us. Where do we go from here? And I think they're kind of slowly realizing that no matter where they go, they're gonna have to fight for it.
Yes, we're reaching that stage of the game now where the easy compound that no one's taken yet that you can get to while rotating early, not really an option anymore. Those compounds do exist, but it's so hard to scout them out because of the way the teams are spread out that there's an element of risk attempting to crash anything right now. So very, very tricky situation for some of the teams that are further towards the edge or outside of the zone indeed and looking to move in. Ascend Club are one of them. They've had a great day so far. Their average points per game has been phenomenal. I want to see if they can keep this up, say, through just this game. I'm going to be pretty pleased for them. I'm going to say I'd be optimistic for them heading into tomorrow. I think this is their first real test.
This is what you can do with proper scouting. They saw Entropic in the compound below. They saw Exalt players out towards the east, but because when they shot at them, they saw, I believe it was Molotov going into his car and wrapping up north. They said, if we make a play in the direction of where Exalt were, but then
Yep.
wrap hard west once we get north of the compound, because obviously with terrain knowledge, we know they won't get a proper angle. We will be able to literally snake our way through 3 teams to get into this position. This is what they got off of sitting on that hilltop, and that is why, my friends who may be new to PUBG watching out there, you gotta do proper scouting, especially when given the high ground and the time too. Ascent sat 4 players up on the hills trying to figure out what is our best plan, which cards are we dealt here. And well, they did the right plan now with a perfect entry to the circle.
They used the low ground
So
as well
smart.
to get
So
around
smart.
Entropic on the coast. So when you saw all of those teams going, well, why are they closer to the coast? Being able to use that dip to make sure that Entropic couldn't shoot at them was their route in as well. And their prize for that, it's a little bit of a 10 o'clock hard shift if we're being honest, but Ascend Club are now further into circle. They're going to be the ones gatekeeping the likes of Project Underdog and Entropic as a result.
They get to pick and choose. Do we want to be
Yeah.
first movers, or do we want to stay on the edge? They don't have to be the last to go because they know there's teams in front of them. Nope, they can move if they do, or if they so place it now. I mean, they are moving further forward, but so are Pink Pony, and I think they're going to beat them to essentially the spot that Ascent had been eyeing for a second. Mika peeks on over. They know they're there now, though, and there's just 1 or 2 balls really up for grabs for Pink Pony, so still a bit of a stretch for Nate range, but 1 or 2 smokes. We saw James try and pull, actually, success in pulling it off on Erankle earlier today. 1 or 2 smokes to give you a good line, just to get those extra couple of meters to be within Nate range. That would be them grabbing Pink Pony's spot.
Micah for Ascend, spotting Project Underdog as they move nearby. Entropic are quite close as well, so they don't want to move up like on this too far. We saw an example, oh dear, on Erangel, where a team really overcommitted going down the hill and paid the price for it. There's a possibility of that happening here as well. Entropic now engaging Project Underdog. I think this gives Ascend a bit of a breather. If they're fighting each other, they should be able to get the res off. No, he's finished. That's Lyrod, actually, from Foot Esports, from downtown, taking the third party.
This could play perfectly in favor for Ascent. They push over the top. I mean, I'm not sure why Underdog made that play, because they knew Ascent were over there, and in doing so, Entropic just pushes up from behind and say, oh, you want to split? Well, we'll punish that. And now they have full, like, aggressive play towards Anonym, who's the solo player left alive on that side of things. Over towards the west in the meantime. Over Peakers and Fellas taking a fight head-to-head here. We have Miracle still on the other side of the road. He can't really play much of a factor, you can see, with where he is right now. So opting to go in a vehicle, wrap around the west side, get back down to his teammates. Remember, Michael was taken down early, so Fellas, only 3 alive.
Tiksu in the smokes, hitting the deck at the mercy of the overpeakers here, and James does not miss with those. Overpeakers doing a great job of pushing in here, and Miraku, unfortunately, I would say between a rock and a hard place, but this is looking pretty flat. I think he'd like a rock and a hard place right now, but there's not many places he can hide, and as a result, we're going to try and run. James says no to that too.
Not gonna happen. Overpeakers smart in the understanding of the situation, so to speak. They knew who they were up against. They saw because it was that early in the game. I mean, they knew they were in a 4v3. They get the 2 knocks pretty much instantly, and know to look for the last, not let him get away. And Overpeakers plenty of space now in the easy transition across. Iroh in the meantime alongside Foot Esports taking the fight to both Entropic and Ascent. Neither of the teams have really left, and now Pink Pony are gonna be a factor in this fight too.
Foot Esports, the team that was furthest south in this potential 4-team face-off here. Ascend Club had the opportunity to gatekeep all of them, but now they've got Foot Esports on one side and Entropic on the other. Makes it very, very difficult indeed for them to easily gatekeep. And this means the fight itself is completely wide open. Odun, so off. I mean, this guy is so often the talisman for his team, I would say last season before Iroh joined. Let's see what he can do now.
Yep, whenever Foot Esports had success, oftentimes it had got Odin written all over it. But this time around, once again, I mean, he is the savior right now, trying to get Iroh back to safety, get him back on up. The issue now becomes that win or die just took out Exalt on the north side. That's the high ground. I mean, these teams could only take this fight while that fight was going on above them, because you can see here, perfect angle from the observers. They have a good vision down here without any real threat of being shot from behind themselves. So because win or die can now just sit up above and kind of pepper them every time they try to peek over towards one another, they're in trouble. Look at this. Lookarooks try to reposition to take the fight elsewhere. There comes the third party in from behind. That is the stab. That is the thorn in the heel that wasn't present before, and now it's just too little too late. All these teams will be in so much trouble.
5 hit points per second. That's what Evas is tanking now on behalf of Entropic, knowing that there are teams in front of him wanting to stop his progression into circle. Only 3 first aids left. And now we have Ascend making a little bit of a do or die move into the middle of the circle there. It's Chris, the only player left alive in this Bronco that quite frankly has seen better days. Completely flat terrain. 2 different teams shooting at him. That smoke coming from out the back isn't a barbecue, and this is not a great place to be.
I would like to know if that is a little bit of a do or die rotation. What is a big bit of a do or die rotation?
When all 4 are in the same car.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for them. Ascend out in 12th place. In the meantime, Frenchie, solo player left on the ungrind roster. Spots next. Doesn't go for the shot. He's now tanking blue. As you said, 5 ticks or 5 damage per tick. That was to make the move on forward. He's out in the blue. Unfortunate for him, though, not too far to the circle.
Ooh, Evas getting a headshot there in the picture-in-picture, but not enough to get a knock. It is now, though. Entropic eliminated, but Evas absolutely maximizing his effectiveness from out in the blue. And Foot Esports will go down at the same time.
Every single team. We talked about 4 teams trying to take a fight to one another on that side of the circle. As predicted, they all went down. They simply took too long. The fight never happened. No one wanted to be the initiator early on. This time around, though, Frenchie is going to be exactly that. Finds the first one. Now, damage done across as well. Issue is the damage comes through from blue. Not going to matter, though. James from across the map finds 1. More points going the way from the overpeaks.
That's a great spot as well from Narnia, basically. James going, hey, there's a guy in the blue over there. Thwack. Instant point for the overpeakers there. And take a look at how flat this terrain is once you're on top of these hills or once you're at the bottom. That's why there are so few people left alive. What was this? 26 people left alive in phase 6 we had on Erangel twice? Well, we're down to 23 and it's still phase 6 here.
We're continuously shifting into, well, less and less playable terrain, essentially. This is really becoming troublesome if you're not, I want to say Navi. I mean, they're sitting in a saloon right now going, oh, we're the only compound in the circle? Yeah, we'll take that.
Exactly. Oh, God. Whoa. Disgusting, Nate.
That is how you get 3 kills, friends.
To be fair, when we saw the Molotovs in the shack on Erangel, that was sort of like the 20-minute oven roast. What you saw there was the microwave.
It's also kind of ironic that it's Extens who gets the kills. It's like, guys, I know how you survive in shacks. You should have done like I did and kind of dodge and weave all of them. He just sends one in there, finds 3. I was looking to the north going. That fight ended quickly, and that's why Scream in the meantime peeks on Outcast too strong. Pink Pony out.
Now we have Win or Die trying to pick up the pieces here. Pink Pony, that's 1 fewer team to worry about. Austrian Force relatively close by within utility range, but I don't know how much utility they have left. Meanwhile, Na'Vi in their compound, they've got their utility, they've got their helmets, they've got their vests. It's not a glamorous way to reach the end game perhaps, but they can just sit and wait. Pains, beautiful follow-up.
Let's see. Payne's second nade comes through, and this is crucial for them. This is their real entry to the circle.
Beautiful flashbangs. 3rd one in a row, right in Leosh's face. That is... oh my god, that is absolutely beautiful stuff. And it pays off as well. They committed so much utility there. They basically had to win that fight, right, Toby? Like, how many flashbangs, how many smokes did you have to invest just to get to this position? That you have to keep pushing. You're committed at that point.
Exactly. Unfortunate now. Payne's the upfront player goes down. Vasco knows that, well, now's the time to make a play. Tries to do it on foot, but that's going to be a tough one. Team Elite trying to make the exact same play across the valley. We go 1 down, 2 down. Out is Team Elite in 6th place. So just 5 teams left alive. Should be 4 in just a moment's time.
And that's a byproduct of so much flat space here. Vashku trying to escape, giving a point to anybody else. Example, though, managing to get that knock. And Austrian Force, unfortunately, will be giving that point away. Only Silas left alive. There's so much of this circle that's just flat or on a single incline that only 1 team can occupy. I'm surprised there are even 5 teams alive at this point.
Did depending on how Na'Vi plays this, Silas gets second place guaranteed by just hiding up north. The way that this is going to go down, I mean, Overpeaker's going to backfill on this one. You see GDE, Iceboy is going to be completely ambushed from behind now in just a second.
Yep.
3, 2, 1, there you go. There he goes. Peeks over the top. They get the easy freebie. And now, because they've forced this fight against Pink Venom, they're going to get shot in the back. This should have kills from OP all over it.
I think Katie actually had some utility out and maybe wasn't expecting someone to literally pop up right in front of them to smack them with the full auto shot. Imagine if that was a Molotov or a frag grenade. Silas.
He's blind.
Oh my god. White screen. Send it back to the manufacturer. RMA that monitor, because Silas' screen's going to be white for the next 24 hours with that.
This is picture perfect understanding of the situation from Na'Vi. They know what's going on up on the hillside, and they know they still have Silas to deal with. They need to deal with that threat. So they look at the control they have of the circle now. They have all of it. Other teams would have been hesitant. They would have said, oh, but we got top 4 guaranteed. We're still 4 alive. Let's play it safe. No. Na'Vi, they take control while other teams are dealing with other stuff. And in doing so, I would say already now, getting themselves a win. Even though Overpeakers are 3 alive, the position from Na'Vi right now and how good we know they are in these sort of situations, they just don't fail. Now they probably will, but usually they don't.
It's all right. I'll root for the other side. We can't both cast a curse, right? I guess we could. Like, GDE could then end up walking away with a lot. But anyway, at the moment, Overpeakers with 1 up, GDE with 1 up, Na'Vi with 4, and this is what they do best in the late game. They see everyone else fighting, and they go, we're going to wrap around, we're going to own 75% of the circle, and there's nothing you can do about it. Overpeakers out in 3rd. It's only a matter of time. Na'Vi take home the chicken dinner.
Solid win for Na'Vi. Again, it came, I don't want to say easy to them, because no game is easily won when you play against caliber opponents of this kind. But they had the best opportunity in having the saloon for quite a while, then pushing out along the ridge line. They knew when to push, executed it perfectly. But Overpeakers, to me, sure, they get a little fortunate with BBL stumbling into their compound. But the way they push up, the way they take the fights on the West Coast to then wrap over forward further, great play from them.
Yeah, the vests, the helmets, the utility, that's important, of course, when you have the only compound in the circle. But how you use that to win the game still matters. And I'm sure the desk will be able to shine a lot more light on exactly how that went down. Back over to you, folks.
Thanks, gents. So that was a nice, easy chicken dinner for Na'Vi. They just phoned the delivery service. It was brought to their door, steaming hot. Colors.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, they had Saloon for quite a long time. I really like how they eventually, towards the later stages of the game, flexing out, having Alia lead, then Example following up, to effectively deal with Austrian Force and then create the barrier. Just say, okay, we know we have full control of this game. Let's push up against these teams and not give them any room in any of the next circles, basically, as they're caught in that kind of third-party situation. So Na'Vi, the perfect team to be able to take a win like this. Very well done.
I mean, it's always dangerous eventually when you let Na'Vi go and win a chicken dinner, because like you see there, 12 kills. This is a nice one for them. It's just going to stack the points, and they need it because they need to move their way into the top 4.
Yeah, and with this so far, it's actually looking kind of crazy, right? It's the teams, it's the top dogs that we expect to do well that are already pulling out these chicken dinners and doing really good with the kills as well, putting in double digits here in Tropic. Na'Vi now 12 as well. Fantastic game for them. And actually the amount of control that you're able to take out from Saloon. Usually it's hard to get out of the Saloon if you have to go kind of north, but it went west for them, which was perfect. They could then play uphill after they defended the Saloon. You also have to remember it is a home turf circle for them, so we're expecting them to do really good and great things from situations where they don't have to move that far.
You know, coincidentally, Sam, as well, at the end of game 2, we were looking at it, I was like, yeah, there's not that big wins or anything like that. And then I said, Na'Vi and Entropic, middle of the pack, they're likely to get big wins eventually, and then we get an Entropic and Na'Vi win. This is super coincidental, and I don't know how that has occurred here, but they've both just got themselves 12 kill wins in the past 2 games. So they're going to be ramping up very nicely here and pressuring the rest of the lobby.
I think the rest of the lobby needs to be concerned, because if you let Entropic and Navi continue like this, they're just going to, I can't remember the Danish word now, but sponge up all the points that are available. Swamp up all your points, and that's a problem. There are two teams that I've been really impressed with, and I'm interested because you can actually see some of their players popping up on kills and damage. Specifically, GDE and Austrian Force. They've had a really good run.
What is this VARD picture though?
It's photoshopped. It's pretty clearly photoshopped. Yeah.
That was so good. Sorry, I just never mind.
Okay, we'll just take a look at example and clip. There we go. Avenger, you can chat. I'm gonna start giggling. This always happens.
It's unfortunate. You know, that's happening when you have fun on the desk here, and you know, you guys. It was meant to happen that you guys were gonna make each other laugh, and I was just gonna have to sit here and point out that example, as James said, Alia was leading by example, and they did well. 4 kills here, 600 damage, perfect situation for Navi to step up. And I honestly, the way that they maintained control and made sure that everyone trying to come in from the east, they took them out, and then they could push into Overpeakers and eventually GD.
Try and ask my question again. Two teams that I did not expect. When we started this, if you had asked me to highlight two teams that I think would be consistent on day number 1, I probably wouldn't have even mentioned these two. And it is GDE and Austrian Force Colors. I think that both of these teams, not necessarily teams we would have been focusing on at the start of the day, but two teams that have really impressed me. We've seen them on 4 games now, and they've consistently done a good job.
Yeah, for me, GDE, absolutely not. They really weren't on my radar as much as maybe Austrian Force was. Obviously, with Austrian Force, they are, as components, it's an extremely impressive roster that has the potential to be able to go further in this tournament. And yeah, I'm happy to see them kind of push ahead to a decent spot at least here for all of this. And of course, they've got Zocker, who is actually the most handsome man in all of esports. So that's very important too.
That's a statement.
There you go.
That's, the whole time you were saying that, I was just thinking of that Photoshop picture, and I was like, do not giggle. Do not giggle. I cannot.
They've done him dirty, all right? They've done him dirty.
Why? Why did you even have to point out? Okay, I need to pull myself towards myself, so we're going to take a short break. We'll be back after this. You're here watching PCS7, and McLaren is also here at PUBG Battlegrounds. Don't forget to purchase your McLaren skin as a special skin when they release. Right, gents, getting into this now, Miramar. I made quite a bold statement just now where I said I think by the end of today, those points are going to be spammed up by specifically Overpeakers and Tropic and Navi. You're all giggling at me, but the truth is, these are strong teams, and they are the three. I underestimated Overpeakers just because of previous performances. I kind of thought that they hadn't really been firing on all cylinders. But those are the three teams that ultimately you're going to be looking at, because they're the three teams that you expect to be in the top 4.
All right.
Hi, Lars?
Oh. No, you know what? Martin wanted to go. Go on, Martin.
I just wanted to point out here, we are 33% way through 4 games. We're going to play 12 total. So I'm going to make another bold statement. Top 4, to make it to the top 4, you're going to have 100 points plus. So we're going to have to get into the triple digits. 33, a third of the way. It's going to be that. The question for me is Austrian Force going to be able to continue that? Because 8 more games with that consistency, considering 60 to 70% of the points should be coming from kills, and right now they have a lot of placement points. So I really want to see them to rack up more kills than they have so far, because you can see on our top 3, that ratio is much more fitting to what we're expecting it and what it usually is.
Yeah, obviously Austrian Force has done pretty well in terms of placement points as a whole, but I think overall, even though Austrian Force has been impressive in terms of finding their spots and playing from them, I've liked what Ascend has done so far, because you can see that, I mean, it was actually Kiliakat and Micah of the 2 players. Big damage coming out from those guys already with the 27 limit kills that they've got here. If they're able to gain a few more placement points, I think they're going to be rocketing up here, and I'm excited to see if they're going to be able to put that up.
I just feel like the angel of like doom and gloom, but I honestly think that there's one spot in the top 4 available. I think that the other 3 spots are going to be claimed by those teams we're already seeing in the top 3.
Yeah.
I mean, Avenger, I just think now if they continue to perform, but they're 3 teams that know exactly what they need to do. I just worry that there's now literally one spot up for grabs for everyone else.
They are so strong right now. What we've seen previously throughout this year from Navi, they're extremely strong, and Tropic as well. They've already guaranteed themselves PTC, right? So we're thinking that they are gonna be swooping through this quite easily, and as you were pointing out, swamping up a lot of these points here. I will say this though, I'm really happy to see Liquid be able to step up, ex-Liquid, be able to step up and become these new guys. Overpeakers, they're kind of transforming themselves into this new. And as you were pointing out, James, there is a bit of a spotlight on them now, right? Because they need to secure that spot for PTC to have a better negotiation possibility with a potential org that is picking them up, right? So they really want to show what they're made of, and that's what I'm really hoping, that they're able to continue to do so. So I think you're completely right, Sam. The top 3 is pretty cemented. It's looking really strong from these teams, especially even if we just played 4 games, but you can really see that already. So 1 spot to play for, and a lot of teams that is really looking good to have a chance at it. At I would love it to be these guys. Austrian Force, also fantastic. 2 Nations Cup players. Silas and Vasco, 2 staples that has been really performing the last couple of years here, and have been on big rosters. I would really love to see those guys up there.
Let's see if you get your wish. We're going into game number 4. Jorasat, Toby, this one's on you.
Thank you very much, Sam. Penultimate time over the skies of Miramar now for day number 1. The top 4 teams go through. Maybe starting to feel a little bit of pressure, some of these teams who possibly haven't gotten off the mark quite the way they wanted yet. Looking fairly comfortable for our top couple of teams so far, but with only 4 games in, it's impossible for anyone to rest on their laurels. 6 o'clock to 11 o'clock playing path. Toby, what are we expecting this time?
There will be some teams that are going to have to use ulterior drop spots, so to speak. A lot of the East, I mean, while within reach if you're that desperate, it's probably not going to be gone for. What I would be really curious to see here is a circle going somewhat south, because look at how many teams are now going out north. There's just only so many spots available to like get a proper loot game going on the southern side, that a lot of these teams forced to go north, maybe even forced to go north to take cast to then go hard out towards the east side. On the flip side of that, though, would love to see an Oasis ending. We have a new Oasis in play. This whole north side of the map hasn't really been, I mean, while we have seen it in a couple of scrims here and there, it hasn't been competitive tournament tested to the extent that I would love to see. The mountain up there is different. Not going to happen. We're going down towards the La Riviera Mountains towards the southwest. But I'm sure that over the course of the tournament, we will see it. And I'm very curious to see how it's going to play out up there.
I'm doing my best to support you here, Toby. I didn't mention Island Circle a single time last game.
Happens.
I was hoping, and I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna curse anything. I want this to happen for Toby, and then it didn't happen. And then you said Oasis, and almost instantly, it's tough. It's a tough life. But you know what else would be tough, by the way? I just timed how long the Guess Who graphic is on the screen.
Yeah.
I don't even think it's possible for us to speed run a game of Guess Who in the time that we see that.
If I say,
we should try
is your person wearing a cap and you say, yes, I will have won.
Yes, that's true. And there's only one person with, I think, a big, thick, pointy beard as well.
True.
Great beard.
True. So there are the small ones that you can bring home a quick win
cases.
on.
But the Island Circle scenarios of Guess Who, where the game can finish quickly.
I don't want to say curious. Honestly, between the two of us, given what these teams are playing for, 12 games, top 4 goes through, I'm a little disappointed to see teams back-to-back hot drop the same city. And now I know this was a Western plane and it's difficult to play around.
Sure.
But you've just fought in El Pozo, fellas, and Ungrind is with the teams that I'm talking about. You've just fought there, both taking casualties and doing so. And now they both go back to play there again. In a 20-game grand final situation, fair enough. Have your skirmishes, duke them out and then get it over with in a couple of games. But by the end of the next game, you have only got half your Miramar game. I mean, you already got half your total games left to play in this stage of the tournament. And a lot of people, you and me included, have considered fellas to be one of those teams that would be on the very top echelon and a potential to qualify through in the top 4. But hot dropping, regardless of whether casualties come through because of it, it's just not worth it.
So I'll tell you what, Toby, I agree with you, but I'll also throw a devil's advocate opinion out there, right?
Mm-hmm.
El Pozo is one of those cities where because I can't see exactly where they are right now, but if you imagine they split it east and west and they're fairly okay with it, there are vehicles on the west side and there are vehicles on the south and east where they can loot, get vehicles, and get out without firing a single shot at each other. And I'm going to say that if they're able to do that, I'm okay with it. But if they then meet in the middle and they start fighting, I 100% agree with you. They don't need to be doing that.
And that's the thing, because yes, I mean, we have seen 2 teams loot Yasnaev on an entire season of PL as well, where it wasn't an issue because they kind of, sort of agreed not to fight each other. That's fair enough. But can you always rely on the other team not wanting to fight you? Can you always expect there not being a team ready and waiting for you when you go to pick up the vehicle? No.
Right.
And because that risk, that's a tractor, because that risk is simply, the fact that it's even there, to me, makes it too dangerous when you only have 12 games to play, when you have to get, when we add the factor that you have to be top 4 in an already stacked lobby, it's just, to me at least, I mean, it's their team, they can do whatever they want, but to me it's too much of a danger.
No, I know what you mean. Even if they don't attack each other and they move out early, which is what Rustamar is doing now, to be fair, you've got the anxiety there. You never know when they're going to turn and decide, you know what, this game, we're really going to rub it in your face. So I get what you mean there. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see if maybe they continue this into tomorrow, for example.
I love Rustanmar's indecisiveness to that one. Oh, Esla. Oh, Beryl. No, wait, Esla. Oh, ow. Okay, he's gone.
Both.
He got
dual wield.
It looked like it for a second. He was swapping back and forth between the guns so fast that it might just have happened for a second. But not quite the case that time around. Big Pony trying to make their way on forward. Win or Die doing the same thing. I like the proactiveness of Win or Die. We'll hold that thought for a second and try big over Peakers. Let's see who comes up victorious here.
Not now, not with 4 minutes to go in phase 1, surely, but Jeems takes one to the noggin there, and actually, Entropic aren't doing too badly out of this. I'm not sure they thought Overpeakers will be in this position, but they've decided to get out of the vehicles and stay put. They're being stubborn. Jeems down, and Overpeakers struggling just a bit here.
Yep, Overpeaker sending it into Chuma to scout on forward. Good for them, I suppose, that GDE opted to leave early, which makes perfect sense in this kind of circle. Nice read, honestly, by Overpeakers here. Unfortunately now, situation not quite that favorable for them. James down already. You have Clip at low HP. Mexi trying to defend from up above, and they do have Iva somewhat isolated. And now look at this BBL. Vendalas is just full speed sending it into this fight. He must know what's going on the other side of the hill.
What is going on here? Guys, it's 3 minutes left to go in phase 1. We could be casting a phase 7 fight between these 3 teams right now, but this is the start of the game. I can't believe that BBL might be about to make this. I don't think BBL are fully committing to this, right?
No,
I think
they shouldn't be. They shouldn't.
Even if they full on here 4v4 all-out war, I would be hesitant, shall we say, to move in.
I just love how we talk about disliking hot drops, and now I mean neither of these two teams looted Chumacera. Just to let you guys know that this is not really a hot drop. This is Overpeakers kind of rotating on through and then getting backfilled by Entropic, who didn't think they were there. Leosh. That's not how you backflip a bike. That's how you land face first in the dirt. Now he's knocked because of it.
Oh man, that's when the X Games goes wrong. That was rough with the tire popping in midair, messing the rotate up on the bike as well. Ouch! I feel sorry for that.
Unfortunate. Heaviness will find him. Will get to safety. No, Mexi taken down just last second before he could make that rotation on in now. I mean, again, Vart hearing multiple people around him has to try and play this one. Hold the angle. Lookarooks doesn't peek around. Clip now spots 1 damage done, but no immediate follow-up.
I like that. He wasn't to know, of course, but Clip did some damage and immediately moved back in case a second person was around the corner as well. Didn't want to, well, overpeak, I suppose. Yeah. So this is becoming a little bit of a slow burn. Is there a way for either team to disengage?
There really is not at this point. They have to commit to it, and this is something Entropic is so incredibly good at. There they come, but look at this. Vart, while he's a solo player, he does have a pump action shotgun in hand. And how many times have we seen team get absolutely destroyed by shotguns? So Entropic, yeah, these doors. I mean, once you force all these teams in on a line in a hallway, everything can happen, especially when there's a level 3 vest and a shotgun on the receiving end of it.
And for those of you who are wondering, the gun that Vard's currently holding, it's like the sawn-off, but better!
This is such a smart play. They know what they're up against. They know they have a player there, but now they're lining them up for him. Not what you want to have happen. I was going to compliment the fact that they push outside to get more space to maneuver between him. But Vard finds one, jumps for the second, finds number 2 as well. Goes to get the third. No, not going to happen. Overpeakers out early, but Vard made it look scary for a second.
Vard's like 1v4s are my specialty, mate. Have you seen my show reel? That was dangerously close to a Vard masterclass, but that's the Overpeakers out early. I'm still so surprised. Neither team dropped Chumacera, and they both opted to fight there with 3 minutes left to go in phase 1. Like that to me is the biggest surprise I've seen today so far.
Yeah. It's sometimes, you know, I mean, again, and we talked about it with BBL and Overpeakers running into each other in the field west of, or east, I suppose, of Chopsticks on a wrangle too. It's teams that, I mean, if it was an open qualifier team that just hadn't played that many games against the top 2 teams before, it would make sense. But once again, I mean, it's Entropic and former Liquid. How many times have they rotated to west side circles and not fought each other before? It's surprising that this ends up happening. But now, circle out towards the west. What I like to call the Trident over towards the west. As we see just north of El Del
I can
Mar.
see it now.
It's a terrible place to have to play. Because you have to commit. You have to commit to a mountainside. And unfortunately, oftentimes you're wrong in which you end up choosing. And you have to transition, and then you die.
It's do you want to be on top of the cliff or do you want to be underneath, right? That's the fundamental first decision. And wherever you go, the circle goes the other side. That's almost the rule. But these players, of course, will know this area of the map really well. They'll know the terrain really well. They'll be very familiar with where to go on the I'm liking Trident, by the way. I once thought it was like a big dinosaur footprint. But I like Trident more.
That works.
I like Trident.
It's just because it has, you know, like the handle down towards Los Ecos
down towards Valadamar.
Yeah, and it's by the water, so it could like a Poseidon thing. I don't know.
Yeah. No, that's excellent. I love that.
Or King Triton. Is that his name in English too? In the Little Mermaid film? I don't know. Maybe he has like a trifork as well. Anyway,
What's
I mean,
his
I gotta
name?
say, ever since Katie regrouped with his team on Wrangle, he's been putting up some pretty good performances. So thank you for spending half a game kind of running across a Wrangle and exploring, because now he's here and he's fragging out.
He's doing a very, very good job of it so far. But remember, there's 15 teams left to go here, so you don't want to peak too early and then not get your team into the placement points as well. We've seen some fantastic pop-off performances, and Team Ascend... Oh, dear,
Right in
Ferris,
front of an entire
that's
team.
not the way.
He didn't even
Headshot
leave the
upside
car.
down.
He was like, yeah, you know what? I deserve
done.
this. I'm done.
AFK.
I'm done. All day
Oh,
4.
no.
See you next game.
That's horrible. I feel sorry for that. That also another reason why I don't know how many people would agree with me. I'm probably going to get flamed for saying this. The Murado is my least favorite vehicle on Miramar.
Yeah,
And
especially
I'm saying
the one
that
without
very
a roof.
politely. And it just flips everywhere. I mean, okay, my driving isn't the best, but it's so hard to control on the dirt roads.
The high speed comes at a cost. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's a great way to put it, to be fair.
Frenchie peeks on over, debated by the buggy down below. Michael peeks out, easy frag
Deleted.
for him, and Ungrind goes down. And well, finally, I suppose we have a victor in the whole El Pozo hot dropping. So we'll see for the next game if they opt to go back there, or if they do not. Win or die, got themselves a pretty decent position. Issue being right now that Getrox isn't really with his remaining 2 teammates, and those are the ones in the good position.
Yeah, being split, unfortunately, can cost you so much, even if one of your team members is in a good position. We've seen several times today already, Toby, on Erringle, where teams drive around, look at the good positions, and basically say, are we getting shot at by more than one gun? And if the answer is no, they rush in.
Yeah.
You don't want... That's going to start happening more and more as we get into Phase 3, Phase 4. So it's now really quite important that the teams have an easy way to consolidate their position.
A very slow-moving Navi here, backfilling, still out in the blue, wanting to see. I mean, again, as soon as you drive, and that's where the Trident becomes dangerous. You can see right now they're sitting north of it. They don't want to commit to a side. Oh my! I was about to swear there. That is a terrible circle. Fortunately, a lot of the teams kind of quote-unquote guessed right in going west side of all of this, but this is brutal. This next circle is gonna, I suppose, hard shift straight north. And we're just leaving everyone out in the open. There's going to be 2 shacks and a house to play around.
Pretty much. The left wedge that you guys see on the minimap there, that's unplayable terrain. So we know the circle is going to be shifting away from that. Ascend basically have the middle of the circle first dibs right now. So that's looking good for them. But they run the danger of other teams wanting that priority compound. If there are only 2 compounds in a shack, you can expect some teams to crash those 2 compounds.
Yes.
So it's by no means an easy, we're going to be fine till Phase 7. You might get someone crashing you right now.
And this is why Navi stayed in the blue. They didn't want to, bet on a tip of the Trident essentially, and then go down the wrong one just to see the circle commit hard west. Now they can come in late. Sure, they've taken a little bit of damage, but what is it? 3-4 bandages worth of damage. Now they come in. Now they take the fight. I don't want to say straight to an opposing team. Soccer though, in the meantime, using the car for cover to the best of his abilities, try to dodge and weep. But Navi, nope, they were gonna pull straight up. Odin is alone, but Weston on this side finds one.
Lyron with a critical hit. Oh man, if Foot Esports are able to win this fight, that first knock by Lyron would have been so critical, but the rest of Na'Vi pile into the compound, and they do not give Lyron anything to shoot at. They know that there's a sniper waiting for them outside, so they needed to consolidate first. Well played there by Na'Vi. They lose one, but they win the fight.
And look at the control play here from Fellas as well. It's a compound that's not going to be valuable by any means, because the circle is obviously further south, but the way that they use Rustam up on the hillside, get the info, who is in which compounds, to then kind of be the UAV for his team to push further forward. Such a heads-up play. And now, well, for Foot Esports, they got to decide, are we pushing into this against Na'Vi, or are we allowing them to hard cover and then playing outside?
Well, the problem for them is if they don't push into Na'Vi, where do they go? They're split. They're on completely different sides of the compound. And if they move too far from it, other teams have angles on them. So I think they're forced to fight.
The thing to me is there is 35 seconds left in the circle. They don't make the play before they see if the circle includes this next, compound next circle, because they can still get to their cars. In the meantime, now BBL spotted over the top. Lookarooks peeks on forward. Don't find the initial up, but does spot one in the end. Smash down once again. Smash is the first to fall in the fight.
Beautiful follow-up nade as well gets Ketpa. And if it's not for the third parties from Austrian Force, they would have those 2 points in the bag right now. But Silas and Vashku are looking to steal those points away. Very nicely done. They are so far away, by the way, but they've got such good high ground. You can see their position on the south side.
Yeah.
That they don't mind. Every point they're getting right now, it's free. They're not using utility. They're not getting hit in the helmets and vest. They're taking every point they can get.
This is the shift we're expecting to see. Straight up towards the north we go. Full speed forward for GDE. They had the pleasure of a compound for a while, but now they're the ones on the run, trying to make their way further down south. They're essentially running from one spot outside the circle to another. Get out of the car. It's on fire. They dodge and weave and stay alive, but for how much longer?
Oh, goodness. This is better perfect your juking. Arctic's actually shooting for long enough that someone else is third-partying his position, so not entirely safe to grab that. GDE will survive for now, but Phase 4 begins to contract in 20 seconds. This is... To say this is not fun would be a horrendous understatement. It's going to be tricky for them to even survive into Phase 5.
Well, from one speed, sending it full speed forward to another. Fellas know they have to make a play. I like their timing on this. They sat north of Navi and the Foot Esports engagement for a while. Then they waited for a knock to come through. Now it happened, and that's exactly when they move. And they get the kill on Lyron too. They essentially got to wrap around Navi by sitting north for a little while longer. They were being peppered by Team Elite as well. By sitting north for a little while longer, they got the perfect time to make the rotation and are now safe inside the circle.
And this makes life a bit harder for Navi as well, because previously they knew they lost one to Foot Esports. They knew it was Lyron out there, but they managed to get the compound, and they know that there's that one annoying player still outside.
Ooh.
Well, guess what? That annoying player is now being replaced with the full squad.
I was gonna say, Iceboy should have had that first knock. Second time around, though, spins, finds Sucker instantly. Unfortunately, will go down. Kill still tried to find one on Silas as well. Had he got that early, that could have been kind of the surprise to get them to push up the hillside. Issue is they're so split that they can't really play together. And look at this. Once again, the pink teams squaring off against one another. This time around, Pink Venom out victorious.
It's the law, man. If they don't fire a bullet at each other and one of them dies, we just stop and reset the game and tell the players to go back to lobby. That's it. That's an illegal game. We have to stop it right there. Pink Venom and Pink Pony, every single game they seem to be running into each other at the moment. And this time, it's PV that come out victorious.
I look at the map feed for a second, and Thendalos just yeeted himself outside of this, like, just full speeding outside of the circle. I would love to see a replay of that, because I'm not sure what happened. But BBL did go down, and so does GDE. 10 teams now left alive, and again, this circle so incredibly hard to play. And you can see Austrian Force now as well having to kind of estimate. Sure, we still got some hard cover, but for how much longer? And then if we don't have it anymore, where the hell do we go from here? Molotov tries to push forward, but Spotted needs to get to safety, but can't get there in time.
Austrian Force, I feel like there's a rule against them shooting anyone that's closer than 500 meters from them at the moment, but they have so much utility. They've got great, they've got great health on their vests and helmets as well. Now is the real test for them. They're saying, okay, with all of this, starting on the edge of the circle, how do you move towards that road, which is a valley, which Ascend are stuck right there?
The thing is, I mean, as much as people can go, Austrian Force don't have to do this. I mean, they should focus on what's inside the circle and make a play on that. These are the guys they're going to be running shoulder to shoulder with, trying to make their way inside the circle. So if you go, if you try and focus on what's inside the circle with two teams still right next to you, knowing that as soon as you get into that car, not only will the teams from inside the circle shoot at you, but everyone else will too. If you've dealt with them first, knowing you're only focusing forward, that makes that rotation, while still difficult, that much easier.
And easy rotations are going to be critical getting into Phase 6 here.
There aren't none of those.
No, like, it's a valley going both sides of the road, right? So anyone getting too close to that, suddenly it's a big open face that you have to make sure you've got angles covered so that teams can't shoot you from the opposite side. And yes, that can support multiple teams, but like maybe 3 or 4, not 10.
A team that I haven't had the biggest expectations for, still to some extent don't really have, but have played phenomenal this game when it comes to rotations. Team Elite, smart on their pathing into this one as well. Get themselves a good spot on the north side of the circle. Exalt in the meantime now realizing, as Austrian Force is just over on the other side, that nade is looking absolutely perfect. It goes just off the side though.
And this is only 2 of Team Exalt as well. There are other angles that Austrian Force have to consider. They need to finish this fight quickly and move away exactly because of this. The third-party potential here is strong. Entropic get 1 knock, and now Austrian Force, they want time to recover, but it doesn't look like Pink Venom and Entropic are going to allow that for them.
I was just going to say, great play from Austrian Force to get those kills, but it was
100%.
actually Pink Venom that got all of them. Austrian Force just applied the pressure to force them back, and then Pink Venom came in, stole them, and Soccer now spots one easy one for him next. Looking in the other direction, he got to reload quickly, though, because there's opponents just over on the other side of the hill. And once again, Ascent Club from the comfort of the compound across the street, becoming a nuisance. Pain's down once more.
This is frustrating, to say the least, for Austrian Force. That push was beautiful. I loved watching it. The problem is Pink Venom and Entropic were both there ready to third party. So unfortunately, as much as they would have liked to see that payoff for them, it did not. They're still in the game, though, just about. 1 team left to go before we hit the placement points. And Na'Vi are the ones who are struggling right now. This is not a rotation. You want almost getting squished by the car there as well. Example, last man alive.
Good luck, have fun, example. I don't think you're making placement points here, buddy. I would hope that you do. I mean, there's a chance that either you or Getrox goes down first. But despite the fact that Getrox is prone next to a road without any smokes, I still think he has the better chance. Let's see if that's going to be a factor or not. Roxy, around the side he goes, just 10 spare bullets now. Not a whole lot to work with. Fortunately, he's already inside the circle.
Next, sir. Oh, this is... I mean, somewhat expected, but moving towards the road just means the high ground where teams can sort of have a little bit of cover. They can rest from the fights like Entropic right now. That's going to start becoming less and less. There's nowhere for the teams to be able to hide. Team Elite finish off the fellas who, remember, they tried to send it in vehicles earlier and lost a couple of players. So that was like the remnants of their team. Pink Venom are doing well, but they have no time to rest. Even if they win this fight against Austrian Force, how are they going to reset? I feel like a third party's coming in almost immediately.
Where is the example? I mean, he got placement points. We talked about Gideon and example. It's about Tixer is the first of all. Why is Kazoo not peeking over? He just had a teammate knock. Now they're trying to rest, and he's not covering his teammate at all. The rest does come through, but with the amount of damage being done on this side, like towards Austrian Force, you would have to expect that he would have been the kind of element of surprise over the top. Issue could be that Team Elite had an angle. You can see them in green on the other side of the road, but I'm surprised he didn't try and pounce knowing that Pains had taken that much damage.
Maybe he thought there was another team behind him, so he couldn't commit himself forward.
Know.
That's the only thing I can think of. But
they get the rest, though.
Yeah, they get the rest.
All
There's no one behind them as well, so they're playing backs free.
That could have been them playing with the entire hill under control, though. Not having to worry about a neighbor over on the other side. Surprise, but then again, who am I to say? Liking the way we didn't get to see it on camera, but Ascent, they saw Entropic in a two-way split down towards the southwest and instantly punished it. As soon as QBE and Lucarooks went further north, they get 2, and now they know that whatever pressure comes in from the west is only going to be 2 Entropic players. That is huge from Ascent. It's a small thing, it happened in a blink of an eye, but that could be the winning factor for Ascent, knowing that there's no immediate threat coming on the west side.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Entropic being thinned out there allows Ascent to just focus on this east side, and they don't have to worry too much. Entropic are playing for time. They're not here to outmuscle everyone. They're here to wait for the right time to go in with the points and try and... Okay.
Can we just get a Gideon cam picture in the bottom right corner?
Yeah, just keep him there so we can keep watching how stealthy he's being. That'd be great.
Well, Team Elite still got 4 players up and alive. Det is the flank player. They don't want to commit everyone to the same hillside. Makes sense with nades and everything that could be coming their way. So Det using a car for cover. Still got the Rich there as well. And essentially, I mean, I like the play. Even though he's not peeking, even though he's not over-aggressing as we get the slow-mo shot coming through from Chris, he's forcing Lucarooks back by just being there. By just the sound of his engine. He's making space for his team. Because Lucarooks knows, I can't peek that. I don't know if it's 1 or 3 people in that car. There's no way I stay alive. Because if I take that fight on the hilltop and I lose it, QB is dead. I am the reason QB stays alive as long as I have the hill. But now he backs off of it. Soccer peeks on over. Nice 1-2 punch. Again, Kazoo solo peek with 2 players behind. I've liked what I've seen from Pink Venom in their fights against Pink Pony. But these last couple of engagements they've had have just not been well structured.
Zocker was still rezzing when Kazoo peeked over the edge, though. Like, in a straight-up fight there, where Zocker didn't even have his gun out yet, you would expect Kazoo to win the 1v1. I feel like Zocker's reactions there were insane.
It was. But then again, I mean, when you have 3 alive, why peek with 1?
That's true, yeah. If there was a second player there, I could see them getting the wipe on both, right?
Yeah, I mean, you have when you have the chance to get the trade, just get the trade.
Yeah.
Of course, I mean, again, once Project Underdog kind of got the idea that maybe we should focus east now with the circle headed further towards us, that's, of course, when it became hard for them to regroup. But still, I feel like there was a play to be made that never happened. Now, Brexco, the player to flank out. Not sure what he was doing down there, knowing of Entropic being in the position. I don't know if he DC'd or why he was in the open down there to begin with, but unfortunate for Ascent to lose a player in that position. In the meantime, that's going to be Pink Venom out in 7th.
Yeah, they're forced to make the move, right? They go out in 7 just before Austrian Force move out, and whoever wants to make big moves right now, they're risking several teams peppering them, but when you're forced into the edge of the zone by the blue moving like this, maybe there's not much choice. Remaining 2 members of Entropic, at least they'll know they're in the top 5 come the end of this game and get a couple of points for that. I don't know how many smokes they have left, though. I think they're going to need a few more.
Oh, Gideon, by the way, gotta remember, still alive on the other side. He's somehow made top 5 with it, too. I just looked back at the map feed, and, I mean, Brexco wasn't DC'd, so my best guess is... Oh, unfortunately, there's Force, Gideon. But my best guess is that he wanted to beat Entropic to that position. He did not want to make it possible for them to get there. I'm liking that Entropic are the 9 points here. It's teams that you do not want to give a potential top spot for towards by adding extra points to it. So take the defeat. In the meantime, we'll let the remaining 3 teams fight for the win here. Kilyakai down as well. Ascent had a good position, but once again,
wow.
I mean, Joro, team elite. Smart rotations in this one.
And Kilyakai and Mika nowhere close to where Chris was, unfortunately, so no possibility for a revive there. Chris is going to do his best. We've seen basically highlight reels from him today already, but he is still 1 versus the 2 currently alive from Team Elite and all 4 from Project Underdog, who are still very happily in this game.
Yeah, it looks so good for Ascent, but all of a sudden things started falling apart. And Team Elite, I mean, again, this game, it's been good rotations. Hasn't been all that much action up until the latter stage. But now, Project Underdog crossing the street with 3. It seems that that's the case. And you would assume that Chris spots it. But if this is an active decision and not engaging on it, that's perfect. All Ascent would want right now is for Team Elite and Project Underdog to fight one another. Chris can just sit back, be the solo player who lets the Titans brawl it out and then potentially sneak in a good win. We've seen Chris do crazy things before. This would not be the first time.
It wouldn't be. And Chris is very capable of getting those like 1v2, 1v3s, or the opening knock with a really good frag. You can't leave Chris alone for too long to scheme because he's very good at finding those positions. But first he has to get into zone, and that's going to be noisy and highly visible. Team Elite will not miss that shot.
4v4, absolutely massive game for both of these 2 teams to come out and win here. Solid amount of kills so far. 6 for Team Elite, trying to rack up even more. Could be a 10-kill game for them should they come out victorious. Anonym, no helmet, only mollies to use, no smokes, no more cover than the car and the rock he's currently got to play with. Circle Center is going to favor Team Elite, but they don't have a lot of room to maneuver either.
4v4, Phase 8. When's the last time we even saw a Phase 8? Beautiful opening frag there. Scream getting Anonym and actually doing a lot of damage to the player he was with as well. Advantage Team Elite. What can they do off the back of it? Where's the follow-up utility? Where's the push in? It can't just be Scream to push in alone with no frags. Let's see the Molotovs. Let's see some extra frags. Let's see what they make of it.
You don't shoot at the knock player right now. You just try and see if you can get the kill. He gets a nade off of a crate right next to him. Perfect play. That could be the winning condition here. That is going to be an absolutely perfect hit. Damage done. Ali taking down low, but finds one. Somehow stays alive. Bad boy, though, comes over the top. Finds one in return. 2 remaining on this side of Project Underdog, but Risk finds once more.
And this is trying to take it absolutely to the wire. Riz needed to get a knock there, didn't. It's now 2v1, Fragger versus the world. The good news is he knows that the other 2 are further away, so he's not expecting a revive to come in, but it is still a straight up 1v2 no matter what way you paint it.
Yeah, they're not gonna get those reses. Fraggle right now has the element of surprise. They do not know where he is. They think he's up behind the rock side. But if you spend too long here, it's not gonna be a 1v2. It's gonna be a 1v3. But now he's blind. Look at how perfect that was. That's him blind at least for a couple more seconds. Gets up, rolls back down. Nate lob forward. You gotta give the info from your teammate. Ali is still crawling around. Now that's one player up. He got the info through one. But now there's no Nates left. 1v3. It's gonna be hard. Finds the first, but that is there to find him in return. 10 kills for Team Elite. Great game from them from start to finish.
Nicely done there by Team Elite. Project Underdog at the end maybe could have pushed across a little bit faster. I'm a little surprised, honestly, that Team Elite was able to freely get the revive off at the end as well. But by that point, already in a tricky position, 1v2. Very difficult to know what to do when you don't know where every member of the opposing team is. Great game from both teams.
Exactly. Fraggle playing kind of the backfill / contain position and staying on the other side of the road to make sure that no Team Elite player can try and utilize the roadside. But as you say, I mean, whenever they lose one on the rock, and I believe it was Ali gets down to real low HP, the cavalry has to arrive. You have to commit to that. You have to commit to the position. You have to make the move on forward. But worked out for Team Elite in the end of it. Great game for them.
So there we go. Team Elite, your chicken dinner winner in game number 5. Throwing a cat amongst the pigeons there on day 1 of the scoreboard. Let's have the desk break that down.
You know what? I'm just going to follow Jorasar's lead and keep going with the animal things. Lots of people ask, why did the chicken cross the road? I don't care. I want to know why the underdogs, or if the underdogs lost the chicken by crossing the road, Avenger.
Well, the chicken, aka the circle, decided to cross the road and they had to cross it. No, I would say in general, you would need like a good 10-15 smokes for that to develop here. I'm happy to see Team Elite get these 10 kills in the chicken dinner. They had the roadside. I will say though, I was hoping for Ascent to be able to do a little bit more with the compound and being on the correct side of the road, but they ended up going, you know, one by one, going down in kind of rough situations where they potentially, with a few smokes, could have pushed out and maybe taken some of this rich control that Team Elite had for so long. But yeah, they ended up going in, you know, one by one. Maybe they didn't have any more smokes. Maybe they were lacking utility. Maybe their communications wasn't on point. What their plans was. But when phase 6, phase 7 was about, and their compound wasn't in anymore, that's where I really wanted to see them do something proactive. But Team Elite had dead out on the west side. They still haven't kind of take care of, so it delayed everything for them. And yeah. Happy to see Bad Boy up here, though, the fastest jiggle peeker in the West.
Look at that, though, in Tropic. I mean, still sitting in top player for kills in the last match, Kylaris, which is, I mean, we spoke about this earlier. This is dangerous because they're still racking in the kills, even if they aren't, you know, they finished 4th.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter. They're going to keep themselves in the top 2.
Yeah, the circles were rough for a lot of teams. Entropic wasn't entirely a total victim of this circle. They had a good portion of the southwest to play with, and from there had some pretty decent angles to play as a whole. But Team Elite, look at them across the board showing up here. And I think something that really resonates with me for them is the 2-2 split that they had across the road. I think it was with 10 teams alive or something like that. It gave them perfect opportunity to transition to whichever side they may choose with an anchor position, and then have kind of the cover as they make that transition happen. And that was also obviously very, very instrumental in the being able to get to the later stages of this game and then have the right angles against the same teams.
Also instrumental, of course, was Scream, who we're looking at now, Avenger. He had a really good game, got a stack of kills, which obviously helped them as well. It's going to get them some points on the board.
Yeah, good utility usage, the push that he made, and then Bad Boy to be able to follow it up. In general, the control that they had and how they were able to close out 4 kills here, player focus for Stream. Great to see them being able to close this one out in the way that they did. It was kind of hard because Project Underdog actually put quite a lot of you know, prowess on trying to get across the road earlier while Team Elite was still fighting Ascent. But they managed to keep them off, stay alive with a lot of players, and actually you know, push on to Project Underdog's out. So it was really good to see, and also Scream with these 4 kills here out of the 10 was really nice.
Was a really interesting, a couple of interesting circles, and Avenger, you got quite excited while we were watching the games. You seemed to like those. What was it about those circles that you found enjoyable?
You know, Circle 2 and 3 got me really excited because it's really rare that we have endings that are on the left side of that kind of canyon that we have in the middle that goes up from Valdemar. And in general, I would say it's really hard to play around there, but there are so many teams that actually set themselves up kind of well along the road on both sides. The rotations were really good. I expected Entropic actually to get out in a better situation than they ended up doing. And you could see, especially here in the start when we saw the first couple of circles, me and James were like, okay, Ascent, this is your time to kind of close out and maybe make sure and cement your top 4 and take that spot home. But unfortunately, they didn't close out the game for this year, considering how good of a first circle it was for them.
Carlos, from your point of view, taking a look at what we've seen on Miramar so far, are the performances what you were expecting, or have a couple of names popped up that maybe you were a bit surprised to see?
To be fair, I'm pleasantly surprised to see Team Elite getting themselves this amount of points on the board. It's not often in Europe, in EMEA, etc., whatever you want to call this region as a whole, that we have, you know, our Lebanese players being able to shine on a stage like this. And I think it's a great opportunity for them to be able to showcase that they're able to hang with some of these guys in a lobby like this. As much as, you know, they were kind of down here in this area, in these circles, being able to hold out the positions and flow with the game. Still, yeah, a few good conversions and a few more pump-ups like this across the board could move them into the next stages.
So we'll have to keep an eye on Team Elite. They did have a few moments early on where they were getting some kills. They just weren't quite getting into the Final Four. Now, obviously, they've had a taste of that chicken. Maybe it'll be enough to drive them forward. But we're still seeing those big names finishing high up. And if they're not finishing in the high placements eventually, they are getting the kill points. Something for a team like Team Elite to be concerned about, because like we've said, potentially only one spot up for grabs at this point.
Yeah, they need to continue, obviously, to get into this year. One good game is not enough. They're going to need to have at least 2 or 3 good games to cement our positions within that top 4 here. So the last game of the day, and also on Saturday, where they're playing the last 6 games, they have to continue getting some of those chicken dinners and to continue to get those double-digit kill wins. Going to be extremely hard, because as we were talking about here, I think a theoretical cutoff with this group here in Group A is going to be triple digits.
I want to talk a little bit more about that when we take a look at the standings, which we're not going to do right now. Instead, we're going to take a quick break so you can get some refreshments before we jump into the final game. We'll see you right after this.
Now I'm out for blood. Get your door. Get your door. Get your door. Get your door. Now I'm out for blood.
PCS7 Europe. You are watching the first day of the group stages. We have been watching our first group battle it out on Miramar. And you know what's kind of interesting, and I want to wrap back to this because we spoke about it earlier, Kylaris, where I said, I think realistically there's one spot available. And you said, well, realistically, that spot should be taken by a team we haven't spoken about much at all because they haven't really featured as much as we expected.
But aside from the first game, right? I mean, obviously we actually had Smash as the feature player from that game because of how much he was able to put up in Rozhok, considering they were in a rough spot. But BBL, if you look at this lobby, if you look at the position currently held up at the top, it's Entropic, it's OP, it's Na'Vi, and then it's not BBL up there. And when you look at this lobby, I do think that that is one of the teams that's kind of the big outlier, not being able to take one of those top 4 spots just yet. There is still games in hand, of course. They could rise to the occasion, but they are one of these teams, Avenger, I think it's fair to say, where sometimes they have a bit of rougher earlier stages, and then they come back later on, and then they're able to advance. So maybe we see something like that, eh, Martin?
Yeah, we've seen them multiple times, you know, in these recent double elimination formats where they might have not, you know, have qualified first stage, but then they come out and absolutely both smash and grab everything in terms of points, kills that there is available. So I'm not too worried for them. I would love to see them in 4th here, but once we get into next week, and I know it's in the future, where we're playing 3 groups of 8, 24 teams total, that's going to be battling it out for the top 8. They're easily going to be in there with the experience that they have. Also with potentially, you know, Entropic and Na'Vi, Overpeakers not being in those groups, and also the best 4 teams in another group is not going to be there. It's going to be much easier for them to do their usual thing. Right now, a lot of pressure is coming onto them because there are top teams that are really, really hot and on fire right now. And as you can see here, with Entropic, Overpeakers, and Na'Vi being quite far in the lead, currently twice as many points on 4th place with Austrian Force than BBL currently has after 5 games, which is kind of a statement. But I still think that our cutoff, you're going to be safe, I would say, if you are in the triple digits. If you get 100 points, I would say that you are safe going into the very last match, 12th match. So that is that's going to be really interesting. Entropic right now, after 5 games, they have 50. So they're going to continue to rack up points in the last one, and then they're going to have a pretty easy time come Saturday.
The team that I'm keeping an eye on is Asenkla because, I mean, Kylaris, I just think that if you see the difference between them and Austrian Force now, only 2 points. We mentioned them early on, and they've slowly, I think, got better as the day has progressed. I mean, could they be the team that kind of knocks Austrian Force out, maybe gets themselves into a 4th space? Or do you think the likes of a BBL is going to have a really pop-off day tomorrow and steal it away?
Yeah, there's still question marks around it for BBL for me, considering, as you know, the things we've kind of mused about over the last minute or so in regards to if they were able to show up in this particular phase of the tournament, but we think they may later. I think Ascent Club is the one that, given, you know, the course of these games, will probably take that 4th spot from my money, but of course it could go anywhere. The thing is that it's still very close. There's still a lot of points. You know, one win for anybody in even 10th position right now could quite easily rocket them up into that top 4 spot if they're able to do it. I mean, fellas, there's a lot of expectations behind them, but they're not quite hitting it just yet as well. So there's a lot of teams here with the chops, but not quite being able to put it on the table just yet.
Also, and in all fairness, it's a bit mean, and I mean, they're playing so well, and I feel horrible saying this, but Overpeakers, I've seen this before when they were Liquid, where they have this incredible first day, and you think, yeah, here it goes, and then day number 2, they just disappear from the lobby, and you never hear from them again. So, as much as I say, I think it's guaranteed by those 3, there is always the opportunity, Avenger, for one of our top 3 teams to not have a good day tomorrow.
Yeah, well, you know, I think with Overpeakers and this whole situation here is going to be that we have a second chance to them. We even have a 3rd chance to them if we don't make it into the next one. We're going to have the last chance where they need to get top 2. But I'm not too worried for them. I think right now with the form and what they've been able to do right now, I feel like they're confident within the lobby, and you can tell that they're quite ahead of, you know, 6, maybe 8 teams in terms of current skill and what they're approaching with the meta is. So I'm not too worried for them. Again, they have Picardo, Pachinki for free. It is an insanely good spot. If not top 2, then at least top 3 in terms of preference, at least. Always center location, always able to get in, so you don't need any alt drops. Always a pretty good timing to any circle. So we're going to continue to see that, especially here with the West one. Kind of rough situation where you drive to Chumacera and then you get backfilled by a team that's already qualified to PGC and Tropic that is currently on fire as well, being first. But let's see what they do here in the last game.
I'll be honest, I said that about Overpeakers, but I actually don't think that they'll not be out of the top 3. I believe that they've got that locked in the bag, but I didn't want to be a biased caster. That's why I don't cast, Jarosar, Toby.
Bias casters taking over. Don't worry, Sam. We got your back. Final game of the day on Miramar one last time. It's match 6, Group A here at PCS7 Europe. I'm Jarosar. With me is Toby, and we have a 7 to 1 o'clock plane path by the looks of things. No island circle. Not today, Toby. I'll get one for you tomorrow, I promise.
You say that now. I don't think that's gonna happen. But I like the optimism. I've given up, you know. I've given up at this point because I've realized that it's only when you least expect it. And now if I just go, it's never gonna happen. That's when it actually happens, you know? So
sure.
So I have, you know, wink wink, given up on the hope for But having said that, as you say, Western Plain once more. Maybe the Oasis ending that I have now also debated to not happen will happen. But one thing I'm seeing that I'm loving here, only one team in Outpost.
Yes, indeed. So we have some adjustments being made here. It looks like GDE are in Chumacera. Trying to get a little bit of damage done pre-parachute. I appreciate the ambition. Let's put it that way.
You know, I mean, you gotta take a shot to get the knock, and unfortunately, for that time around, it didn't quite happen. But this circle hard towards the east. We're going. You know what? If we ain't gonna get no aces ending, Campo Militar. I feel like it's been a while since we've been up there. 2 shots fired early game once again, and this, of course, is the result of a very edge-heavy plane path. Teams forcing to steal cars from one another and try and make circles.
Can we talk about how that caravan was 2/3 buried?
Yeah,
that was weird, man. Like well, because like all the buildings and stuff, it's not like they're buried in sand up to their windows, right? But randomly the caravan's buried. So what that means is that long before any buildings ever existed on Miramar, the caravans were there first.
Joro, we're in a desert on Miramar, right?
Yeah.
Why are there hay bales? No, they're not.
Oh.
In order to grow wheat or whatever grain sort they have there.
We're onto something.
And there are hay bales everywhere.
Yeah. So what that means is...
So don't start questioning the logic of Miramar.
No. This is
with
perfect,
amount of
Toby.
Sand in a caravan.
No. This is perfect. So what we've done is we've just concluded 2 things. 1, the caravans were here long before the rest of civilization.
Well, obviously.
2,
they're like the dinosaurs of Miramar.
2, Miramar was once like Erangel, and the hay bales are all that's left.
It's PUBG lore. You're learning it here firsthand. Also, there has never... The whole idea of window bars is just... it was a bad idea to begin with, but yeah, it's
didn't work too well.
Deep law. It's deep law now. We're going full investigative.
We got to leave something for the next comic book, right?
I don't know.
You can't reveal it all
for
today.
the next PUBG lore videos that are being released. Why were there hay bales on Miramar? Find out in the next episode of What the Hell Are We Talking About?
You know what we will be finding out today, though, is whether or not the teams that are still at the top after 5 games continue to stretch that lead. The desk talk about sponging up a lot of those points. You get some really strong teams that are very good at keeping up their momentum several games in a row. Your Navis, your Entropics, if they grab the majority of these points, there are a few teams at the bottom of the leaderboard now that I'm already worried for. So this game, a lot hinges on it for them.
Alia, we're seeing his stats on the right side of the screen. I just gotta give this man a massive shout out. And not only because obviously he's an amazing player, but I remember back in the PEL Contenders days, he was playing on a team that no longer exists called Team Swamp. And safe to say they weren't faring all that well. Alia was always the player that would be kind of swooped out on the side to kind of, similarly to how we're seeing James play now, kind of get the off-angle positions and try and make some aggressive plays. And he was the one succeeding on the team, but the team as a whole didn't really fare too well. And whenever I saw him getting picked up by Navi, I thought of the team that didn't fare too well and go, how in the hell is Alia ever gonna perform at the level that, well, Tornado Energy at the time was performing at? But this man has risen to the occasion and delivered top-tier performance after top-tier performance ever since he joined the boys in yellow. And I just think it's amazing to see a player that came from contenders essentially kind of out of nowhere, just starting to perform, then get in with the roster, having played with the same team now for a long time and delivering at the level he does. Thank you, Alia, for showing that you can go from nothing to being a top tier player.
Alia's ability as well, when Na'Vi don't have a good game, to still squeeze out every possible point for the team. For me, it makes him special. He can consistently do that. Everyone can do that once in a while, like snake your way into second or something like that. No. He'll fight his way into second and still find a way to get 3 extra kills. Like, it's amazing to watch him play sometimes.
And that to me is what makes Na'Vi that scary, because the story that I just said of Alia, we could say of all of the players on the team. They all have the capabilities
100%.
to be the solo player. Like, usually you'd have that one guy that he just isn't as good a fragger as, like the 1 or 2 players on the team who are the really good fraggers. But on Na'Vi, it's a whole other story. Speaking of Na'Vi, here they come full speed forward. We have been deep loring and talking while all these teams have been making their way out towards the east, and somehow, considering what we've seen today, we have yet to find our first knock. That's impressive, because a lot of teams had to make that west to east transition. And there it comes. Thank you.
Oh, it is the slowest start we've had so far, it feels like. But Kill Yakai is going to get lost on rotation.
All of it.
Exactly. And now we have... interesting. I don't know what's going on there with Goose moving into Pink Venom like that. I don't know if he knows if it's a 1v2.
This is 4.5 kilometers away from the circle, if I may add. We're all the way down towards the southern side. We're south of Los Leones with what's going on here. And there you go. 2 teams on the same path. And this is where you can't default anyone. It's just accidental timing. They haven't looted anywhere near one another. And they start rotating, not even at the same time, but they hit that intersection at the exact same time. That is just unfortunate.
And what the teams choose to do, of course, if they can see that in advance and veer off course to make sure, they don't crash into each other, that's great. But if you're going over the crest of a hill and you literally have half a second to react, guess what? Those fights are going to happen, right? So a little bit rough there. Gusiara trying it on with Nex, and I think did he get a tire there? I'm not sure, but he's certainly getting return fire from Pink Venom.
Exactly. Also, I was lying a little bit. Ascent does loot Valdemar and GDE loots Chuma. So it's not like they were on opposite sides of the map, but still far enough apart that they were like 9 out of 10 chances that they would not have run into each other.
And now I feel like there's a little bit of a struggle. I think Pink Venom would be okay with disengaging if it wasn't for one of their members right up in Gusiara's face. I'm not even sure if they know he's here.
I'm just confused where Pink Pony is in all of this. I mean, who dares take a fight to Pink Venom that doesn't have the word pink in their team name?
Wait, so that means Pink Venom has to win this fight because they haven't met Pink Pony yet.
I know. That's unfortunately
it's foretold.
That's how the cookie crumbles.
Right.
Goose trying to get boost back on up again. I think you're right in saying that they have no clue that Voxy is prone just outside. Issue for Voxy is he can't really... There they are, Pink Pony. Thank you. Just when we're talking about you, Smash again. This is 3 games now where Smash is the one to fall before a fight even probably breaks out and he gets flushed. This is... I mean, again, I'm not trying to take anything away from the rest of BBL because they're all talented players. But losing Smash before the first BBL bullet has been fired in 3 out of 6 games today, I think is a big part of the reason why BBL are performing the way they are.
Every Miramar game, right? It's
essentially,
there might have to be adjustments made to the way that they go out and scout, for example, because it's becoming a problem now. They definitely don't want to replicate this tomorrow. So let's keep that in the back of our minds and see what BBL do in the Miramar games that we spot tomorrow. We saw then when Smash got knocked, all he was doing was talking to the rest of his team. He looked very calm. It looked like he was trying to say what they should do next. So let's see if they take some positives out of this.
I want to know if it was Fairest who initially got the knock. To begin, yes, observers. How do they see everything?
No!
Observers, you're amazing. I
Oh,
love
man.
you. Thank you.
Nailed
Entropic,
it. Well done.
We'll see if I love you too, or if it's gonna be Melman and Uber who get the cast the love in this case. Nailab not pulling up with his team here. Interesting, because Example is now here, so 2v3 engagement, and Lukaruk's Nailab are nowhere near to help out.
And Ivas, unfortunately, getting caught on the backside. His own Murado actually blocking him from going around the side of that building. So Entropic, one person down, but importantly, only QB really in this compound. Nailab and Lukaruk so far away that QB can't go down. He has to get the next knock and hold his position. Otherwise, I don't see a way out for Entropic.
Whether this be miscommunication or what, I'm not sure, but it's a rare case of Entropic kind of failing at a rival. Clearly some, I don't want to say miscommunication, but not, yeah, I mean, just
My
supposed miscommunication and not agreeing on whether to pull up on this or not. And unfortunately, they lose two because of it.
Entropic and Na'Vi, two teams, of course, that were responsible for back-to-back chicken dinners earlier today. Two of the teams that are fighting for some of the top spots in this lobby, but they're meeting early on here in game number 6. Entropic 2 down now, as Na'Vi with 2 points on the board and all 4 still alive.
Yeah, Weston trying to peek on forward, see what he can find. And what he finds is Team Elite trying to make their way on forward into this next once again Eastern Circle. A lot of the teams, of course, opted to go pretty deep on the first one because of how many teams were hard out towards the west, so they knew there was space to maneuver. So a lot of teams also already in this one, despite the fact that this next circle hasn't even started closing in yet. We only have Ascent and GD, who obviously have been rotating the entire game. Then we have Pink Venom, who had their skirmish in the west side, and then the teams coming in on the north side as well. So everyone else already pretty well established inside the circle, really. So for these 4 teams moving in late, Joro, there's not going to be a lot of space for them to take.
That's right. And because of the nature of that long road in the middle, there are going to be more teams than normal who are happy to sort of sit in and around the outskirts, because the further into circle you go, you know, the more you're risking getting shot at by 2 or 3 teams. El Azahar is an option, but obviously teams don't want to be rotating into a city this early on in the game. But if you're going to come in super late, maybe you can use it as a staging area to rotate elsewhere for phase 3.
Let's see. Uno. Well, he's hurt the players down below. Not sure what he's expecting. Maybe thinking one is going to peek up over the top. But prone down for a second. Whether it be a fat finger on whichever key he has to prone, or it be intentional, I'm not sure. But prone's down and not wanting to take shots on Project Underdog. I'm a little curious as to why they didn't, up to at least just to some extent, force them away. Especially now that they, I would assume, know that they're in a 2-way split.
Oh, I don't think enough shots have been fired for them to confirm it's a 2-way split.
I mean, they saw the cast. They should be able to see how many.
I feel like they should be able to work it out from the vehicles, and they want the shots to confirm it, if that makes sense. I'm not sure they've confirmed it yet, but they should have a pretty good idea.
You know, it's a fun circle when people are fighting Campo Militar. When has that ever happened? Rost them up, 1 shot fired, couldn't quite get the angle. No, he's gonna get something along those lines. Mika down to blue kind of tells the story of how long they've been get drugs just exactly inside the car.
I love the 180 wheelie
Favorite.
there.
Can we, this guy, what? His average like damage done per shot has been at like 500 meters plus this game.
1 bullet, 100 damage, rinse, repeat.
That could be an interesting stat to see at one point. With every hit, like all the damage you've done in a game, what was the average distance you got your damage from, you know? That way you can see if players are more, you know, distance, kind of trying to tag people from afar, or if they're up-close fighters. In the meantime, they end up getting knocked from a distance. Yeah, that could be a fun stat. I don't know if they can pull it, but that'd be interesting to see.
And then you get like 40 bullets in a magazine at 20 meters.
What is
obviously
the average?
matters a lot more.
Well,
than
I mean,
the
yeah,
right?
that's going to drag down the average by quite a margin. But then we know that the people who still have 50 average are going to be pretty high.
Insane.
James, in the meantime, spots Austrian force. They try to go full speed forward. Unfortunately, losing Soccer in doing so. Kill confirmed, but by Molotov.
Oh, no.
Now, Chris! I know it's German former teammates of yours, but don't align with them. Get out of there.
And that's why James, by the way, swapped straight over to the SLR to try and confirm the kill instead of continuing to shoot at the vehicles, because he knows if he keeps going for another knock, that gets stolen. and it still got stolen. So if anyone's wondering why they go straight for the knocks, these points are important, man. It's such a kill point heavy lobby.
Oh, yeah. Vasco peeks on over, looking to see what he can find. I'm not sure if they're aware. Well, now they are that they spotted them. They're FUT Esports players up on the hillside. That should be a pretty easy peasy one for him. It is indeed Lyron, though, able to get back to safety because of the buff to being knocked, I suppose you could say.
Just about making his way behind there, but it's quite another matter to buy yourself enough time to get a safe revive, and there might be other teams involved as well, so plenty of interesting stuff going on in this terrain so far.
660 meters as well on the knock from Fairest. Solid bolt shots coming in there.
And it's not a one-off either. He's been great.
No, he's been doing it twice now this game. Goes to question how many times it has happened off camera last game. Fellas, peeking on over, takes a nice initial knock, because that's going to allow for exactly this. Rustenmar, the up-close spread, they did not see that coming at all. Because Tixu finds one from afar, that is what they focus on. And then Rustenmar goes peekaboo over the top, finds two, and now there's just one left alive.
Beautiful stuff there, and the fellas now with 3 knocks, and look at where they are for Project Underdog. They're in a position where unless Fragger wins a 1v4, no one's ever getting rezzed in a million years. Yeah, no. They got caught completely off guard by the fellas. Really good execution.
And most importantly for fellas here as well, if they get this kill, I should say when they probably get this kill, I mean, look at the amount of space they've gotten. If the circle goes to them, which it kind of does. I mean, they do have to go down the hill. They do have to go down the hillside. But with this circle now going in their favor, this could not have played out any better for them.
No, this is, they've got a lot of, you know, sometimes we see like a phase 5 or 6 and one team, you know, Na'Vi and Northern Lights would be great examples. Oh, there's 6 teams left, but they've got 40% of the circle to themselves. This is the kind of situation where fellas can carve that out for themselves. And 2 zones from now, this could end up being a very, very favorable position for them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it already is a terrible circle for many. 6 of 15 teams have to cross a road, to which on the other side, there really ain't anything to play from. Sorry to break it to you guys, but you're in for a tough one here. First of the 5 to make the play is going to be BBL trying to make their way on through. GDE immediately there to follow, but they're getting butchered by the teams waiting on the other side, trying to make the run. Not gonna happen. GDE torn apart in transition.
Absolutely brutal there. Pink Pony nailing their shots from the compound. They're just on the edge of circle, so they've got a horrible choice to make as well. Do you go early because you're already on the edge of circle and you know exactly who's straight inside, or do you gatekeep everyone behind you but you go in super late? It's not an easy decision to make.
Really isn't. Subila trying to peek on over, see what he can get. BBL in the meantime goes down. We saw them try to make the rotation. Not gonna happen. Na'Vi trying to do the exact same thing with Sit. There were 6 teams to make this play so far. Na'Vi, albeit not the beautiful way, does manage to make their way across the street.
Pink Pony pick up another 2 kills to their name, so it looks like they're accepting that they're going to be one of, if not the last team in here, and in exchange for that, they have the kill points. Now, wow! Red zone incoming. That's Austrian Force. Beautiful initial nades onto Exalt. They're not only on the back foot, they're at risk of being extinct.
Yep. Vasco, unfortunately, nowhere near his teammates here, opted to push further up the hillside, and that leaves Paints alone with Silas. Silas now down. I like for Pink Pony to make the play here. Try backstab Exalt on the other side. Throw the nade first, then go over and shoot to get the most damage out there. Possible, I should say. They will fall down. Rhino Luck able to get the kill. Pains as well, getting some damage done in there.
Brutal there. Those initial 2 Molotovs really set the tone, and Team Exalt are taken out. Not much more they could have done about that. Fellas through another team now. That's win or die out of the lobby. They're starting to really rack up that kill count, and a lot popping off still on the southeastern side of phase 4.
Team Elite has to deny entry on the side of the circle, and they succeed in doing just that. Still maintaining full control out east. Vasco in the meantime trying to peek on over. They do manage to get Silas back up alive, and look at that. Silas, Vasco working together and take out FUT Esports in 10th.
And FUT Esports, again, not even spotting that. You could see he was stood on top of that hill, not expecting someone to come at them from this angle. So Austrian Force now Next circle, they are closest to center as well. They've got a decent position, but they have to go to those loot boxes quickly, pick up extra smokes, get utility, prepare for the next fight, because you don't want to be caught short if you have to hard shift.
Yeah, no. Oh, Pink Venom. Well, they were fighting early. Now they're surviving their way into a shack, at least. In the meantime, Pink Pony, on the other side of things, have to take this fight. So Navi Sabila gets to back on off. Flash thrown forward allows Ryan and Locke a little more time to maneuver. They're going to try to wrap around. I like this idea of wrapping around the side. Uber down, example down. Perfect two-way punch from Pink Pony over the hilltop.
Navi out of this game, just outside of the placement point, so they've gotten a decent haul today so far. It'll be interesting to see where they sit once the dust settles at the end. Lucarux and Tropic still holding on, but in 10 seconds time, well, in 2 minutes time, that circle will be completely closed for phase 5, and they need a plan to get in. I'm not sure there is one from where they are now.
No, Rustin still looking his way as well, not expecting Lucarux to get out of there alive. But we'll see what's going to happen. It's a steep hill to climb. If there's one to do it, though, it would be Lucarux. We saw what it looked like in his early years of existence. Now he's grown to be a strong PUBG fighter. And we'll see if he has what it takes to at least get some more placement points there.
Overpeakers being forced to use the vehicle to get further, and take a look at how sparse this terrain is, unfortunately, for the ex-Liquid boys. They're doing their best. They only took the Murado in as far as absolutely necessary. So they're playing it smart. They're not risking a full send into the middle like we saw a couple of teams try in the previous games, forced to do that. They're taking it inch by inch, trying to keep all 4 alive as long as possible.
10 kill for fellas. Good info to Lucarux, really, as well here, too. Did Michael, is that nade going downhill, or is it going over towards Bad Boy? I think it would be in direction of Bad Boy. Yes, indeed it is. They're still fighting up over the top, and that, again, allows for Lucarux to peek further, push further forward. There are still 3 players on Team Elite alive, so the more damage Michael can do, the more probable he's making Lucarux's chances of survival.
We now have the fellas calming down the tempo a little bit. They've gone through several teams, right? They've been playing super fast. Now's the time for them to chill out, play things a little bit slower, gather a bit more information. Completely the opposite for the Overpeakers now. They're making an even bigger commit. Notice that the Murado is out. This is all about the replacement vehicle, the Bronco, wanting to make sure no one car takes too much damage. Again, playing it slow and steady, trying to get their position in the top 3, top 4.
From rock to rock, from dip to dip, they have to make their way forward. And look at this Lucarux. He spots 3, knows that it's simply going to be too much, especially with the HP that he's got. And oh my lord, Team Elite, if you only knew what's on the other side, down to 1. Able to stay alive at least through the first one here, but they're running. They're not hearing anything, and he's right behind them. Still got a first aid to play with. Still got 45 seconds. You do not allow for Lucarux to potentially go out and do something here.
I love that trigger discipline from Lucarux as well. He had the opportunity to spray and knock one and even flush and get the point, I think. But as soon as he saw that he could make it into circle, placement points are worth more than that. Love it.
And now the 3 is down to 2. The threat has become that much smaller. Kazoo, solo player, off-angled from Pink Venom, spots James over the top. James, no clue that there was still a danger looming in the hills up above. And you can see this, they were already pushing forward. James was playing the backfill position, the overhead protection from Overpeakers as they make their way towards the compound. But that's all gone now. Now they have to commit inside.
On Grind and Overpeakers stopping Pink Venom and Pink Pony from fighting each other. They're the 2 teams that are in the middle right now. And I have to say, Pink Venom are really impressing. They've had some great plays today. Pink Pony as well have had a fantastic game number 6. They're into the placement points, but they need to take it a bit further. And the fellas continue their rampage over on the east.
Michael just saw him too. That should be GG for Lucarux. Unfortunate. Good effort by him to stay alive for as long as he has. Now Hagatori finding 2. That's happening elsewhere on the map. That's GG. Indeed it is. Michael finds it. 12 kills and counting for the fellas as we make our way further into placement points.
Absolutely brilliant stuff here so far. Now we have a full-on fight between On Grind and Overpeakers. Door not going to be an appropriate obstacle to hide behind here as Verbatim spots them. Oh, Team Elite tries to save his teammate and gets rewarded with a frag grenade. Michael really racking up the points this game.
They sure are, the 2 of them working well together. stay alive for as long as possible. They've kind of been playing backs against the wall ever since they committed to cross the field and losing Tixu, but they've made the most of it, that's safe to say. Verbatim, in the meantime, single player left alive with a 2-story building available, and now he's dead because I have the powers to kill people with what I say.
Well, we have 2 members of Pink Venom on the outside of this broken wall. And Overpeakers, I don't know to what extent they know they're there. They know that a team was there, of course, but I'm not sure how much they know they moved in. And that's going to be interesting to find out, especially if Phase 7 hard shifts to the north or east and all of them have to move. That would be rough.
Michael is prone down, just waiting for audible cues. Again, I mean, they know they're going to be outnumbered. I'm not sure if they actually fought Austrian force earlier up here, but they are well aware that there is a presence on the other side of that ridge line. And I think they're just, not risking anything. Again, Michael, no vest. He needs the element of surprise in any firefight he's taking. Having said that, if they somehow best Austrian force here, they have the hilltop to their disposal. And all of a sudden, we're looking at a potential very good game for them. In the meantime, Mexi, double swing out around the side. Him, Vard, and Clip joining forces and making the peek around. Austrian force does get a knock, but not to worry. Overpeakers. It's just, that's years of experience.
Yeah.
When you can make plays like that.
Beautifully executed. Although Pink Venom are out of the game and they didn't fight Pink Pony. So do we reset?
True. Yes, reset game. Remake.
Oh.
I feel like they were close enough to each other on the map that it counted for something, though.
Oh my god, not again.
I wonder if that could have been a double knock had there been bullet penetration.
So close. Double headshot.
I wonder if you could have 2 knocks with their own, because they were lined up perfectly for it too.
Right. This is it my imagination or 9 out of 10 highlights today being bolty shots?
I mean, I'm not against it.
They've been so good.
Not against
so
it.
Good.
The green machine coming into play as Vasco continues dealing damage. But again, they still have to. I mean, while they're looking down towards Overpeakers, and that's all good and dandy, they still have to worry about Fellas. They've heard them fighting on the east side. They must know that there are still snakes on the hillside.
Yeah, they have to know. And Pink Pony are playing this super smart, by the way. Like, they've got more territory than everyone else. And you might be thinking, they're on the low ground. Why don't they try and fix that? Because everyone else is fighting for the privilege of being the team that goes in to fight them. Like, Pink Pony at the moment can conserve so much of their utility by simply not getting involved in this high ground fight.
Rusted Mutt peeks on over again. Nates. If they weren't aware already, you'd have to think that at this point, they know something's happening. Everyone's been forced to move forward, and fortunately right now for Fellas, Pink Pony are looking the other direction, not really wanting a third party on this one. Rhino luck is slow now that shots are being fired, not just utility being used. Is starting to look this way. Vasco finds Rusted Mutt. First one to fall. Finn against Finn takes one down. Will get the flush, I suppose, as well in a second. In the meantime, Silas forced to look the other direction, takes down Mexi. You'd have to think that this should be their main focus right now.
You certainly would. The fellas here trying to salvage something from this situation. I'm not certain you can get much more out of this. Austrian force are... You've got you pinned down to the north and you move down south. Pink Pony, they're not fully engaging. They're just holding the position. And Rhino Lock finally gets Pink Pony's first kill of a while against the fellas. They've decided to act.
Exactly. Austrian force, fortunate that they didn't have to worry too much in that regard. Again, I mean, they really should rely here on Overpeakers to be dealt with by Pink Pony. That's why they said, you know what, they have them down low ground. If we allow for them to focus on that, we can take out the threat of above. And that's exactly what they did. New circle. Well, it's only got pink players in it.
Yep.
So for Overpeakers, how do you make landfall in the next one? And for Austrian force, that push downhill ain't gonna be easy, but it's something that has to be done.
Interesting psychology here now for Pink Pony. They could just keep firing uphill towards Austrian force and force them to move into Overpeakers.
1 HP!
Oh, man.
And Gary with the off angle. Their clip has nowhere to be safe. I mean, that house is just not granting him the cover he thought it would.
Or they could do what they're doing now, which is, now we're not just going to shoot Austrian force. We actually need every point we can get So let's try and get the points onto overpeakers as well, because we don't know how many of them we'll need on the final leaderboard.
And here comes the utility. Silas finds Mexi with the last, and now 4 versus 3. Austrian Force won the first game today. Would be sweet for them if they can go back and win the last one as well. Vasco still got bullets in the arm, but does not have a helmet. As I say that, finds one. Broken, but still level 2 helmet on a crate right in front of him.
That's going to be useful, withstanding one of those headshots. You never know when that's the difference between going down and surviving long enough to re-peek and get a knock, so extremely important there. Let's see what he can make of it. Flashbangs going out. Does he think... I don't think they're that close.
I think they think that there's one that's snuck up close. They just don't have to, like, they haven't seen all 4. They haven't seen all of them, and I think it's Rhino luck that they're afraid is closer than he is. So now that he started shooting, you'd think that maybe they would swap for the arm for just a shot or two, but not gonna happen. Trades going both ways. Vasco now down to blue as well. So unfortunate. Pains. Solo player left alive. 1v3. You'd have to pull up some sort of miracle to stay alive here. Does find one. Does he find the second as well? No. 32 HP. Trying to stay alive. 18 HP. Now Molly's coming in too. Sprint. Sprint to the blue. And he goes down to exactly that. 12 kills for Pink Pony. And what a hard-fought win for them.
Really well played from a positional perspective, deciding who to attack and when, especially when they could have come out and third-partied a handful of different teams when there were 5 or 6 left in the lobby. They played their position well. They were on the low ground, but because everyone else was fighting, they didn't care. And I think they picked their timing really well as well at the end.
Couldn't have said it any better myself. Pink Pony, a team that we've seen aggress at the wrong times in the past, causing their defeat. This time around, similar to the ways of Entropic in their Erangel win, Pink Pony held their horses, for long enough on numerous occasions that they always came out victorious. And not just that, but always came out victorious without taking any casualties, which ended up playing a massive factor, because as soon as overpeakers were down, they could spread out, they could take control, and essentially get themselves the win.
So 12 kills and the winners by several lengths in this game. I don't know what that does to the points total, but I do know they'll be extremely happy with the way that day ended. Well done, Pink Pony. Back to the analyst desk.
Look at Toby galloping away with the pony puns there. Of course, they did win the chicken dinner, but what I want to talk about is specifically Austrian Force, because they've had a cracker of a day. They start by winning the first game. They have consistently placed up there, getting the points, getting the double-digit kills where they can. They were holding that 4th spot and holding it steady Avenger, and now obviously coming second, that's going to keep them in that 4th spot as we move into day number 2, if not higher. Really impressive from them. Not necessarily a team I would have labeled as one to see in the top 4.
No, it's really good to see them up there, honestly. The way they have been rotating today, the way that they've been defending some situations where they could have been more aggressive, they've been really focused on getting good placements and then still being able to get those kills that are so important here. And the way that they've been gatekeeping other teams have been crucial for them to stay up there. But Pink Pony, they ended up getting 12 kills, another 12 kill chicken dinner for today. That is going to propel them up a little bit of the leaderboard.
They look like an angry unicorn as opposed to a pink pony, but we'll go with pink ponies for now. Carlos, how did they win that chicken dinner?
Yeah, I mean, they had a lot of room in the south for some of these final circles to be able to work with. I think something that was most important, of course, was them kind of wounding Na'Vi as they were moving up onto their compound and then trying to transition across the road from them. And then Pink Pony chose the perfect opportune moment to move across that road themselves to try and find themselves a spot, because to be perfectly honest, it was quite tricky to do so. Are these numbers correct? Jeez, if only people got 2 kills apiece, then it was quite the varied game and quite the spread out game, to say the least.
I think this works out to average kills. Here we go. Here's the kills from the last match.
Sorry, yeah, I'm misreading it. I'm bamboozled by our average kills overall. Bamboozled completely. But yeah, so Pink Pony being able to move across the road and then kind of sweep how they did was very important in this game as a whole. But nice to also see the fellas doing something. Those good fellas.
The fellas from the team, not just Sam randomly talking about players in the server.
Oh, the 1K club.
There we go. Avenger, do you want to jump in on this? He's going to be very happy with that, and that is impressive from a damage point of view.
I love how the picture that Silas has gotten taken of him is like when you tell him, you've gotten 10 kills in this game. That is his reaction. You've got 1,000 damage in this game. That is his reaction. It's just like, really smiley. That like it's just beautiful. Nice to see Silas up there. The only 1K club that we've seen today. A little bit of a comparison between Pains and Ruston was here, fellas. Really close to 1K as well. 4 and 5 kills for them. Quite impressive. And I will say that if fellas managed to stay 4 guys alive in that situation, I actually feel like they would have been able to potentially take on Pink Pony and then and take home a victory. But the amount of points that they've gotten from this game alone is really going to push them into the leaderboard here. They were struggling before going into the last game.
So you can see there some of the stats from Pains, but I have to say, and I mean, I did say it earlier, I just think fellas, Kylaris, I wish we had seen them at the beginning of the year. I think that this is a team, this particular roster has the potential to do some exciting shakeups in the usual sort of top level PUBG Europe teams that we've seen.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because it's always a case of a what if, because a lot of these players, you know, be they on other teams before and not really having the opportunity to now form this in prior lives almost. Yeah, it just doesn't quite come together because everyone's kind of doing their own thing for a little while. I think of all things from fellas, it's nice to see, I guess, Miraku back on the field at a top level as well. Obviously, we saw Michael properly for PNC, the Finn boys doing their things over in Finland with Ents, etc. But Miraku was a coach effectively over at PNC, and seeing him back on the field is good to see as well.
Okay, so we've now finished day number 1. We've seen 6 games, and I have to ask Avenger, who has impressed you the most so far?
Who has impressed me the most in terms of what I expected? I will say I'll say the Overpeakers. I actually didn't expect them to finish. I think they're going to be really close to 10 points a game, which is really impressive in such a rough lobby here. Yeah, 58 points to see here, so needed 10 points per game. Quite impressive for them to come out, because it's kind of a blow to your gut, right? Being just before the last big tournament in Europe of the year, ending up being without Liquid here. So this is really a statement for them to come in and really show that they're still to be messed around with. I will say this though, I still think it's gonna stick out with what we were talking about earlier. Triple digit, then you're gonna be safe in the top 4. So once you hit those 100 points, then you're gonna be having a good time. Fellas, with this last game here, jumping in, getting to 40 points, still only 8 points from Avi here. It really tells a story of how close our top end of the leaderboard is going to be for this group's last day, which is going to be Saturday.
This is going to be really interesting for this entire lineup, because I do think Overpeakers, they've obviously had the, like Avenger said, Kalaris, they've had the fire lit now. They're going to be dropping out of the top 4 in Tropic, but it is literally going to come down to that one spot.
I think you're on the money with Overpeakers. The real
Some of the gremlins climbed in, and so you got stuck on this leaderboard, but you got a chance to see who finishes in the top 4 as we move into the second day of our group stages. Tomorrow you'll see a whole new group. These teams will be back on Saturday. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for supporting PUBG Esports here in Europe. I know that we have the best region, and these definitely were the best teams. We will be back tomorrow with 6 more games, so make sure that you tune on in, come and watch and enjoy all the action. Don't go anywhere though, there is still more for you to watch. You won't be hearing our voices anymore, but you will get to see some of the highlights from today, and it was a cracker of a day, so these are some damn good highlights. Thank you again for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow.